And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the PondCast, episode number 52, your weekly talk show, your weekly StarCraft 2 roundup show. I'm, of course, host VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing topics that we have ahead of us, the people in chat, and by our lovely producer as well, Koopa Kuro, aka 16 Squads and Seki. Make sure that everything runs smoothly as possible, nothing does catch fires. We have a lot to go over this week. This is the week of interviews, of content as well. There is just so much to divulge into, whether it's interviews via people in the community, from players. On top of that, we do have a new events announced already, new major offline events, and also some PTR announcements and some balance changes in regards to StarCraft Evolution. There's a lot to get into. Let's jump on in. Let's jump on into our first segment here in regards to content. Jumping on in, Stars Agora. Of course, Stars Agora did conclude a couple of weeks ago at this point, was a major event that did happen in Bulgaria. But something interesting here and something that I want to promote is their YouTube channel, because they've been uploading not just VODs of the tournaments, but also they've been uploading their own small interview segments. This is typically something that is featured during the event itself. It's done by DreamHack, by EWC, by IEM, but very rarely do they ever release them individually on their own for you to consume in these bite-sized pieces. So shout to those working behind the scenes at Stars Agora. It's a rare sight to see, but yes, they have released interviews featuring Raynor, Spirit, featuring Ryung, Nitix, Lambo as well, Hearthstone, Skillis, Rotterdam, Beomorph, and many, many others. Nothing too major. They're very small, very bite-sized interviews that, you know, give a little bit of flair, give a little bit of flavor, a little bit of context as to the event itself, and also some insight as to the players as well. So it's just this really fun little like bite-sized content patches or content pieces on the YouTube. If you missed out on them live during the event itself, then you can of course consume them on their own. So I do recommend it. It is a lot of fun. In regards to the content, or in regards to the interviews themselves, they were, I think one of the more interesting things here that we were able to hear, one, apparently Hearthstone, I didn't know this as someone from Australia. Apparently Bulgarian tomatoes are a thing. Maybe Kura can chime in a little bit, and he really likes them.
I do not know about Bulgaria specifically, but I've been to Hungary, and I can confirm that their tomatoes are better. It's just because it's a warmer country, so they just mature better, you know.
Yeah.
But
apparently
that's
there's some.
it.
Yeah, apparently there's something with Bulgarian tomatoes, and Hearthstone really likes them, and that was the first thing he got when he got to Bulgaria. So that's I just took a big bite out of the tomato. Beautiful.
Again, I understand. There was a time in Hungary when I was eating just tomatoes and cheese, and that was it. That was the diet.
There you go. So like these little, again, like fun little trivia pieces, thoughts about the players themselves regarding Stars Agora. We'll get into it a little bit more in regards to some of the Bassus content, which is also related to Stars Agora. I found it interesting hearing from Rotterdam. I do appreciate that he was a little bit more candid with some of the questions that was asked to Rotterdam. I think he was asked like, what is it that like excites you about the event? And he even spoke about how like the game itself, StarCraft, doesn't really excite him too much anymore, but something that he is very dedicated to, and something that that he's passionate about, that he wants to follow, of course, is the storyline of the players. And I feel like a lot of people can definitely relate to that, especially older school viewers of StarCraft, people that maybe saw the beginning of Clem, you know, rising through the ranks and growing as a person, growing as a player, growing as a you know, entity in the scene. Raynor, Cyril as well, all these other players. Rotterdam, he was kind of expressing like his interests and what he finds value in, or what he finds entertaining about a lot of these events, is just following the players that he's seen grow up through StarCraft, and cheering for them and seeing them excel and seeing them do better over time. So I spoke about how like that's even more interesting to him than like just like StarCraft itself, and it's more like of an avenue, or like a vessel for the players. Which was really interesting to hear from his perspective. They also spoke about a fun fact. Spirit doing Spirit things. Spirit's interview was the shortest. It was a minute long, and I think it was like a couple of seconds worth of answers as well. It was God damn it, Spirit. So that was also.
My real question is, did he smile?
No, God no. What are you? You're crazy. Yeah. So if you have a couple of seconds of your time, check out Spirit's interview, because you'll get it, bam, just like that, and it's over. So you can God damn it, God damn it. It was also really fun hearing from Rainer. Rainer, he was very, very much so casual when it comes to his interview. He was actually talking about how he was excited more so about this event in Stars Agora more so than last year, because last year it was more post EWC, kind of like when the event was, or when I should say, when the off season was coming underway. I mean, players were spending less time practicing and improving, but right now we're in the lead up to EWC, right? We're leading up to that big event in Riyadh, and because of that, everyone right now is practicing, everyone is improving, everyone is in peak condition, and he referenced this to be more like a warm up, more like almost like a precursor to EWC to kind of gauge everyone's skills and kind of get an idea of where everyone is at currently leading into the World Finals. So yeah, it was definitely an interesting perspective that he had as a player. They also spoke about how there's a lot less pressure on certain players just because coming into Stars Agora, I mean, remember, this was post qualifiers, it was post to regional qualifiers. A lot of players already qualified for the event, so they didn't have to worry about EWC, whereas other players had to worry. Other players, you know, maybe their last chance would be the global qualifier, as this was pre-global qualifier, or I mean, that would be their last chance, essentially, or Stars Agora, of course. So that's where that kind of came into play as well. So yeah, really fun to hear these short bite-sized pieces from these players, and more are still being released. Fun fact, we just had a Ryung interview released 2 hours ago and a Nidix interview released an hour ago, and they're probably going to have more. So I think they have one for every player that was involved. Obviously, I wasn't able to catch up on the Ryung or Nidix interview, but yeah, when it comes to the rest, again, it was fun to hear from the players. It was, again, just these short interviews, like nothing too in-depth was asked of them. I was just kind of giving you like a brief overview of that. But yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. And I do appreciate them, again, creating or releasing this content, whereas typically that isn't really done. Typically that's not really done by some of these other bigger events. Maybe they post them to socials, maybe, if we're lucky. Otherwise, they're just a part of the main VOD. And even then, like, it's maybe not always uploaded. So yeah, really appreciate it. Shout out to those working behind the scenes at Stars Agora. Shout out to Exalted, as well as Jonathan and the others. GG will play. Do recommend it. Check out their YouTube channel, of course, as that leads us into our next big piece of news here. SE Historian. SE Historian, of course, he was at DreamHack Dallas, and as he always does, he was, of course, conducting interviews, and I expect to see a lot more. He did conduct an interview featuring Fear Dragon and Jumi as well. I'm sure many more interviews were conducted at Dallas, as well as Cheeseadelphia. Whenever he goes to an event, I feel like he's always content-brained and always willing to approach players and try to get, hear from them and try to get their perspective and try to hear their story as well. But this felt like a breath of fresh air. Like, it has been so long since we've heard from Ravi, right? Fear Dragon, he's kind of stepped away, and even like there was no like official announcement of him stepping away from StarCraft, but he kind of like spoke about it here about how like, yeah, he stopped casting full time basically like halfway through last year, if not a little bit more than that, and he's now working a day job. Right now he's a software developer, and nowadays he has no, I shouldn't say like he has no intention of casting anymore, but it's like that's not his priority anymore, right? Like it's he watches StarCraft just like, you know, just to enjoy it. He's not like studying or looking at builds or trying to keep up with the meta or anything like that. It's much more of a casual experience for him, which is a little bit bittersweet. You know, it's really cool to hear from Fear Dragon again. It's really cool to hear that he's doing well for himself. But again, there was no like official exit. There was no like yeah, it was all a little bit more sudden, it felt. Well, I don't know if I want to say sudden, but it was gradual. It was kind of like gradual and nowadays, you know, off doing other things, which is why it was fun to hear from him, because we rarely hear from him anymore. So much love to Ravi, much love to Fear Dragon. I think he might have also been conducting his own interviews as well. So again, we should be getting some more content from the SE Historian and potentially from Fear Dragon as well regarding DreamHack Dallas and regarding Cheeseadelphia and some of these other events. So really cool to hear from them. Again, if Kura has anything to bring up, definitely chime in. When it comes to the interview itself, again, it was definitely a lot more of a candid interview is what I will say. It definitely a lot more. It was cool to hear from his thoughts. He even was able to reveal some things that were otherwise under NDA a long time ago. Nothing too major, but just some things were happening in the scene at the time. The first thing that was discussed was balance about the game. I see historian asked Fear Dragon about balance and about the state of things in the current meta. This is something that Fear Dragon has already spoken about before, so we kind of knew what the answer would be, but I guess he reiterates here as well, is that Fear Dragon, he never really concerned himself with balance. It was never something that he had ever like really strong thoughts on, I should say. He understood the importance of it, but he always, left it to other people, and it's something that he would always like, StarCraft would always be something that he would enjoy, and for him it'd always be like a problem to solve, not something to try to fix with like patches or something like that, at least from his perspective, and that he'd leave, other like finer details in regards to changes to units and changes to balance to other people. I think our thoughts are somewhat similar here, at least for myself on the CranKy Ducklings. There's a reason why like we typically try to shut down whenever people start complaining or crying about balance in the chat. This is usually not really the avenue for it, at least whenever we're covering tournaments and casting events. I never want to take away from the achievements of a player. The last thing I would want to see is, I don't know, if Clem wins a tournament, or Cyril wins a tournament, or Hero wins a tournament, or they win a match, for people to come in and start talking about the race that they play instead of like giving credit to the players, especially because like it also kind of disrespects, or it also throws shade at their opponents, right? It's like kind of in a way giving blame to their, like in a way blaming balance and kind of disrespecting the player and how hard they fought, their opponent, I mean, whoever it is that they beat, whether it's Clem or Cyril or Hero or vice versa, whenever they play against each other, even at the lower levels, even the other pro players. So yeah, I always find it really weird whenever people bring things like that up. I don't think it's like our place to necessarily do that, especially when it comes to covering a tournament and covering a broadcast. In an avenue like this, it's a little bit different, of course. We'll be going over some balance patch updates later on in regards to StarCraft Evolution. But yeah, it's always something that I felt kind of weird and kind of insulting to the players as well whenever things like that happen. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often here, but like maybe in other channels and other avenues, it happens as well. So it's interesting to hear from him, and definitely we share similar sentiments. Obviously, there's people working on changing the game, and we gave our own opinions on like proposed balance changes as well. I do find that a little bit different, but yeah, it was cool to hear from Ravi nonetheless. After that, he was asked about the future of StarCraft, and once again, it felt like points that we have already discussed before and have been reiterated already. If you recall, originally when it was announced that the EPT Pro Tour would be ending, we spoke about how when it comes to the future of StarCraft, it did feel like for the most part it was going to be moving on to like a more like a hobbyist esport, less so. And that we do expect to be seeing more retirements over time over the next year as well, less people dedicating as much time to the game. And Ravi does kind of like echo those sentiments as well, talking about how right now the question isn't, is StarCraft going to be around? It is going to be around. That's not the question. The correct question is, how sustainable is it going to be for the players to devote as much time as they currently do to competing and practicing in StarCraft, and also earning money in StarCraft as well? And I do agree. Like that is like the better question. That is the correct question. I think the answer is, as you mentioned, that it's going to be looking a little bit more like some of the other esports out there, like the fighting game community or some of these other smaller esports that still have these big events, but they're, again, not as large. There's not as big of a prize pool. Fear Dragon, he actually had some strong thoughts or some strong words about this. And we'll get into it. First, he was talking about, I like that he brought up the perspective of some of the players. He brought up the fact that it's going to feel a little bit weird for some of the players that compete in StarCraft moving forward, who don't spend as much time practicing, and because that they perform worse than they did before, and that's a feeling that they have to contend with, right? And that's something that we're already actually seeing. If you remember, we got an interview regarding Classic. I think Classic, the GSL Meisenhower interview. He said something very similar, where he spoke about how like, yeah, now like he's getting older, and it's a weird feeling when he practices harder than before to get to a level where he was previously, like previously in his career, like working harder to get to the same place to where he once was, and like that's kind of like a weird feeling that he has as a player, and it doesn't feel too good, like especially knowing that he at one point was better in his career, and that's something that you have to try to overcome. It's definitely something that maybe a lot of players are going to struggle with, right? The idea of maybe again like spending less time practicing, less time competing, and then you show up to a tournament and then you start to perform worse than you used to, or worse than you know that you can, and that's just something that you have to deal with if you're spending less time devoted to the game, right? But still opting to compete nonetheless. So yeah, that's definitely something like a perspective that we didn't really think about in regards to what players are going to have to go through, like mentally, I mean, in regards to competing. And I think he equated it a little bit to the NA scene and the NA region, about how that's very much so how the NA players are at the moment, in the sense that right now the only full-time player is probably Trigger. Like Trigger, he's the only full-time player, and all the others, like, they play part-time, right? Scarlet is part-time, right? Like Juanito is part-time, like Estrella as well, right? So many of the players that I just mentioned, they took like 3, 4, 5 months off from playing. Like they were not competing during the off season, right? Like they just stepped away from the game, and they only come back for like these big qualifiers, or for like Cheesadelphia, for example, right? Like Cheesadelphia, we went over that bracket last time, and Cheesadelphia, for the main event, we saw all these returning players that we don't see anywhere else. Starkiller, Future, right? Disrespect, Epic. These are players that don't even play in the weeklies. They don't even play in the Pegasus Cups. They didn't play in the online tournaments. They just show up because they love the game. You know, they've got a history with the game. They enjoy the community, and then they show up for Cheesadelphia, and that's what they compete in. That's what they play in. They're not playing in, I don't know, like Esports World Cup qualifiers, or they're not playing in these other events. And that's kind of where the NA region, for the most part, is nowadays, and that's where he feels like probably like the rest, like the European region, is probably going to head towards, and the Korean region as well. Which is definitely, again, he has like his own, I guess, perspective on that, because he's from the NA region, and I guess it's similar here in Australia, right? We're about to have Ozcraft, right? There's going to be an Australian LAN this weekend, and who's an active player in Australia? No one. Like sad reality is, right now no one is active, but who's gonna go there? Probably Oreo, Chappie, Azure, Pez, right? They also hang out in Discord. They're all still friends. Ryan, I think Ryan's back in Singapore, but if Ryan was in Australia, he'd probably go as well. Faz as well, right? Like, there are all these Australian players that don't actively compete in anything anymore. But if there's ever a LAN, if there's ever like an offline event like that, then they'll go together. They'll go, they'll hang out, they'll compete, they'll play. More as a hobby, more for fun, sort of thing. It's quite similar to Cheesadelphia, yeah. How did I think about it? So, except for Australia in a sense, and yeah, that was like that was his kind of like quote unquote prediction as to where things are probably going to head. And of course, like, there's still going to be like, you know, Home Circle would be the European equivalent, right? Maybe there'd be like another SC safe house from Zombie Grub or something along those lines. But yeah, just how the scene most likely is going to change post EWC. So yeah, I do think it was good of him to bring that up, for sure. I do think it was good for him to bring that up, just because I think there's already like a couple of regions that are a good example of that already. Ozcraft is, yeah. Yes, I will not be as bad at Ozcraft, unfortunately. Same week. It's this weekend. This weekend, which is already Home Story Cup, right? They also spoke about. Oh, right. In regards to that, he also, again, I mentioned before that Fear Dragon. He was very passionate, and again, maybe a little bit. What's the best way of putting it? Maybe a little bit harsh, but also I feel like very correct in his analysis of StarCraft at the moment, in regards to, he was talking about how, like, right now the community does feel a little bit more, maybe entitled is the correct word. There's so many people, and it's always frustrating to see it, where they talk about, like, you know, StarCraft and its lifespan and where it is and where it's going, and they're very doomer about it. But then you look over at these other esports scenes, and they put in so much more work for so much less. I think specifically is how he was referencing it, talking about the fighting game community, how a lot of the pro players in the fighting game community, they pay to play in tournaments. They play to pay in tournaments. They travel great distances to even have practice partners to compete, to practice, and they do it part-time as well, but they devote so much of their time, so much of their energy, and so much of their own resources and own money to compete as well. And StarCraft has not necessarily been grown in such a way to expect that or to be able to deal with that kind of situation or that kind of scenario. Specifically, what it's referring to is that for the entirety of the lifespan of StarCraft, for better or for worse, there has always been like a big circuit to prop it up in regards to WCS, in regards to more modernly EPT as well. Like there was always like a big organization, whether it's Blizzard, whether it's ESL, whether it's EWC, to kind of like prop StarCraft up when it comes to regional tournaments and these big events as well. And because of that, that has kind of hurt and hindered grassroots events from really growing and fostering, right? Because everyone's expecting more and playing in these big tournaments, whereas suddenly it's almost like I think the way that they phrase it is like the esports bubble like bursting sort of thing, right? Where suddenly if all that gets taken away, suddenly there's like very little infrastructure left over, right? Like it's like, bam, if you get rid of EPT, right, IMs and DreamHacks and EWCs, like there's not much left behind for us to build upon. And for better or for worse, like not many people were, or I would say for worse, not many people were kind of like building up for that kind of scenario, for that kind of situation, for that kind of environment. And because of that, it's might be a little bit difficult for a lot of StarCraft fans to like be accepting of that and be able to take that and make something of it. That's also why we kind of like express so much importance, or we try to put so much importance on events like RSL, right? On events like the Revival StarCraft League, on all these other crowdfunding tournaments as well. And I think it's a really good thing that we will be having all of these online events continuing post EWC. But when it comes to offline events, it does feel like Cheeseadelphia, for example, or Ozcraft, for example, it feels like they would have benefited so much more if they were a more regular events ahead of time, right? Ozcraft, this is the first Ozcraft in, what, 3 years, 4 years, right? So like the idea of the Australian community coming together on a regular basis, on an annual basis, to come together for an event, it's not like a habit. It's not expected. It's not something that has been building up. And because of that, the Australian scene, I would say, is a little more fragmented. Cheeseadelphia is similar. Cheeseadelphia, they've been running events for a long time, of course, that is true. But I don't know if there's really been that much importance placed on Cheeseadelphia for people to attend and people to go to, right? It's like the size of attendance from Cheeseadelphia compared to like a DreamHack from StarCraft fans. I don't know if it's really comparable. I don't even know if many NA people, I mean, if you remember when we were casting Cheeseadelphia, there were a lot of people in the Americas that were like, oh, didn't even know this was happening. Didn't know this was going on. It feels like there should be a lot more pushing events like this. And there needs to be, I would say, more pushing events like this, and more promotion around this from those community members in the Americas, from people like Zombie Grub or people like Berry Crunch or some of these other like or Fear Dragon or Tempo or some of these other kind of like big faces in NA to prop it up and to make it as big as Home Story Cup, because right now it isn't, unfortunately. Like the attendance has been getting better and the player base has been getting bigger as well when it comes to something like Cheeseadelphia. But I do think that, again, for StarCraft to continue in NA, like an event like that, I feel like it's really important to kind of get behind and push as well. I would say the same for Ozcraft. It is a bit of a shame that it's clashing with Home Story Cup, but I'll be honest, I don't see like Pig talking about Ozcraft or propping it up or promoting it, when I feel like that's what we should be doing, right? For an events like that as well, to work together and to grow that event and to make it a more regular occurrence, to start to grow like a more grassroots local community for our region, right? For our region, similar to Home Story Cup. Like for Europe, I think that they're not completely set, but like they've successfully done that with Home Story Cup, and I feel like for the other regions, that needs to be done as well. Let's not even talk about Korea. Like, I, when it comes to Korea, Pappy. But yeah, it's definitely something that I feel like is important that Fear Dragon brought up, and definitely something important to think about and to take in and to work on as well. I mean, for community members, for viewers, for all alike. So.
I would also like to add, I think that was kind of part of what he said, where like a lot of people are like, oh, I'm just waiting for X to do something. I'm just waiting for this organization to do something. I'm just waiting for those people to do something instead of people themselves doing the thing. Yeah,
for sure. Or I think what's worse is that when it happens, like no one does anything about it, right? Like I think that's maybe the worst part about it. I like what I just mentioned, right? Like shout out to Joe. He's putting in the work to run Cheeseadelphia, but it also feels like a lot of the community isn't really getting behind Cheeseadelphia the way that they should. Like the NA community, for example, I mean. Or for Ozcraft as well. Like the events are happening, but I feel like there needs to be some more cooperation and some more organization in regards to propping it up, to support it, to promote it, to make sure that it does as well as it can, because I feel like it's that much more important, I feel. So that's definitely something, and that's something that they didn't even talk about during this interview, but I feel like it's something that should have been brought up. That's something that's, something that's missing, something that's lacking. I think that's why we tried to bring up that, just the fact that there's the grassroots infrastructure just isn't really there. It isn't really as supported by the greater StarCraft scene and the greater StarCraft community as much as it should be, which is something that we have to work on. Like as a scene, as a community, it's something that we have to work on moving forward for sure. I think they also spoke about some other like more nostalgic things. They were talking about the foreigner versus Korean dynamic and how that's kind of fallen by the wayside nowadays, and how that's hurt StarCraft. I think I would agree with that. It was always so hype, and it still is hype whenever you get like that foreigner versus Korea dynamic. It's much more rarer nowadays, unfortunately. And I say rarer nowadays. I should say that we've been almost flooded with it because of the weekly tournaments, which is something that Fear Dragon brought up. For better or for worse, you can make an argument either way. Clem playing in every tournament, as cool as it is that he plays in everything, also means that you always see him play in everything, and you always see him compete against everyone, and that takes away from some of the mystique or some of the excitement about seeing Clem play against Hero when they play every week, for example, right? Like, I would say that's also why I get excited whenever we get to see Hero versus Raynor or Hero versus Serral more than Hero versus Clem, because Raynor and Serral don't play in the online weeklies, because they rarely compete in some of these online tournaments. So it's still exciting, and it's still almost like a mystery, or still like you're waiting with bated breath to see how they compare to each other, because they face off so rarely. Whereas, I mean, with Clem, or again, Hero's another prime example. He also plays in everything. Dark used to as well. Then that kind of takes away from that, and you already get it all the time, so it's not as special. It doesn't mean as much anymore. There are certain players where they still have that effect, like Serral, like Raynor, like Maru as well. True, Maru, he's also a player that doesn't really play in online tournaments, so whenever he plays, like, you're always excited because you don't know how he compares to everyone else. You don't know how he competes. You don't know what his level is at. You don't know how everyone else compares to him. So like there's that excitement there. That's taken away when your top player is always there on not even just a weekly basis, but a daily basis. Like a daily basis, you're seeing, Clem versus Max Pax, or Clem versus Hero, or Clem versus Beyond, or Clem versus Cure. Like you're seeing it just all the time. The plus side is that you get to see them all the time. so like fans of those players, hey, they get to experience them, and they get to watch them more regularly. But again, the downside is that it makes it less special, right? It makes it less exciting. So there is that give and take, and that's definitely, I don't know if there's like a proper answer to that, or it's just more of like an observation as to the current state of StarCraft more than anything. I don't know if there's much else to add to that, but it's something else that they brought up, and definitely something to think about, especially because like that used to be a bigger deal back in the day, right? That foreigner versus Korean storyline. I think he brought up how that was the benefit of region locking. I think he even divulged a little bit of information from the summit that they had at Blizzard, how Choba brought up that is the benefit of region locking, is that you're able to close a lot of these players off from each other, so then whenever there's a big international global event, then they play, and then that generates hype, right? That generates hype from everyone involved, because they're often like gated off from each other in the regular season, in the regular leagues. So I'll definitely agree to that, and it was definitely I would say like a more hype and a more interesting experience whenever that was more of a rare sight. Nowadays less so. Smoge. Nowadays less so. They also spoke about the RTS like genre, the RTS titles. They briefly spoke about Battle Aces, about Stormgate as well, about definitely criticisms levied to kind of their success, their failings, and like how difficult it is, of course, to make a new RTS, and expectations as well. Yeah, once again, like I don't know if anything new was kind of added to the conversation there, but it's Ravi, at least himself, I think he touched on something that was a little bit more interesting, which is the kind of people that enjoy StarCraft, and how the people that enjoy StarCraft aren't necessarily, I mean, this is already talked about, right? That there are a lot of people that are StarCraft fans, but there are a lot of people, those same people aren't necessarily RTS fans. And just because a new RTS comes out doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be what fans of StarCraft want or enjoy, which is definitely true. Yeah, it's an interesting problem to have here. I think he spoke about how currently, like, if there were to be a new big successful RTS, it would have to be different to StarCraft, because right now the player base, the viewer base, the interest in StarCraft isn't big enough to sustain a new release AAA game. If there were to be a new release AAA RTS, a successful one, it would have to, be different and new and innovative in some way to join a bigger crowd to be successful. Like a new up-to-date like StarCraft isn't going to be as viable, like monetarily, I should say, or it's just not going to be as worth it to make from a game development company. It's hard to justify something like that, which can be a hard pill to swallow for sure, or hard pill to hear. Hearing that, like, if we were like the game that you would want maybe isn't as viable, and like compromise would have to be made, or just some other kind of game would have to be made that hopefully like ticks the boxes that you enjoy about StarCraft enough to make it successful, to draw in your crowd, to draw in Age of Empires, to draw in the Warcraft crowd, and all the others. And Stormgate was meant to be that, and there was a lot of hype around that. But I think Fear Dragon, he spoke about how a lot of the people, like, maybe they were just a little bit too ambitious. A lot of the people working at Storm, or for Stormgate at Frost Giant, maybe they were like a little bit too used to being in a bigger team with bigger resources at Blizzard, for example, where it's just a different environment, and you can set different expectations, and then they were hit with the reality that it's a smaller studio, funding is limited, and because of that, like it's harder to otherwise achieve certain goals that you set for yourself, and that might be like an issue that they ran into. I think he spoke from his own experience, being a part of. I think he spoke about being a part of Twitch when they were acquired by Amazon, and how that experience kind of like opened his eyes a little bit when it comes to like restructuring of like of an organization. I think that was more in regards to Microsoft, talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard, and how some people were holding out hope that maybe because of that, Microsoft would reallocate resources to some of the other games, and there's a high chance of that happening. But the reality is that would probably happen like in like 10 years or something, or like 5 to 10 years, which I think a lot of us expected, that like nothing would really come of it for at least a couple of years. But like it's not something to like hold your hopes out for or anything like that. So yeah, it was definitely nice to hear from that, at least. I think another thing that they touched on that I found really interesting was how StarCraft was being marketed. This is where I wish I had Yaku here. I highly recommend checking out some of our breakdowns of the GLHF interviews, especially the Korean ones, talking about the early days of Brood War, and specifically the dynamic between Blizzard and Kespa coming into StarCraft. I think that something to me that was made clear, and to Yaku as well, regarding the GLHF interviews, was everything wrong that happened in the lead up to the StarCraft 2 release in Korea. Not just in Korea, but all around it as well. Talking about just the failings of certain companies or certain just some things that just didn't go well, which like hurt the scene overall, and how just it feels like the stars aligned to like in a way make sure that StarCraft would fail in regards to like certain content creators leaving the scene, like Husky and HD StarCraft, in regards to the relationship between Blizzard and Kespa, in regards to, I want to say there were some other big ones. The relationship in regards, in regards to the game releasing at the dawn of free to play, right? Where StarCraft 2 released where as like a more like old school like expansion based game setup, or monetization setup, I should say. Whereas, you know, that's also right when League of Legends, Dota, and these other games came out as free to play, which are more accessible, which are more easier to like to get into and more beginner friendly, and to get into a wider audience, and like and how they had to make that switch to free to play, and how that was like an awkward transition. There's just so much that went wrong. But Fear Dragon, he touched on another aspect of that as well. More from an insider perspective, because apparently he was a part of the summits when this was taking place, talking about how the game was promoted and how the game was sold. Talking about how Blizzard, they very much so were trying to market the game as like a hardcore 1v1 kind of experience, and how he was against the idea of them doing it. They did it in the end, but he was against it because there's just so much of the scene and so much of the StarCraft viewer base and player base and fan base that aren't really interested in that sort of thing, and that's kind of like stigmatizing, or kind of like pushing all those fans to the wayside. I would imagine that this summit probably took place before co-op came out and before numbers were revealed. We speak about this all the time because this is public. But the most popular game mode in StarCraft was never multiplayer. Especially when Legacy released, it was co-op. Like, co-op was the most popular game mode in StarCraft, right? Like, it also made the most money as well because of co-op commanders, and it was the most successful.
I would also add on like more the community side of things that we also have a pretty decent like modding scene in StarCraft as well. There are a lot of mods coming out constantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the arcade, the mods, the arcade. A lot of people that are really into like the story, the lore, the campaign. And he spoke about how like it was a mistake for Blizzard to try to market their game to be as hardcore as they did, while alienating, that's what I was looking for, while alienating so much more of their potential player base, by putting themselves into this kind of niche that they didn't need to. And I think a good example that he brought up was Brood War. Like, he spoke about how so many people played and loved and got into Brood War when they were younger, originally before StarCraft 2, but it was never because it was a hard game. Like, that's not why people loved and enjoyed Brood War. Not at all. Like, the esports thing was very much so a Korean thing. People outside of Korea didn't know about it. They didn't know about this esports that was like, you know, this esports wave in Korea, and this hyper competitive 1v1. That's not why people got into Brood War. That's not why people liked the game or loved the game. They liked it for other reasons, right? They enjoyed it for the setting, for the lore, for the campaign, for the story that was being told, for the unit interactions of the game itself, not because of this hardcore 1v1 like aspect, not at all. And Brood War was successful as a result of that in its own way, at least back in the day. And for them to like market StarCraft 2 to be that hardcore 1v1 esport, which was very much so the case from the beginning, that we found out through the GLA Champions as well, about how like that was their goal, that's what they wanted. Like, that's kind of like the angle that they took to begin with when marketing StarCraft 2, how that was a big misstep, that was a big misplay, and it was also something that kind of hurt the potential audience that StarCraft could have gotten and could have held on to moving forward, especially because that was kind of like the trajectory that they took the game in as well. I found that interesting to think about, just because it's something that probably we hadn't thought of. But it also like, I feel like that kind of perspective, and especially the insider information from the summit as well, could be valuable to someone like Zombie Grub putting together like the GLHF like documentary series and talking about StarCraft 2, if she were to go into StarCraft 2 into more detail. But like, it's definitely it's something that they discussed, and probably something I would agree with as well. Definitely something interesting to think about. I say it's interesting to think about. Like, it's already it's come and gone. Like like it's too late to do anything about it, unfortunately. More or less, more so, I think it's like good to learn from these mistakes, and these are good lessons to learn from for upcoming RTS titles and other games on the horizon as well. It's a shame that that's kind of what we take from that, but I guess it's good to like to know. To know at least what to think about some of these things. It's interesting at least to talk about, to think about it, to bring up as well. It's something that I definitely wasn't thinking of at the time, but yeah. So I do appreciate that Ravi spoke about it. To appreciate it alongside SE historian as well. Do appreciate it. See in the chat, just looked it up. Occurrences of Clem versus Hero in 2025, 40 times. We're currently in week 29. Yeah, I mean, and we've casted most of those times as well. But like because of that, I would agree that like it's less exciting now whenever they play, because now it's expected. Like whenever we cast a Wardy TV Monday, it's like, yeah, it's probably going to be Hero and Clem. it's probably going to happen, and it's cool. Like I appreciate it. I love it. Otherwise, I wouldn't cast it every day on a daily basis. But I would understand a more casual audience thinking less of it, right? Or not caring as much, and not be willing to watch, or not be too interested to watch Hero versus Clem for the 44th or for the 45th time, right? Like, it's yeah, it's definitely an issue or a problem. At least I would say. But yeah, I do recommend checking out the interview, just because so much more was spoken about. I just kind of went through some of the highlights, some of the things that I found more interesting. They kind of spoke about, more Fear Dragon and more what he's been doing outside of StarCraft. They spoke about his introduction to StarCraft and how he got into StarCraft for the first time, and how he got into Brood War, and how he got into SE2. Like there's like a lot that they kind of got into themselves, and because I do recommend it. Do recommend checking out the interview itself. There's definitely a lot there, and I think more importantly, I find it exciting to know that there are more interviews to come. I kind of spoke about it at the beginning, but the StarCraft historian, he was there at DreamHack Dallas. I'm sure he interviewed as many people as he could, and we're only just now getting these videos about Fear Dragon, about Jumi. I'm sure there are more to come, so I look forward to it. I do think that the SE historian is a really good interviewer as well. So I appreciate the content that he makes, and I look forward to more of these discussions and more of these interviews. Look forward to it. So shout out to the SE historian. Unless Kura has anything else you want to add regarding the Fear Dragon interview?
No, not really. I feel like you said pretty much what I would want to say. Also, viewers, whoever watches this, whether in a VOD or on live or whatever, your contribution to the scene matters. Because I often see that, like, the mindset, like, oh, I have 3 followers, it doesn't matter if I like share the news with anyone. It does matter, because if even one person spots it and they're like, oh, you know what, I want to go to this event, or like, oh, I want to like watch this event, that already helps. So I just want to say that, like, no matter how much you feel like you're a nobody, like, you can still contribute to the scene. You don't have to actively like be the one organizing the event, but you can still contribute to like events organized by others.
Yeah. I think an example of that is Reddit and Twitter. I'll be honest. This is me venting my frustrations. Fun fact: whenever a GLHF interview is conducted, and it might be the case for some of these interviews as well, Zombiergub would not post them to Reddit. I think with the expectation that someone else would, and I'd often wait a couple of days, sometimes a week, and they would not be posted, and people would not know about it. And as if you check my Reddit history, like I was the one that posted a bunch of them because no one else was. I'm like, I'm like, guys, like what's happening right now?
Yeah, with Reddit specifically, it's a bit tricky because they had like these promotional rules and stuff. So like the creators themselves don't really want to do it because of that. But like, yeah, like somebody could. Right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Is it doesn't have to be Zombie Grub, because as you said, because of the Reddit rules, as a content creator, you can't post your own content, or it's like discouraged to post your own content. So you have to rely on someone else posting it. And I'm like, is no one else gonna do it? Like, what's going on? So like, it would often be like a couple of days later, where I would have to post it instead. Same with, I would imagine, a lot of these interviews. I wouldn't be surprised if, I think the Fear Dragon one is on Reddit. I don't know if the Jumi one's on Reddit. I don't know if the Stars Segura interviews are on Reddit. I don't know if we're about to get into some Basilisk and Shopify interviews. I don't know if they're on Reddit. But like, very often they're not posted. And because that people don't watch it, people don't know about it, people don't share it. Same with on Twitter as well, right? On Twitter, even like a retweet, a like does boost it, something like that as well. Like it doesn't, like it's, and that's not even a big thing to do. Yeah, because like the algorithm, right? Liking a video on YouTube, you go full content creator, like, subscribe, or post a comment. But like, unironically, that does actually like boost the algorithm. That does make the video more accessible, more viewed by more people as well. Like like little things like that help.
Then the algorithm knows that people like it, so like it will recommend it more often to other people who may also like it.
Yeah, like little things like that actually help. And I think it's very normal for people to just consume and not to do things like that, for sure. But like, I don't know, I feel like right now we're in a time where I think things like that are more important for StarCraft, just because we're, again, moving on into this era where we're going to have less support from some of these bigger names and big organizations, and have to try and rally together ourselves, right? So yeah, that all helps. It all does help. So for sure, I'll definitely echo those sentiments. As we get into our next big interview, I just mentioned him, Jimmy. Shout out to Jimmy. Yes, the Jimmy. Oh my god.
I did want to mention something. A C Story has been calling him Yumi. And I wonder if that's the correct pronunciation, because he doesn't correct him. So maybe that's how it's supposed to be pronounced.
He did say Yumi. Yes, he did say Yumi.
And I think he did. I think he himself says it like that as well. But I wasn't sure if that's like, like an accent thing or something. But no, they consistently say Yumi.
Yeah, I'll message him. I'll let him know that he's saying it incorrectly.
Good. I was expecting you to make sure.
I'll let him know. But yes. So shout out to Jimmy. Jimmy just had his interview with the SE Historian as well. As we mentioned, SE Historian, he was at Dream Dallas, so I'm sure there were many interviews conducted. So this is, again, the second of many more, I hope and I assume. But yeah, shout out to Jimmy. Jimmy, he opened up a little bit, and he hasn't gone in. I don't think he's ever gone into detail as of it, in regards to his own medical issues. I know that I think he's been a little bit more reserved in actually vocalizing specifically what it is. But he has mentioned it in the past, in the sense that because of certain medical issues, it's definitely stopped him from competing or from playing, from taking part in certain events, and he goes into it a little bit deeper. He doesn't specify, so I wouldn't probe that. But he doesn't specify. But he actually speaks about how that's actually how he got into competing in StarCraft. I think one of the most wholesome things, Kuro, I don't know if you have listened to the interview. One of the most wholesome things that I did not know, but like it also dates us. Apparently, the way that he got into StarCraft was his dad got into the SE2 beta. Of course, it was his dad got into SE2 beta, and he actually was really good. And I want to say his dad stopped playing in Heart of the Swarm.
Yes,
but his dad was actually GM.
Yeah,
like he was actually.
He said he was top 80 GM, so not even any GM, top 80 GM.
Yeah, he was top 80 on Europe, which is like,
someone search the records who was in top 80 that we do not recognize.
That's crazy to think about that. To think about how
his father is
Jimmy. Exactly. Confirmed. Jimmy's one of Dimaga's many children.
Hold on, actually, he did say race, didn't he? I think he said race. Zerg. Yeah, so it is Dimaga.
Confirmed. But he spoke about how his dad got him into how he used to watch his dad when he was little. And I think, I mean, Kura, I think you have similar stories, but we've already heard similar stories in regards to this with Brood War, how from our generation, a lot of kids would see their parents or their dad play Brood War when they're a kid, and that gets them enamored into it. And to hear Jimmy talk about how when he was a kid, he was seeing his dad play StarCraft 2, that dates us. That makes me feel very old.
Yeah, the moment he said it, it's like, that my dad played, he was like, oh, I see his dad is like probably not much older than me, I guess.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. That's crazy to think about. Just watching your dad playing and competing in StarCraft 2 and that motivating you to do the same.
Mhm.
But it was
I
really
mean,
cute. It was really cute. It was really
we
wholesome to
say
hear.
that. We say that, but wasn't it similar for Clem as well? Like, I know his dad plays. I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
how good he is, but I'm pretty sure that's also, like, through him that Clem got into the game.
It's a little bit different because I'm pretty sure his dad was more of a casual player. To hear Jimmy's dad to be GM, like that's like damn, like
that's
that's
good.
impressive. What I love about that is that he can literally like play the ladder as a kid, be beaten, and say like, "Hey, my dad's gonna beat you up."
Yeah, my dad is gonna come and beat you up. And then his dad shows up and beats them up.
50 GM, top 50 GM. Okay, he's gonna clown all over you. Oh my god. Yeah, it was very wholesome hearing about that, and as I mentioned, he did speak a little bit more about how unfortunately, again we don't know what exactly, but because of certain medical issues, like he hasn't been able to, I should say, because of that, during COVID, he actually was kind of stuck at home for a long time, and that's actually when he started competing. And I feel like that's the case, maybe not necessarily because of medical issues, but he's basically one of the COVID generation of players, where players like Jimmy, players like Geralt, players like Eva, but there's like a lot of players that like started rising through the ranks and started competing a lot more regularly around 2020. Baby Marine, like Mixu, Fiant, like there's a lot of these players like from around the COVID era of StarCraft. Because of COVID, they did spend more time competing, more time playing, and they started rising up and becoming like the next generation of pro player. Jimmy is one of them, so it was really cool to hear his story. It'd be nice to hear from some of the others as well, so I'm waiting for them as well from the side of SE Historian. But yeah, it's really cool to hear from him, and he specifically did, reference back to the COVID era of StarCraft, how that's when, because he was stuck at home, he had time to compete and to play, so he just started playing StarCraft, and he had no intention of going pro, he had no intention of getting good, he just did. I think he said, like, he accidentally got good at the game. It's like, so he just, so he started competing.
I actually kind of relate to that, where people are asking you, like, yeah, so how did you get into, like, the tournament? Or is this like I'm just kind of here. Things just happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't, like, actively go into this.
Yeah. So he spoke about that as well, and his rise in recent times. This was one of his first events as well. He spoke about how he went to DreamHack Valencia, so it's not his first big offline event, but this was his biggest offline event. And because he's a younger player, because he's a little bit less experienced in that kind of setting, like that also did kind of hurt him in his play. You can have a look at his results at Wikipedia in regards to DreamHack Dallas, but he definitely did underperform, I would say, and he feels like he did as well. Like just not used to playing on a stage, not used to playing in front of people, and not having the same regular setup that you have at home. So that really did hurt him in a way. I found it interesting when he spoke about his kind of like mental state. We'll get into this in regards to some of the other players later on in the other interviews. But he spoke about how that's like a big part of how well he can perform is like his mood and and like how he feels like coming into a tournament as well. He spoke about how unfortunately, because of the medical issues that he's had, like there are times where he's lost games because of that as well, or he hasn't been able to practice, he hasn't been able to be in shape or be in form for certain big online events because of that. So there's that's also kind of been plaguing him and hurting him, and it definitely can be a frustrating thing for him to deal with. So that's something that he's been trying to overcome, or I guess trying to accept. Is that there are certain things that are out of his control that can sometimes influence or affect how he plays. So my heart does go out to Jimmy. Like he's a really hard worker. He competes a lot. He plays a lot, but there are sometimes other things that to influence like his state of play. I think he spoke about how I reached out to him just before this PondCast, because he spoke about how last year during the off season, like he, for whatever reason, he spoke about he decided to just play in as much as he could, play in every single online tournament that he could. I think he said that he played like 500 games in the month of December, and how like he was grinding hard and getting really good results, and he has. Like if you've been watching Jimmy over the past 6 months, like he's been getting some very good results, and has definitely risen through the ranks of the European region in what feels like a short amount of time. Like it's really cool to see him competing and improving the way that he has. And shout out to Jimmy, he's going to be playing this weekend at Home Story Cup as well. But I reached out to him because a question that was never asked was why? Like why here? Why now? Why did he decide to do that? So I did reach out to him and ask him, and for whatever reason, like he said that he just wanted to prove it to himself, maybe to prove it to other people as well, that like he could improve, he could do better. I think he spoke as well that during winter, like he does like going outside. He does like, you know, spending time there, touching grass, if you will. But during the winter, like especially because of you know, his medical issues, like he can't really do much. He's kind of like stuck at home for the most part. So I guess it kind of lined up. But he was stuck at home during winter anyway last year, and so he just doubled down. He just committed as hard as possible. He wanted to prove to himself, to prove to others, and he excelled as a result. Like he improved so much in such a short period of time. So it's really cool to see. Really, I would say even motivating to see as well. He even name dropped us in the SE Historian interview. He said the CranKy Duckling tournament.
Notice.
Yeah, and when he responded to me, he said that there was like a turtle tussle that I think he had won, and after that happened, he got more motivated to play in more tournaments and to play in as much as he can. Like he got hyped from that, and I was like, let's go. So
that means we succeeded. I mean, that's basically the reason why we're there, right?
True. That's the reason why we run tournaments for sure. So yeah, it feels good. Feels good to hear from Jimmy, and again he name dropped us, which I appreciate, for sure. So much love to Jimmy. Quickly checking here, other things he spoke about. So I'm looking at my notes, and it says that his dad was top 80 GM. Crazy. All right, I didn't mention, but apparently Jimmy got StarCraft 2 for his birthday as well. Like his dad got him StarCraft 2 for his birthday, which was again really cute to hear. Really cute.
We need do we need to like drag his dad out of retirement and like do a show match or something with him?
We'll do a father-son show match.
Yeah, give him like a week to prepare to like get his muscle memory back and see how they fare.
Let's go. Beautiful. Yeah, it was also interesting to hear him talk about certain events. Like, it also like dated us a little bit. Like, I think the SE Historian asked him like, "Oh, like how does it feel like being on the same team as SOS?" And he was like, "I mean, like when SOS was in his prime, like I was like 10 years old. Like I
would say that was a very honest answer where he was like, you know, he could have said like, oh, like just such a legend, but he said honestly like at the time where SOS was at his peak, like he wasn't really like into the scene. So it makes sense.
So it doesn't mean so it doesn't mean as much to him because there's no context there, because he wasn't around for that sort of thing, which does make sense. And it also, it's like, yeah, true. Like, what, you know, SOS, when did he win I Am Katowice? That was like, what, 2013, 2014?
2014.
Like,
I remember that specifically. It's been 10 years.
Yeah, beginning of 2014.
Over 10 years.
Yeah. It's been over 10 years since SOS won I Am Katowice.
11 years.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah. Ebo wasn't even born, you know, like back then. Like, that's crazy. Hi. Jimmy and his dad versus Eba and Light Wen. True. I was gonna say Jimmy and his dad versus Clem and his dad. I think that would be fun. Oh god.
To be fair, I'm wondering because I wanted to also like involve Clem's dad somehow, but considering how good Clem is, maybe it wouldn't be actually that unbalanced.
That's what I mean. I think the average skill of Clem and his dad versus Jimmy and his dad might be quite close. I agree. Yeah. I think that'd be a good match.
We need to make that happen.
We need the father-son.
Come back to me if you hear that. I know you have contacts.
Let's go. Beautiful.
Yeah, we can involve Sarah. Does Sarah's dad play? Have we heard of that? I know he actively follows the scene, but I don't know if he plays.
I don't know if he plays.
Same with Raynor's dad. I also know that Raynor's dad like follows the scene, but I don't think he plays himself. Yeah, unless he started after.
Because I know that for Raynor, I think he spoke about how his brother got him into it. So it's a little bit different.
I don't remember if it was his brother. No, for Raynor, no, because his brother is Baby Mine. I don't think they have another one. And Baby Mine is younger.
No, are they three brothers?
I honestly don't remember. But I'm pretty sure, from what I remember, that the way Raynor got into StarCraft was that one day his dad took him to the store to buy a game, and he just picked one because he liked the cover, and that was it. I think that was the story for Raynor.
The one trivia piece I know about Raynor is that Raynor was meant to be, his ID was meant to be spelt the same way that you spell Jim Raynor, but he just misspelled it because he was so young. So he misspelled Jim Raynor as Raynor, and he just stuck with it.
Look, he's not the only one who did it as a child, right?
True. But that's the one true piece that I know about Raynor. I God damn it.
Also, Yaku is bringing up that we could get Sarah's brother, but I feel like I wonder if that would be fair, because Sarah's brother was actually competing. He was actually in tournaments.
Yeah, it'll be fair. It'll be fine. But yeah. Regardless, it was a wholesome interview. I do recommend checking it out. And again, much love to Jimmy. We're a little bit biased because Jimmy, he did name drop us for sure. But do recommend it. And shout out to SE Historian for conducting said interview as well. And again, I do look forward to seeing more from SE Historian and more from the interviews conducted at DreamHack Dallas. I'm sure there's plenty of them. Sure, there's plenty of them. As that leads us into our next set of interviews here. That leads us into the Basilisk Boy interviews. This was quite fun, actually. So the first interview here, apparently we missed it because this was posted a month ago. But this was actually an interview that was conducted during Star Zagora. So they were all together for Star Zagora. So this was taking place in Bulgaria. It was filmed in Bulgaria. So they kind of made reference to that as well. This content piece was three keys in 3 days. This was right after Trigger, Serral, and Raynor all qualified for Esports World Cup through the online regionals. So there was a nice little interview that they had together here, and honestly, it was a lot of fun. I think it really showed off the personality of the players quite a bit, specifically Raynor and Serral. Like it's especially if you've watched Serral from the beginning and you've seen how, like, Serral, he was almost, if not as bad as Spirit, like in the beginning, right? Like where Serral, he was very emotionless and barely said anything.
For a long time, it was an achievement to get Serral to smile.
Exactly, right? He's, over the past like however many years, like Serral has grown and Spirit has stayed stagnant. But like here, like you get to see Serral. He's very much out of his shell. He's making jokes as well. He's poking fun. Like seeing, I do really love the Serral and Raynor dynamic, and I do recommend this interview just to see them interact. Unfortunately, Trigger, he does feel like he's a little bit of the odd one out, because he's very reserved. He's also, I will say I don't think he's as bad as Spirit, but he's in that trajectory where he's like.
I will disagree. Because the thing about Trigger is that he's very stoic, like in his expression, but the things he say can be very spicy. Like that's the difference. Where Spirit is just that, but Trigger has the memes in him. He just doesn't express himself as actively.
That's what I would say. Like there's like sir, if you know anything about the CranKy Ducklings lore, we have the y-axis, okay, we have the x-axis, right, in regards to like Protoss play, right, with Rain on one end, you got Zest, and then you got Patience, okay. This is similar, where maybe on one end of the spectrum you have Spirit, who's like the most we're ragging on Spirit so much this podcast. We have the most bland personality.
Spirit,
on the other side,
Spirit
you have like Stefano.
Innovation cosplay.
He is. So on one extreme you have Spears, on the other extreme you have like Stefano, for example, or like MC, right, as like the most like bombastic personality, or like Dragon, like 69ing, right? Maybe that's the most extreme. I don't know. But you have the two extremes. I would say that Trigger, he leans more towards Spirit than towards the other.
Yes.
Like he's in that area more so. Not all the way, but like that's more.
Right.
What
We were
is.
just talking about how the kids these days don't know SOS, and you're bringing up like Dragon and MC. They've never even heard those names.
Yo, Dragon, I would say that Dragon is more modern, because I'm pretty sure I saw Dragon streaming this year, by the way. I'm pretty sure he streamed at the start of the year.
He's still streaming, I'm pretty sure. Every time he's not banned anyway. But like
exactly.
I don't think like the kids these days # like know who that is.
True,
know
true.
the
When I say
meme.
Dragon 69, they do not
They
understand.
do not understand.
Oh, no.
It's like,
Don't worry about it, don't
Grandpa,
worry.
stop.
You don't have to worry about. Don't look it up. It's fine. It's fine.
Do not look it up.
But yeah. So I will say that I feel like, and shout out to Roddy. Like I feel like Rotterdam, he does his best to like prompt Trigger and to like direct questions to him to get him a little bit more involved in the conversation that's happening. And again, as you mentioned, like Trigger, he can be quite spicy himself in some of the things that he says. So much love to Trigger for sure. But for the most part, like it's fun to see like Rainer and Cyril bantering as much as they do. I think Rainer, there was a line because they spoke about their performances in the qualifiers for EWC, and Cyril was saying like, oh no, yeah, I had a pretty easy time, and Rainer was like, it was pretty tough, like I don't think I played well against Cyril, and Cyril's like, I don't think you ever played good against me. Like, I was like, damn.
Specifically, Rainer said that like if he played well, he would take Cyril easy. And Cyril's like, well,
Yeah,
I don't know, I've never seen you play well.
Yeah. Like that was like a sick burn there. I was like, damn. Oh my god. But like, yeah, there's a lot of banter. There's a lot of banter between Cyril and Rainer, which I find a lot of fun. Especially because like that it's like friendly banter as well. Like they're teammates, they're good friends. So like there's no like malice or anything between them. But like the banter is definitely there, and it's it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun seeing them interact. When it comes to some of the substance of the interview, Cyril, he did say that he felt like he had the hardest time against Cristiano during the qualifier, which I found very interesting. I mean, I do think the Cristiano versus Cyril matches were very intense, and there were definitely good moments for Cristiano as well. And I think Cyril, he also gave props to that. Meanwhile, because they were at Stars Agora, this is where they emphasize something that I mentioned previously regarding the interviews at Stars Agora. But here they emphasize how it did feel bad knowing that they are already in EWC and they're playing against players that are fighting for that spot at Stars Agora, and it feels bad to knock them down. They were referencing players like Lambo, players like Showtime, players like Spirit, Piotr as well, how like it definitely, there's less weight on their shoulders because they already qualified, but they know that this tournament means even more to some of the other players that are there, and it feels bad to beat them. Like obviously they're still going to play their best, and obviously they're still going to like go at it their hardest, but they know that there's that extra weight on some of the other players' shoulders, and that's definitely something that they're aware of, and something that is kind of sad about it. I think they even spoke about how at the venue where they practice, there's a limited amount of PCs there, and when some of the players that have yet to qualify for EWC arrived, like they gave up their PCs to let them practice and let them get ready, because like again, like they know that it means more to them, right? So that was like an extra layer of tension at Stars Agora for those players. And of course, after the fact, we know that Showtime, he was the person that performed well enough to make it to EWC through Stars Agora. So congratulations to Showtime. But yeah, it was definitely interesting to hear from the players that that's also something that we're thinking about. Like they're also thinking about how it affected some of the other players there, some of their other friends, more importantly, right? Like they're all good friends with Spirit, with Showtime, with Lambo. That's the other interesting thing about StarCraft and the StarCraft scene and the StarCraft community is that, everyone's more or less on good terms, and there are a lot of like friendships among them as well. And it can always be heartbreaking to have that kind of dynamic, but also still be in a competitive 1v1 environment, right? So yeah, do check it out. It's not too long. It's 7.5 minutes of an interview, and yeah, I do recommend it in regards to seeing the players interact with each other, but also hearing like their own perspective as well in regards to Stars Agora, in regards to that event. So I do recommend it. Meanwhile, that leads us into our next pieces of Basilisk footage here, or Basilisk content. I really like this. I think we were giving praise, myself and Yako, this was last year, we were giving praise to Talon Esports because it felt like they were a team that picked up Dark purely because of EWC. Or I should say, in an era of where teams are picking up players purely because of EWC, Talon Esports, they may have only picked up Dark because of EWC as well, but they supported him past it, and they actually created content with Dark as well, right? Creating like these little like social media pieces, right? That it felt like the owner was a lot more closer, a lot more invested into Dark than some of these other teams are. And because of that, we always appreciate whenever a team does go the extra mile to actually make content with their players. Basilisk is one of them, of course. And again, Basilisk, they're a little more dedicated to StarCraft. Like, they didn't pick up their players because of EWC or anything like that, like ROC Esports, for example, or Virtus Pro, or Twisted Minds, or Weibo Gaming. Like, the people working behind the scenes at Basilisk, like, they have a little more passion for StarCraft. And because of that, they're making these Road to EWC short like pieces. It's nothing too major. There's 2 of them so far. They're both like a minute, if not less than a minute long. So they're very short, bite-sized, but they're meant to, give you a little bit of hype, a little bit of insight, a piece of the players leading up to the Esports World Cup, which is really cool. Like, I do really appreciate it. I wish more teams did this. I wish more teams did this. So I definitely have a little love to those for Basilisk. The first one that they released here was actually a bit of a way to hype up Trigger, which I also appreciate as well. I mentioned how Trigger, he's a little more reserved, he's less bombastic, he's that's the way that I would put it. So in the first piece, I actually had some words from Cyril, some words from Rainer, hyping up Trigger a little bit, or talking about like what they feel is the best quality of Trigger in StarCraft. And I think they both had the same sentiment. I think they both said they both brought up his micro and his unit control and his just micro and control in general. Now that's something that they feel like is what Trigger does best. There was also another. Oh, sorry, that was the second piece. The first piece, they actually spoke about, how they get ready for a big event and how an offline event is different to an online event. I think Trigger, he spoke about sleep. He was like, he tries to like adjust the sleep schedule for an offline event if he's ever traveling, so he can like, be well rested. So remember to sleep, remember to veg. That was Trigger's advice. Rainer, he said that in the lead up to tournaments.
I just want to say that like that kind of plays into the narrative we made for Trigger, where he makes Clem go to bed and like he's the mom of the house.
Yes. Go to bed, or you'll regret it. We saw that Rainer, he spoke about how in the lead up to a big event, like a weekend event, he feels like stamina is a really important thing. So he tries to grind as much as he can, and he tries to get used to the idea of playing for an extended period of time. This does make sense for like a weekend tournament, because a weekend tournament, you have like 2 12-hour days condensed into a weekend. And there's just a lot of StarCraft, and there's a lot happening at once. So you have to be able to, like, stamina and endurance definitely is a thing that does take part in those like big weekend tournaments. So he spoke about that. And for Cyril, he said it's the same. He's like, online event, offline event,
I will say
it's the same.
It is pretty funny to ask Cyril about online events when he barely plays online.
It's true. He said that for offline tournaments, he says that maybe if you know your opponent ahead of time, you can like prepare specifically for like people that are going to be there. Like if he knows that like a Maru's going to be there or a hero's going to be there, like he can ahead of time, he can like, try to study his opponent. But outside of that, like it's the same. so there you go. So you heard from Rainer, Trigger, and Cyril as well. And I'm sure we're going to be getting more of these little bite-sized, like little content pieces in the lead up to EWC from Basilisk. So look forward to it. Do recommend it. Do check it out over on Twitter. I should also emphasize that the interviews from Star Zagora are all on YouTube. These little content pieces from Basilisk, they're on Twitter. I don't think they're on their YouTube platform or YouTube channel. Just as a heads up, if you're looking for them, for example. So do check it out on Twitter. That leads us into one of the other big teams that actually makes content for their players, by the way. So shout out to Basilisk, shout out to Shopify as well. Shopify, they have these, they created these little interviews, these coffee times with their players during their boot camp. Now, this was a boot camp that they did organize, I believe, in the lead up to DreamHack Dallas. So these were recorded quite some time ago, but they're just now being released. So they had a coffee time with Lambo, and they had a coffee time with Hearthstone as well, and these are on YouTube, so they're both on the YouTube platform. Just as a heads up, the Hearthstone one was released a month ago. Lambo one was released yesterday, so we have two of them. And yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. You can actually hear TLO. So TLO, he was in the background. He was asking some of the questions and I guess preparing the questions as well for the interview. And they spoke about their time during the boot camp at the Shopify HQ, which I believe is in Canada, if I'm not mistaken. Which I believe is in Canada. I'm just looking for my notes. So they will ask some interviews or some questions regarding kind of like the bootcamp itself, regarding, you know, how they prepare and some other varying questions as well. From the side of Hearthstone, he actually started off speaking about how he does prefer practicing in Canada, in America, the latter at least, for one reason. He is actually a morning person, and he actually, I mean, we all know this, of course, but he actually was throwing shade at a lot of the European pros because he spoke about how a lot of the EU players, they're all degens and they wake up at, you know, midday, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Like, you know, we know who that is. We looks over at Clem and looks over at MaxPax. But like a lot of the EU players, they wake up very late. And because of that, and because he's a morning person and he prefers to play in the morning, if he queues up for the ladder at like 9, 10, 11 a.m., there's no one there. Like it's like no one's awake. Like everyone is still in bed, and he's like, "The hell." So he prefers playing actually on EU from Canada, from the Americas, because he can wake up in the morning, play, and over in Europe they're already awake. Like they're already awake, and it's already like prime gaming time for them. So he's able to practice and play in the morning and actually get some good practice in, and then in the evenings, the afternoon, he can spend that doing other things, you know, spending time with all the other players that are there. At the boot camp, he spoke about how there they do like internal practice, or like they can, you know, spend time doing other things. He can then film videos and do other content in the afternoons instead. So he was talking about how he prefers, it's kind of like a schedule that he prefers, and he benefits from being at the HQ in the Americas, or in Canada, which I found interesting. So now we have confirmation. Hearthstone is not a degen. He's not a degen. There you go. Likewise, there were also some more fun questions asked towards Hearthstone, and I think he was asked about traveling and food, and he spoke about how he really enjoys like meat and cuisine in Asia, and it's something that is apparently missing a little bit in just how they season food in Europe. So he's like really into like a lot of the Asian food whenever he goes to Korea, whenever he goes to Southeast Asia as well. But he mentioned something that I actually have experience with. He spoke about how like recently he's been trying to be a vegetarian, and traveling to Korea is awful for that because they are a very meat heavy country. And I have my own personal anecdote regarding that. Is I remember I have a friend that's vegetarian, and we went to Korean barbecue one time. That is the worst place to go if you're a vegetarian, because there was nothing.
I mean, to be
there was
fair,
almost nothing.
You're going to a barbecue. What do you expect?
True, but there's like other Korean cuisine there as well. I think they got kimchi pancakes. That kimchi pancakes. So they could have that. They could have that at least. There was no meat in that, but it was that was very little. Like in general for a lot of like Korean cuisine, like it's not too vegetarian friendly. And he spoke about how like going to Korea as a vegetarian was a struggle. Like there was not a lot there. And I've heard similar things from others that have said visited Korea. So that was a struggle. And he said that he preferred. He was recently in Thailand. I think he spoke about. I think for his wedding, for his honeymoon, they went to Thailand. And there, like there was a lot more variety, and he enjoyed a lot more. So at least in regards to like vegetarian cuisine, he was all about Thailand. Just cool to hear. They also spoke about like the content that he makes, something that I didn't know apparently, because I'll be honest, I appreciate Hearthstone's content. I do not watch it though, unfortunately. I just don't have the time. He spoke about how like apparently like some of his most popular content on his YouTube channel are his vlogs. I didn't even know he vlogged, but apparently he does. And he said that like there's like a random video. There's like a video where he went to like a petting zoo from like 4 years ago. It's
like
one
the only vlog of his I've seen. Does he do others? I didn't know there's more.
Apparently he's done others, but it says something that's the only one that you've seen, because he said that's his highest viewed one. Like for whatever reason, like a lot of people really wanted to see him at the petting zoo. It's like, okay, so
I think it was because it was very memey because he was petting goats. I think that's what it was. And
There
I
you
think he
go.
promoted it like that he's like visiting goats or something.
Uh-huh.
People heard goats and they had to check it.
Yes, they wanted to see him pet several. True. So yeah, he spoke about that. He spoke about how I think he mentioned something about like editing as well, which I found interesting. He spoke about how he tries not to over edit or to make his videos too fancy, just because if you start doing that, then that's what people expect. And so then if you stop doing that, or if you don't implement that kind of editing style or that much effort into a video, then people they feel like you're putting less effort into a video, and then people will think less or think worse of that video as a result. So in a roundabout way, he's talking about like setting expectations for his content and what he wants out of it, and to be careful about that sort of thing, which I found insightful, which I found interesting, and probably correct as well. You know, the meme takeaway from that is like, you make low quality content to make sure people enjoy it for far longer. But like I do feel like there was a lot of value in some of what he said about like how he makes content and his editing style and all of that. So yeah, I found it really interesting. The reason why the vlogging stuff came up was I think he was asked like, what's his favorite content that he's produced, and then he spoke about his vlogs. It's like, oh, okay, I just didn't even know. So yeah, it was fun to hear from Hearthstone. And again, shout out to those working at Shopify and Tilo as well for creating this and for having more of these. Again, the Hearthstone video came out a month ago. The Lambo video came out yesterday. So I would imagine we're going to be seeing content and videos regarding Björn, Scarlet, and hopefully another as well. What I mean by that, something that we didn't know, is something that I didn't know, that we found out during the Lambo video, is that apparently Estrella was also there. Estrella, Max Angel, he was also there, which also I think explains a little bit more as to Estrella's current skill level. Like Estrella, he's been finding a lot more success recently. Of course, Estrella, he recently did qualify for EWC through the global qualifiers. We'll be getting into that later. But yeah, I think Estrella has been impressing a lot of people recently, and apparently he was boot camping with the Shopify boys. So there you go. So it's really cool to hear that apparently he was with them. I know that he's not a part of the team, but if he was there, I hope that they make something with him. I hope that they take advantage of that, and that they at least have an interview and hopefully make some content with him as well. Obviously, as a guest, he's not a part of the team, but it would be nice if they did something with that. I would hope so. I would hope so. When it comes to Lambo, he had some other interesting questions as well. He was asked like, if he were to do something other than competing in StarCraft, what would he do? His answer was to coach. To coach. He, of course, we all know it's infamously or famously known that he coached Raynor, of course, to win IEM Katowice. And apparently he also coached him to win Gamers 8 as well. And he spoke about how the beginning of that, actually. He spoke about how the only reason why he reached out to Raynor was because he was upset that he didn't qualify. Apparently, like, because Lambo is obviously a competitor, he failed to qualify for IEM Katowice, and he was really frustrated and upset because he had prepared a bunch of builds for it, and now was kind of like a bunch of work put to waste. So he reached out to Raynor. He was like, hey, what if we work together? What if I helped you? What if we practice together? What if you took some of my insights, some of my builds? What if I helped you strategize as well and study players and coach you for the event? Raynor was like, yeah, let's go. He's like, let's go. And I mean, it worked. With great success there. I mean, Raynor, he was able to be that IEM Katowice champion. He actually mentioned how for Gamers 8, it was the opposite, where Raynor reached out to him. Apparently, likewise, though, Lambo also failed to qualify for Gamers 8, so he was not going to be a part of that tournament. But Raynor, he reached out to him, and he's like, I think his phrasing was, "Hey, let's run it back," and he's like, "Yeah, let's go." So, and it led to Raynor becoming the champion. So he was able to win it all. And he spoke about how, like, unironically, when it comes to coaching Raynor for those two events, like, he was probably more nervous than Raynor for those tournaments. He felt like he was competing. Like he felt that same energy and that same rush watching Reiner as if he was playing, just because like he was that invested into Reiner's performance. And he got a lot out of it. He really enjoyed it. So he spoke about how like if he wasn't a pro, he and if StarCraft was a little bit of a bigger scene, a bigger esport, he probably would already be a coach by now. And I guess that kind of goes in line with some of the content that creates. I think Harsam already spoke about this as well in his interview, talking about how like Harsam, some of the best content that he enjoys creating are like guide videos that are really informative and really well thought out. For Lambo, like I think he's like really proud of like the coaching that he does and like seeing players grow over time, and because he does a lot of coaching himself, not necessarily for pro players but for other players. He provides coaching services, and he gets like a lot of he gets a lot of value out of that, which is really cool to hear. I think they also spoke about how like when you're coaching someone, like how does it feel like to compete in an environment where you're friends and you're practicing with other people that you're competing against. And I think he spoke about how like for the most part, like especially amongst the Europeans, like they're all friends anyway, like they're all good friends, like there's no malintent sort of stuff. They don't necessarily like if they do customs with each other. I think he has a rule where he said that like he doesn't share custom game replays with other people if people ask him for that sort of stuff. Like there's like an unwritten rule where you like you lock that stuff down. Like you make sure you don't like backstab anyone or share like custom replays with another person just to give them like a leg up on someone else. Like it was like a question that was asked, and yeah, he went into detail as to at least his philosophy regarding that sort of thing, which I found interesting. Again, that's like more insight when it comes to the player side of things and what the players have to go through as well when preparing for tournaments and preparing for events. I think one of the fun things that we heard, which makes sense, which we've also noticed as well, is he spoke about how a fun thing that he's noticed is if there's ever a big tournament coming up, or if he ever qualifies for a tournament, he notices pro players subscribe to his channel so they can watch his VODs. if he ever qualifies, or if he's for like a dream hack, for example, like the day of or the next day, he checks and he sees like the notification of like X and X subscribed. He's like, I see what you're doing. Or he says like sometimes there are burner accounts where there's like a Twitch name that he's never seen before, and he checks and it was made like the same day and they randomly subscribed. He's like, you're like, he doesn't know who it is, but he knows that like it's probably like a player that's like subscribing just because his VODs are behind a paywall. So like they're subscribing just so they can study him.
So really, he's calling them out to use their real names, you know?
Yes.
Just admit it.
So I found it fun because it's like unique to him, and I guess to some of the other pros that are also streamers as well, where that's something that's like also a factor where. And that's something that he has to think about himself as well. Like he speaks about how if he's ever preparing for a tournament, there are straight up builds that he does not do on stream because he wants to hide them. He wants to preserve them. Also because that as well, because he knows that people are watching, right? He knows that other competitors, other people in the scene are watching his stream as well to study him. So he knows that that's like another X factor that he has to be wary of. He also speaks on, something that we all know that he's already been vocal about, is that's why he doesn't play in online tournaments and why he dislikes online tournaments or online weeklies specifically, because it's more opportunities for people to study you. And that's something that he cares about a lot, about when in regards to preparation and hiding builds and competing as well, is to show as little as possible to give yourself the biggest edge coming into a big tournament. So that's... we already knew this. He's already been vocal about the reason why he doesn't play in these weeklies. One of the reasons, I should say, why he doesn't play in the weeklies and why he dislikes it is to hide those builds and hide those strategies. Not just that, like he also talks about like, the meta of that, where if he is playing in a weekly and if he is getting casted, then he knows people are watching. So because of that, he's in a weird predicament where he can be like, okay, I'm playing against this player. I have an idea for a build. I know it's going to work on this map, but people are watching, so I'm not going to do it. so I have to do something subpar. I have to play worse. I have to play and execute a worse strategy that I know is going to be less effective because I need to hide my real one for like an important match or for an important game. So he plays in a way, quote unquote, he plays worse, or he's forced to like play a little bit worse because he knows he's being watched, because he knows he's being streamed, because he doesn't want to reveal his hand, that sort of thing. So like there's that comes into play for him. I'm not saying that happens to everyone. It doesn't. Because you got players like Hero and Clem that don't care. They play in everything anyway. They don't give a damn. But for him, at least, like he feels the need to do that, and that's something that he specifically does care about as well. Which again, it's interesting to hear from that perspective. I wouldn't know if Rainer and Cyril feel the same way. Maybe they do, maybe they don't in some way. But at least for Lambert, that's the case for him. That's why he doesn't compete as much in these online tournaments. He would prefer. Again, just because of how highly he places some of these other events and how highly he places like his style and his strategies. Because the reality is, like, more often than not, he does come up with certain builds and specific play styles and specific strategies for his opponents that he does want to like keep close to the chest. We've experienced that as well. Like I don't mind saying this, but there have been times, not just with Lambo, but with other players. So for those who are aware, we cast a lot of StarCraft. We cast almost every weekly, and there have been instances, whether it's with Lambo or with other players as well, where they're like, "Hey, can you not cast us?" Like it's like, "Hey, there's there's DreamHack Dallas coming up, or there's like EWC coming up, or Stars of War coming up. Could you like cast someone else?" And of course, I'll be like, "Yeah, sure. Like I'm fine with that." But like that's something that we encounter as well. Like there are definitely players where they like where there are instances where we're looking to cast a player and looking to cast a series out of WTCV Monday or Pegasus Cup or our own Sparkling Tuna Cup or something like that, and the player's like, "Hey, like I would appreciate it if you let us play, under a little bit of anonymity and hide our style at least for this week." And we're like, "Yeah, sure, like that's fine." But that's also something that happens like for us as well, and it is sometimes why we wouldn't cast a series, or we would cast a different series instead when we're casting tournaments. It happens. It does happen. Likewise, he also went into depth regarding his own like mentality when it comes to competing, and how that's a big struggle for him. I think that's also known as well. I think that's also widely known. There are definitely videos that Harsum has released talking about like his. I think he's had like a yearly update or like tournament review or something like that, where I think he speaks about it himself. Where something that he struggles with as a competitor is that sometimes if he plays a match and if he loses it, or even if he wins, but if he makes a bunch of mistakes that he knows he shouldn't, or he knows that he could have improved on, he could have done better, he has a really hard time moving on from that. So when he's competing, like again, if he were to like lose like in game 2 or in game 1, it's a loss that like is in the back of his mind, or sometimes at the forefront of his mind more than it should be, and it causes him to lose focus, right? I think he spoke about how there are times where yeah, he would take a loss and then he'd try to shake it off, and then he'd stop thinking about it, and then like a minute later he'd start thinking about it again, like, and he'd just like keep looping, like thinking about that loss and thinking about what he could have done better, what he should have done better, what he can do better, and what he could have changed, and all this other stuff, and he dwells on that loss more than he should, and it influences his play, it impacts his play, it makes him play worse overall. And that's something that, I mean, again, that's something that we've known about Lambert for a long time. And I want to say he made that video like a couple of years ago, but he's bringing it up here. He's mentioning how it's still something that he's trying to work on, that he's trying to improve at, in regards to trying to like block that out and trying to focus on that next step and lock in on the next game. But it's something that he does struggle with. I'm sure there's a lot of people that can relate. I think like personally, my own personal anecdotes. If you've been watching I streamed yesterday. I did a live stream yesterday. And at the end of it, I was like, "Oh yeah, sorry for playing so badly." Like I still remember like this guy. I still remember it. And then I check my history. I think it's a wall of green with like 3 losses. But those 3 losses, I remember them. I remember those losses, Papi. And they're what sticks out in my mind, despite everything else around it. Like it happens for sure. It happens. Maybe to Lambo to a greater extent, but. For sure, I think that's relatable. Dwelling on certain negative things instead of on the positive. But it's something that he's looking to work on as a player. Otherwise, I think that's it. Oh, he also said that Raynor is a very coachable player. he was giving him a lot of praise, saying that like if he tells him to do something, he listens. It's like let's go. But like, despite Raynor's personality, like at least when it comes to practicing and improving, like Raynor, he's definitely one that he's like a sponge. Like he just takes it all in, and he internalizes it, and he's really good at adapting and learning and all that stuff. This is cool to hear. But I believe that wraps up our Shopify interview for Lambo, our coffee time with Lambo. And again, I expect to see a coffee time with Björn, with Scarlett, and I'm hoping with Astrea as well. Like, again, if you have them around, hopefully they made some content. Otherwise, that leads us into our next bit of news. That leads us into a recent announcement here, the Fusion Esports League. That is an offline event that's going to be happening in Krakow or in Krakow. Depending on how you want to pronounce it. But apparently a big event happening in Poland. This came out of left field for me. Apparently there were murmurings and rumors about this for quite some time. I was not privy to that. But yeah, it looks like there's a big event happening, of course, featuring some of the local talent and some international players as well. $8,000 prize pool. Really cool to hear. I'm a little bit surprised that it's not actually organized by those at House, but I do notice that there are some actual sponsors that are shared with the House Galactic Battle sponsors as well. So I'm sure there is some
that
collaboration
is involved. So I think it may be like either like a shared endeavor or just similar group of people just working with a different like sponsor and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That may just be it. It could literally be the same organizing team. It's just not at the House like bar, so it's
I will say though on Wikipedia, which is the most official source of info, because that was actually made by Kashim, who's the admin of this, by the way, so shout outs to Kashim. As organizer, they do list Geralt specifically. So fun fact.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's crazy. Geralt. Oh my god. So yeah, when it comes to the event, it looks like there's a lot. Looks like there's a lot of layers to this. So when it comes to the main event,
I'm gonna give you a quick rundown of how this works. So there will be a separate Polish championship. There is, I believe, one qualifier for Polish championship. And then there's an online Polish championship. There's an online tournament that goes for like 3 days or something like that. And okay, let me check that. But like I think like the top 2 or something advances to the actual offline event. So like there's like some players advance from the Polish qualifiers, like this specifically Polish event, and apart from that, like separate from the Polish championship, there are 3 qualifiers for the offline event itself, and those are open to everyone.
Yes. So specifically it's one player from the Polish Championship. So the champion of the Polish Championship, he is going to be invited to the FEL, to the Fusion Esports League Krakow tournament. And then we have 5 players from the qualifiers. As you mentioned, there are 3 open qualifiers that are open to all, from my understanding. Because they're called open qualifiers.
They are open to everybody, but keep in mind that you are qualifying for an offline event in Poland, in Krakow or Kraków. And the organizers do not pay for travel or anything like that. So like you get there on your own, but you qualify for the event.
Yeah, so it's similar to Star Zagora, if you recall. Star Zagora also did not pay for travel costs. So for this event as well, so qualify at your own risk. But yes, they're going to be open qualifiers, so there are going to be 5 slots available there. There are going to be 2 Polish invites, so I'm sure that will be released after the Polish Championship, and maybe even after the open qualifiers, because there's a chance that, of course, we have Polish players making it through the open qualifiers as well. But then there are going to be some Polish invites and then global invites as well. Whether or not Koreans will be invited, hard to say. Whether or not travel is going to be provided to the invites, that's also hard to say as well. But regardless, it is going to be a big event happening over in Poland. And it's really exciting stuff here. This is going to be taking place, at least the big, international FEL Krakow tournament is going to be taking place in the end of July. Hold on. Curious here.
It's right after EWC.
I was about to say, how does that line up with the Esports World Cup?
It's right after. Because EWC is during the week, it's not on the weekend, and that is on the weekend after EWC.
Okay. That's gonna be an interesting one because you say weekend. It's literally it's on one day, correct? The event is a 1 day event.
Yeah, I believe that's Sunday, 27.
So it's 2 days after EWC.
Yes.
So that is gonna limit the availability of players, I would imagine. Like I don't know if many players are gonna want to compete in EWC and then fly to Poland 2 days later or even 1 day later. Like that is a tight schedule.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, that is a very tight schedule. So that is going to be a factor for a lot of these players. So if you see some players not participate in the qualifiers, that might be a reason as to why. I think another good example of that is Home Story Cup. We'll get into that, but we were discussing it even a couple of days ago, talking about certain players that most likely won't be at Home Story Cup because of EWC, and we now have confirmed players, and that's probably a factor there as well. So yeah, it's definitely that is going to be a factor, but regardless, it's going to be a big event nonetheless. And as I'm sure you're getting to, Kuro, I'm sure there are some players that are willing to do both anyway. I'm sure there's some players that are willing to compete in both, regardless of how much time they have to travel. Like the grind is real.
I was also gonna say that I don't know for EWC specifically, because obviously I don't know what the organization is like there. But I know that there are players who, if they're out of the tournament, they just leave. Like they don't want to stay until the end of the event. Like it depends on the players. Like it's very much a personal thing. But there are some that as soon as they're out of the tournament, they're just gone. They rebook their flights and they want to go home as soon as possible. So they may just choose to go to another tournament.
Yeah, infamously that happened to Solar. That was last year at DreamHack. I think it was DreamHack Dallas last year, where Solar, he got knocked out in the open stage. So as soon as he got knocked out of the tournament, he just rebooked his flight, flew back home just in time to play in I think it was in the What TV Monday or Alima League, but just in time to play an online tournament. so Solar, he was the only one playing because he was the only one that actually rebooked his flight, made it back home in time. Everyone else was still traveling. I think, so I say Open Cup. I'm pretty sure it was an ESL Open Cup because this is back during the EPT Pro Tour. So he flew back in time to compete in ESL Open Cup Asia, and he won because there were no other Koreans playing because everyone else was traveling. So there you go. So as you said, there are some players that do that as well and rebook. So regardless, it is exciting to see another big event. I would say. My biggest issue, the scheduling. Not the biggest fan of the fact that it is so close to EWC. This is such a condensed period in StarCraft. GSL Season 1, GSL Season 2, DreamHack Dallas, Stars, Agora, RSL, Ozcraft, Home Story Cup, the EWC, Epic Land. It's all, bam, in 2 months.
It's all just squeezed in.
Now, FEL, the Fusion Esports League, Krakow as well. All bam, just hyper condensed. It's like, papi, there's more months in the year. I'm just saying, not everything. The year does not end in July. August is right there. August.
No.
Nothing in August.
August is already reserved for StarCraft Evolution Championship. I would like to remind you.
There's nothing in August. There's nothing there. Okay, it's free. There's nothing. So just saying, maybe if you're out there, Zombie Grub, and if you're thinking about hosting the SC2 Safe House, and you're like, oh, you know what? The 26th of July is free. Maybe we can do an offline event there. I would say, just look at August. There's nothing in August. Just August is there crying in the corner because everyone's forgotten about August. Okay, there's no one is booking anything in August. Give them an event. Give August an event.
This is where you are laughing now, but this is where there are 2 offline events every week in August, just because you said that.
No, it's going to be 2 offline events every week in September. And they're just going to purposely just abandon August. They're like, yeah, there's just no room in the schedule. We just had to book everything in September. Like, what do you mean? August is it's right there. Just saying. So that's my big criticism regarding the Fusion Esports League. At this point, I think it's too late to try to reschedule or rebook or anything. It's locked in. But yeah, it's shaking my head. Feels August, man. Feels August, man. Yeah. But regardless, definitely exciting news to see another big event happening in the month of July, alongside every other tournament. God damn it. So I don't envy being a pro player right now, just because there's a lot to travel to, there's a lot to compete in, and there's a lot going on. Whew. And something that Kuro just mentioned, the StarCraft Evolution League Championship that is going to be taking place in August, is that, speaking of SEL, StarCraft Evolution, there is a massive patch and massive update that is coming right around the corner. I say right around the corner, of course. Currently, there's no way to actually update mods, to update or upload mods in the StarCraft 2 arcade that has been disabled for quite some time. I think it's been like 2 months. It's been like around 2 months ish that it has been disabled.
The last update, I believe, we got at around June 20th. So apparently, it's being worked on.
Yeah.
So that's the good news.
Yeah. We've gotten an update recently regarding that and regarding when it should be updated, and we should be allowed to be able to update these mods. But because of that, it means that the next balance update, the next patch for StarCraft Evolution is huge. It is both a blessing and a curse that the arcade is locked at the moment, because if you know anything about StarCraft Evolution, typically they do updates on quite a regular basis, almost like weekly updates, or maybe like every 2 weeks, like very regular updates they would release, and they would kind of unveil to the public regarding StarCraft Evolution. But because they were forced to just keep everything in, they were able to take that time to actually have a longer and harder look at StarCraft Evolution and dedicate to a much larger and more ambitious patch as a result. Which I think is a good thing. If you recall, that was one of our criticisms regarding StarCraft Evolution, was just how often they were patching. They were doing a lot of small patches really often, and now this is going to lead to, instead, one big patch after like 3 months. And it's quite extensive. Going through it here, just quickly, we have our initial brief. We have, hello, SE2 EVO fans. This update brings new models, as well as a sweeping balance changes to all races. As many of you know, the ongoing lockdown of uploads to the Battle.net servers has interfered with our ability to provide public updates to SE EVO. However, thanks to an incredible workaround developed by a member in SE2, it is possible to release a PTR in a limited fashion. Players will have to download a number of dependency files and work around. So apparently there's like a bunch of hoops they have to go through to actually currently implement the PTR, but I believe there is going to be the reason why they've done this is because there is going to be a tournament that is going to be showcasing much of these changes. The tournament is actually taking place, I think, today or tomorrow, is the SEL Masters number 4. So StarCraft Evolution Masters number 4 is featuring this PTR, and it's a 2-day event, and I think it's starting tonight, actually, Kuro. It's either tonight or tomorrow. Just as heads up. Once our custom software is installing the needed files for workaround is more robust, they're just talking about implementing it. And yes, they mentioned how the first of these is StarCraft Evolution Masters number 4. There you go. Which will take place over 2 days on Saturday. My curiosity, I'm curious if we're still going to be able to cast the replays despite not using this, not implementing these changes.
Don't know. I'm not entirely sure how Blizzard saves replays like that, but it's possible that it won't work.
Yeah, that's my only concern, is that because we usually cast these via replays, whether or not we'll even be able to cast them via replays, because of the workaround that they're trying to implement, or that they used to implement. But scrolling down, we can get into the patch itself. Okay. From the beginning. As mentioned earlier, mod uploads were disabled by Blizzard for 2 months leading up to this release. While that disruption was frustrating, it gave us a rare opportunity to pause and reflect on the current state of the game. We have used it to our advantage. What you're about to see is a result of over 2,000 drafts, extensive review, countless hours of combing through replays and tournament broadcasts, and consultation with some of the most skilled and knowledgeable individuals in our community. Due to the ongoing embargo on uploads to the Battle.net servers, it is not feasible for us to distribute the 1.16 PTR at scale. While we strive to share the PTR to as many top players as possible, this ultimately means less playtesting data than we would otherwise have. Although we understand some of our fans would thus prefer a more conservative patch, we are maintaining our vision here. Lastly, please note this is a PTR release, emphasis on test. So again, subject to change is maybe what we should be saying here. Subject to change, depending on how things do unfold in regards to the PTR tournaments. Now, first things first here, apparently we do have new models. Always exciting, always exciting. We have a new model for the Academy, a new model for the Gateway, and a new model for the Pylon as well. I found it interesting just because I believe we already had custom models for the Pylon and for the Academy, but looks like they are updating it a little bit further. They're polishing it up and releasing new models. For those, all right, I should also emphasize this from the beginning. Welcome to StarCraft Evolution. For those that are maybe just now tuning in, StarCraft Evolution is a mod in StarCraft 2 which does pit together Brood War and StarCraft 2 against each other in a 1v1 format. We've been covering this game mod for, what, 8 months? Around 8 or 9 months at this point. So there's plenty of VODs on our YouTube channel if you're interested in regarding to tournaments that feature this mod. Kung Fu Cup, StarCraft Evolution League, alongside StarCraft Evolution League, King of the Hills, SEL Masters, Code A, and even some show matches like the Enki Epic Series show matches and the SCC show matches. So there's been a lot of show matches, a lot of tournaments featuring this game mod. It does have its own kind of pro scene, its own kind of niche community, and yeah, we've been enjoying it ourselves as well, covering it here on the channel. Of course, our main focus is, and most likely for the near future is of course going to be StarCraft 2. Still is StarCraft 2, but it's always fun to dip our toes into StarCraft Evolution, and it's something that at least I enjoy covering here as well. Do enjoy it. But we do have, again, new kind of models here for some of these buildings. Right, the reason why I said that is because even though there are some shared buildings between StarCraft Evolution races and SE2 races, despite that, they want to do as much as they can to distinguish them from each other. So there are custom models for the Zealot, for the Brood War Zealot, compared to the regular Zealot, the High Templar, obviously the Dragoon, but more importantly, the Marine, the Zergling, the Hydra. So even though some of these units that I just mentioned, like the Marine, Zergling, Hydra, they're shared between modes, they're very different units, so they are given their own different textures and skins and models to reflect that, to accurately ensure that one is not like the other. And they're doing that with buildings as well, which is really cool. So the Brood War assimilator, for example, is different than the SE2 assimilator visually. I mean, likewise with the extractors, likewise with now the gateways and the pylons as well, which I think is really important, just to, like, again, distinguish between the two. Again, Brood War Protoss, not the same as SE2 Protoss. Brood War Zerg, not the same as SE2 Zerg either. But a shout out to Leaf. Apparently Leaf made the model sculpt for the Academy, the new Academy. So big shout out to Leaf. Likewise, we did have Rob, who made the model for the Gateway, and looks like Rob also made the model. No, sorry, and Alt Junior made the model for the Pylon. Likewise, we had the textures by Alt Junior on the Gateway, and we had the textures by Rob on the Pylon. So interesting, they went back and forth. So Rob and Alt Junior. So much love to the two that worked on the Gateway and the Pylon, and again, shout out to Leaf as well for working on the Academy. It's going down. Now we have, again, we're digging into the changes to the balance. Okay. A superficial glance at the balance statistics of SEVO suggests that it is not in a bad state. Pick rates and win rates for Brood War and SE2 are fairly even overall. However, those who have been paying close attention to the contents of these matches can tell you a very different story. We will give our own, or I'll give my own kind of opinion or analysis on what is going to be stated here once we go through it. Historically, many patches in StarCraft Evolution have often followed this pattern. A brutal race has weak scouting or defense in the early game. Instead of directly addressing weak early game, patches instead buffed degenerate rushes, counter aggression, or mid and late game. I will say that this is one of the big issues. I say issues. Something that I've noticed, because I did kind of glance over this brief, or glance over these patch notes, is whoever wrote this is very opinionated about certain things. That is, that bleeds through into their writing, and it's questionable, is what I will say. I will say that I would hope that their own opinions on things and their own perspective on things hopefully don't. I would say they most likely do not influence the balance of the game or decisions made in regards to balance changes. But it does bleed through some of this writing. It's not very neutral. It's not very professional. but it's something that I notice. An example of that is calling rushes degenerate rushes, but sure. Yeah. Okay. Initially, win rates seemed even, but the actual state of each matchup was a coin flip, where StarCraft 2 races were favored in the early game, but brutal races became advantaged as the game progressed. Since this design resulted in inconsistent player and tournament results, buff to Brood War could not only be unfocused, but also far too extreme. Eventually, players optimized early game aggression for SC2 races and rushing into late game tech for brutal races, and it often turned out that outside of a few sharp timing attacks, the brutal race was guaranteed to proceed to assembling their late game army and win. This creates a scenario where generally the SC2 player must all in, and the brutal player has no choice but to simply hope the SC2 player's execution is poor. Interesting. So what I will say in regards to this, it's hard for me to say the validity of that conclusion. I will say that yes, it is very common for SC2 players all-inning in StarCraft Evolution, and I do think is a problem for sure. I think the issue there has been identified, and I think that is correct. Whether that is because brutal races are so good in the late game and they're favored in the late game, that is hard for me to confirm, just because I've already said this, a lot of StarCraft Evolution games end early. It's a little bit rarer to see late game. I think personally that might be why I actually enjoy the island maps more, because they're island maps. We actually get to see a lot more late game because it forces longer games in StarCraft Evolution between these races. But that's because all-ins are so common. But I would say it goes both ways as well. Like, we've seen a lot of brutal all-ins, we've seen a lot of SC2 all-ins as well. But I do agree though that there is an issue. It's an issue that I've raised as well. I think I spoke about it to Avex. About like the rise in all-ins, and I think Avex even explained as well that it is something that the team is aware of. And the team is working on. Of course, many problems with brutal races exist aside from this, but in combination with the overall hesitation to nerf the brutal races following last year's strategic Murloc King Cup, it is clear why the balance of brutal races has trended towards being too strong. There's a prevailing sentiment among some of our players that the brutal races should naturally be favored in the late game. Naturally, if mid and late game are to be balanced, in the light of the SC2 races' superior mobility and objective control mechanics, then the brutal races must compensate with superiority in direct combat. However, we can see that this can be expressed in an unhealthy way, especially if certain tech is overly buffed in the name of diversity of play, e.g. fleet beacon upgrades and the carrier. So as they're kind of stating here, apparently because they had buffed certain aspects of brutal races so much, like it kind of incentivized more all-ins to be more prevalent. Again, I don't know if that's the reason why all-ins were prevalent. I would say that might be part of the reason, but I don't, like, for example, I don't think that's the reason why the 3x stim timing was as prevalent as it was. I think it's just a build that was effective and ended the game early, and people just preferred to do that, right? To just commit to these all-ins and to commit to these timings because how successful it was. Obviously, that's been nerfed, but still is prevalent, I would say. But yeah, I don't know necessarily if it's because of like the strength of a certain race later on in the game, or just the ease of said all-in early on instead. But regardless, I say that tentatively just because I would trust their overall conclusion, just because they have a lot more data than I do, right? They have a lot more data in regards to more games and more replays available as well. Like we probably cast every StarCraft Illusion match, their competitive match, but they've got like access to like information in regards to the ladder. I'm sure they also have access to the CIS tournaments. I would hope so, because there's been a lot of CIS tournaments that also feature StarCraft Evolution. So I'm sure they have a lot more to kind of like sift through in regards to like how they arrive to these conclusions, for sure. Brood or Terran. Terran is easily the most dominant of the brutal races right now, spoiled for options in how to control the game. Once again, interesting verbiage. Stimpack timings have a low skill floor and almost unlimited skill ceiling, creating problems in the early game, particularly for SC2 Zerg, despite repeated nerfs to bioplay. This is in regards to what I just mentioned, referring to 3-Rex stim timings and how prevalent they have been and still are. It remains a looming threat. 2 factory vulture openers are commonplace. That is also true. I think we speak about this all the time when covering Terran matchups. But Double Factory Vulture Opener. I mean, those are the two builds that Beyond knows. Beyond, he knows two builds. He knows Double Factory Vulture and knows 3-Vac Stim. That's all he knows for Brood War. That's all he does. that's all he does. Mech play overall is overwhelmingly strong. Although mech armies must be built behind an aggressive opener, almost no SC2 army composition can attack a maxed out mech army. Goliaths have too much HP and range, so they easily dispatch air forces, which are meant to be the counters to a mech player. In addition, they serve as great meat shields for siege tanks, which annihilate ground foes with their overbuffed attack rate. Who wrote this? Like what? Yeah. I mean, what is said is probably correct, but the way that they phrase things is, interesting. Aye. Vultures are fantastic harassment and defensive tools, not only taking less damage from enemies. It's like a clown wrote this, not gonna lie. Fantastic harassment and defensive tools, not only taking less damage from enemies due to their tagless attributes, but also being capable of outright ending games by bursting through enemy walls with spider mines. And they're just going over the strength of Brood War Mech. Mech transitions behind Stimpack openers have practically no weakness. I will say that we have seen a lot of this as well. We've seen a lot of Stim. We've seen 3x Stim transition into Mech. Like that has been quite prevalent for sure. Sounds like a salty Zerg being for. I mean, you say that. I'm pretty sure the person that wrote this is Terran, but like as I mentioned, like I'm pretty sure they're just, it's written in a very opinionated way, which is kind of weird. It's just weird to read patch notes that are like that, is what I will say. This is not to say that everything in Terran Arsenal is strong. However, ghosts have practically disappeared due to lockdown's increased energy costs of 100. Science vessels are rarely used for EMP shockwave. Moreover, straightforward defense mech play is vulnerable to all sorts of aggression. It is evident that mech play overall needs considerable nerfs. We think the bioplay on its own is not far off from being well tuned, and its perceived strength can be attributed more to late game options that often get used with it, like Irradiate, Siege Tanks, and Battle Cruisers. However, the Ghost and Science Vessel could be changed to once again make late game bioplay viable against SC2 Terran, SC2 Protoss, and mech defenses in the early game could be made more outright to introduce a variety in mech beyond 2 Factory Vulture. So basically, this entire piece sums up to mech seems really strong right now, and it is seen a little more often as a result. Unfortunately, there were certain nerfs that did make bio less viable, so they're looking to try to buff the Ghost, buff the Science Vessel to help out with bio, and try to nerf mech to try to de-incentivize mech play and try to incentivize bio play instead. What I'm curious by, as we get into the actual patch notes, is if they're going to do anything about that through Stim timing. I do think that it's less oppressive than it once was. I do think that a lot of players are now getting better and better at defending and surviving that 3x Stim timing for sure. But it is still strong, so I'm curious if they're going to address it or not in their patch. Scrolling down, Brood War Zerg. After major buffs in patch 1.15, Zerg has somewhat found its footing once again. However, it has some difficulty answering SC2 Terran bioplay at the highest of levels. Since Marine drops eviscerate Zergling Hydra armies and destroy critical infrastructure with ease. Interesting. Once again with the verbiage. Meanwhile, SC2 Protoss, which lacks the ability to exert continuous pressure, has no means to penetrate Brood War Zerg defenses. Since acquiring both Lurker Aspect and Spire Tech blindly is cheap, and Brood War Zerg can quickly and cheaply produce the correct response. Worst of all, the over... I can't. Worst of all, the overbuffed Zergling has completely thrown Brood War Zerg versus S2 Zerg matchup out of balance. Optimal Brood War Zerg play against S2 Zerg is shockingly straightforward. 12 pool with 2 drones, 12 pool, spawning pool with 2 drones pooled. Okay. Now, what I will say is that we have heard this. Specifically, this is a 12 pool spine rush, or I should say 12 pool sunken rush. I believe this was addressed previously, but I believe it is still a build that is prevalent. The way that they make this sound is that it sounds like the way that they make it seem is that they make it sound like this is seen all the time. We have seen it specifically between like Wayne and 3 Point, for example. We've seen a lot of Wayne versus 3 Point, and we have seen this build probably quite a bit between them. I don't know how widespread this is, but it does happen for sure. SC2 Zerg must open with a hatchery first in order to compensate with Brutal Zerg economically, but a hatchery first instantly loses to a Sunken Colony rush. It is so clearly unanswerable that many Brutal Zergs have a tactic agreement to avoid using this build in the matchup. From my understanding, this is true, as in I have seen a lot. It's a little more common to open up pool first from the SC2 side of things because of the prevalence of this build, for sure. I am aware of that. The answer is clear. The Zergling power must be taken from it and redistributed to units that allow Brutal Zerg to endure in the early game and mid game against SC2 Terran. At the same time, Brutal Zerg tech branches need to be made more distinct from each other, in much the way that Protoss tech branches are. So Brutal players must emphasize scouting and well in preparing the correct defenses in advance. Again, I feel like I agree with the overall sentiment for sure. The overall sentiment. Okay, we'll get through one more. The Brutal Protoss. The Protoss metagame has devolved.
I feel like you need a proper outfit to read the rest of this.
Oh no. No, but once again, the Protoss metagame, it's devolved. They've all turned into apes. What are you talking about right now? How are we describing what's happening?
That's the thing. That's the thing. That the data itself, the information itself, is not necessarily bad. That's the thing. Yeah. It's just that the writing of this is very peculiar.
There's so much. There's just oozing with Reddit opinion in how they describe certain things. But once again, as I'm saying, I'm pretty sure the data behind it is sound and the reasoning is sound. Or maybe not the reasoning. I'm just assuming the reasoning is sound. But the way that it's written is just, I feel like this. We need Yaku to proofread whatever is written here to to go through it or something. God. Sorry, I stopped before I got ahead of myself. I said the proto metagame has devolved into the same few degenerate builds. What is this?
That's not the language you use in an official patch note.
No, it's not. Who's writing this? Who is writing this? Who's proofreading this?
Honestly, I feel like a teenager would, a 15-year-old would write that.
I was gonna say that earlier. It feels like a child wrote this. I can't handle it. God damn it. Zealot Dragoon pressures are simple yet over-centralizing, particularly against SC2 Terran, limiting viable openers. Top Protoss players have recognized and exploited over-buffed Fleet Beacon tech as they skip the robotic support bay and temple archives and jump straight to massing carriers and corsairs, which spawn with the energy to immediately cast a disruption web after the Argus Jewel research is completed. The overbuffed corsairs, clearly they're overbuffed. We're making so many assumptions about things here in this writing. I can't. Blast enemies out of the skies. Blast them, mate. And Destruction Web invalidates ground armies as they clump tightly in the SC2 game's engine. It's the engine's fault as well. Ah, God.
Everybody's catching stray at this point.
God. Out of all the Brutal races, Protoss best exemplifies the problem of Brutal race being too weak in the early game and too strong in the mid and late game. In all matchups, once a Brutal Protoss is able to fill out its tech tree, practically no SC2 army can stop it. Yet it is vulnerable in the early game against SC2 Zerg and SC2 Protoss, who have numerous aggressive options around the 4-minute mark, such as Baneling Bus, Ravager Bus, Immortal Sentry pushes, and Blink timings. Even knowing that such builds will arrive, the Brutal Protoss outright lacks the tools to defend. Consider Baneling and Ravager. do we need to do this? Okay, we're about to go in depth with a certain build. Okay, consider Baneling Ravager Bus as a case study. These can be done behind 16 hatchery, 18 extractor, 17 pool openers, so a scouting probe cannot tell the difference between a Baneling/Ravager bus and an ordinary macro play. An SC2 and Adept would be able to bypass Circling Queen defenses to scouts for a Baneling Nest/Roach Horn. However, Brutal Protoss can at best send a Zealot across the map, which is easily intercepted. So, stopping right here, again, despite how it's written, I do agree. I do think that Brutal Protoss scouting is very limited. Right now, if you're familiar with the SC2 meta, you would know that, especially with NG Overcharge, especially with the Sentry, and especially in PvT, right now scouting, SC2 Protoss, yo, they can scout for days, papi. It's something that that is definitely a lot more easily accessible, I should say, for SC2 Protoss. Compare that to Brutal Protoss, and again, from what we've seen as well, it is a lot more difficult to scout. It's a lot more difficult to scout, to confirm what is happening, confirm what's going on, and to confirm like an all-in that's coming your way, for sure. Then the Baliness / Roach Warren can be complete by 320, and the Zerg attack commences at 340, sooner than advanced tech like Dark Templar and Reavers could be prepared to deal with them. Photon cannons lack longevity since shield batteries cannot restore their plasma shields. A well-executed Bailing / Ravager bust simply has no feasible response. Our goal for Protoss is to relieve some of its early game defensive woes, providing it a solid foundation for scouting and even blindly holding aggression. In exchange, we seek to reduce both the sheer power of the Protoss arsenal and the rate at which the various tech branches can be unlocked. In particular, we want to ensure opponents have ample opportunity to interact and outmaneuver brutal Protoss forces in direct engagements. So again, overall, like when it comes to like the conclusion, I'm pretty like I'm looking forward to what their changes are. We haven't gotten into it yet, but overall, I feel like what they're concluding in regards to some of the issues that the brutal races have right now in StarCraft Evolution, I think I do generally agree. So I'm curious to see how they do address said issues with said races. Notes on the core changes. Some of the upcoming balance changes are followed by the core tag. Core refers to the central data dependency on which SE Evo Complete and its sister projects are built. Core data values, such as that defines units, weapons, and abilities, are our best one-to-one recreation of Brood War game data. Most core data is unquestionably correct and unlikely to change, but some of it can be updated as we grapple with the Brood War source code and limitations. Okay. Although SC Evo Complete is not strictly tied to core data, we incorporate them into our designs wherever possible to faithfully replicate Brood War in-game elements, rather than cherry-picking only the data which expedite our balance goals. We allow them to inform our understanding of the balance design intention of the Brood War developers. Of course, many values in SC Evo are not borrowed from the core, as many aspects of the brutal races have been buffed up to help them keep pace with SC2 races. Nevertheless, we tend to default core values and diverge from them based on empirical evidence. This is something we already knew, but basically they're saying that they try to keep things as faithful to Brood War as they can wherever possible, but because they're balancing the game against SC2, there are aspects where they do have to diverge, where they have to change things just to make things more balanced. I don't know if this is necessary, but yes, they're just clarifying that. In patch 1.16, many core values have changed. This is the result of a deeper investigation of Brood War source. Oh, sorry. So basically, they're going through this just so they have like rationale behind why it is that they are going to be changing some of these core values. And I'm sure there are going to be some purists that maybe would want to push back against this, but like they're just trying to make sure and cover the bases and be like, hey, like, you know, we want to try to keep things as close as we can, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, it's up against SC2, so we do have to make some changes here and there. We do have to make some compromises, and there are going to be some adjustments as a result. It's all good. Particularly as to the correct sizes and implementations of abilities, we are borrowing most of these values as we are confident they fix numerous design issues, or at least do not make things worse. Okay, general changes. Let's go. We're jumping in. This is going to be an interesting one. When two players, so right now, currently in the game, whenever there's a 4-player spawn map, if 2 players load in, they're given pings, eliminating one possible spawn location. So 4-player spawn maps, in a way, kind of become 3-player spawn maps in regards to where players are spawning and how your scouting operates as well. But it looks like they're going to be making a change to that. When 2 players have adjacent, so specifically, when 2 players have adjacent spawns on a 4-player spawn map, this means close spawns next to each other, not diagonal, not cross spawn. Okay, so specifically, when 2 players have adjacent spawns on a 4-player spawn map, the 2 players are no longer guaranteed to receive a ping at the cross spawn and one randomly selected adjacent spawn. Okay, so it's no longer guaranteed. Instead, there's a 50% chance that they will both get pinged at both adjacent spawns. Okay. Okay. 50% chance. Interesting. I don't know why they're not just guaranteeing that, but okay. But okay, so basically in a 4-player spawn map, if your opponent spawns next to you, there's a 50% chance that you'll be notified of that fact that they're next to you in some way. Whether they're vertically or horizontally next to you, you have to scout yourself. But basically, there's a 50% chance that that you're gonna get pinged that they are not diagonally across from you. Okay, interesting. So they are going to be adjusting how the pings work and adjusting how it is possible to scale the possibilities of scouting your opponents and helping with that. So this will add a little bit of more RNG factor, but ideally does overall benefit you when it comes to scouting early rushes, just because specifically this is going to eliminate the further scouts, so you have a faster chance of scouting your opponents if the ping goes off, because it's 50%. Which is okay. Let's go. Likewise, concussive shell weapon damage ratio versus armored, from 37.5% down to 25%. Specifically, vultures. Vultures are too effective in combat against armored units like stalkers and cyclones. This will prevent large-scale numbers of the chief vulture from easily overwhelming them. So this is specifically going to be targeting the vulture strength against Protoss, and I suppose against mech as well in TVT. So vultures are going to be doing less damage, which I think is fine. Vultures, I feel like a lot of their utility is not supposed to come from their armor attack, from their auto attacks. A lot of their effectiveness, a lot of their utility should be coming from the spider mines that they provide, from their scouting, and from their harassment capabilities. I feel like that should be more or less their role, more so than just like fighting straight up like that. So that is something that they're going to be addressing. Each point of shield's armor now probably reduces damage from each hit of a concussive or explosive attack by 0.75% damage instead of 1% damage. Okay. SC Evo Complete implements a similar armor damage reduction formula as Brood War, where in exchange for taking less damage from concussive/explosive attacks, tagless and armored/tagless and light units also reduce incoming damage by less than 1 damage per point of armor per hit. Okay. So armored units reduce incoming damage from concussive attacks by 0.25 damage per 1 point of armor. Okay, so they're basically going to be adjusting concussive or explosive damage for a lot of different tags of units. Interesting. Tagless units reduce incoming damage from concussive attacks by 0.5 damage per 1 point of armor. And likewise, explosive 0.75% from 1 point of armor. And light units reduce incoming damage from explosive attacks by 0.625 damage per 1 point of armor. Okay. However, until now, plasma shields have always reduced damage by 1 full point per armor level, regardless of attack type. This change makes damage reduction on shields armor consistent. So apparently these values were not actually applying to shields. Now they will be. Okay. Interesting. Attacks that kill their targets no longer send a notification. Core. This change implements notification behavior from Brood War. It has big implications, particularly on worker harass. Yeah, wait, what? This is crazy. Hold on. like up until now, these have been, at least the previous one was just like number adjustments. Hold on. Attacks that kill their target no longer send notifications. That's crazy. Okay. This change implements notification behavior from Brood War. Big implications, particularly for worker harassments. Players who do not scout well or do not pay attention to their minimap may quickly find themselves the victim of Tark, Templar, Liberators, or other units with high damage per hit. Okay, hold on. This is like, okay. Okay, hold on. This is in direct contrast to SE2. So for those that are curious, if you remember, we recently had, I say recently, like a year ago, maybe more than a year ago, we had a change regarding the Widow Mine. And now, we don't even talk about getting notified when a unit dies. Right now in StarCraft 2, to help Protoss when it comes to mine defense, because Protoss is just so intense, sorry, I say Protoss, because StarCraft 2 is so high impact and really high octane, and harassment happens so fast and so quickly, and can really do explosive damage and snowball out of control early on, and momentum swings so quickly as well in StarCraft 2. Because of that, right now in the game, when a Widowmine burrows, not even when it shoots, when it burrows, before it even targets a unit, you get a notification. Here, when a unit dies, you don't hear anything. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Something
not
no
saying
one
that's
hears you scream.
not saying that's bad or good, but I'm just saying that is just crazy. Like, I should say, a crazy change compared to what's happening in StarCraft 2. Well, in StarCraft 2, you're getting notified when the Widowmine burrows. Here, Widowmine kills things. You don't know anything. That's crazy. I say you don't know anything. Technically, I believe a Widowmine shot should notify you because the mine shot is going to go off. It's going to connect. It's going to kill the first unit it hits, but it's going to do damage, a radius amount of damage. And for the units that it doesn't kill, it'll notify you from that damage that's happening, right? From that mine shot. But interesting. That's crazy. That is crazy. This already is just a huge change. Okay. Good to know. Worker change. SV, drone, and probe decreased movement and acceleration for all three. For all three, baseline, all decreased. They will have decreased movement and acceleration. Quickly going over this. This is to make it so that workers mine a little bit less effectively from the Brood War side. So this change reduces the effective mineral mining advantage per worker from 6% to 5% compared to StarCraft 2 workers. I think a lot of people have been asking about this in regards to macro mechanics. Just because in StarCraft 2 you have Chrono Boost, you have Mules, and you have Injects, of course. So because of that, because of those macro mechanics, StarCraft 2 worker production should be faster than that of Brood War worker production. To compensate, Brood War workers are actually faster at mining, so they're able to mine more comparatively to SE2 workers. But that is going to be slightly nerfed here. Slightly. From 6% to 5%. More, I should say. Oh. It's going down. Terrain changes. Missile turret. Increase armor from 0 to 1. Okay, turrets are going to be more robust. This change maintains parity with the base armor of other structures. Cool. SEV, decrease attack range. Okay, I believe this is to keep it in line with the drone and the probe, right? In patch 1.6, the drone and probe had their attack range reduced from 1 to 0.5 to prevent them from being overwhelmingly stronger in worker pool cheeses and worker pool aggression. However, the SEV, whose range was proportional to the drone and probe range and reflected their range difference in Brood War, did not have its range reduced. So now they're just keeping it in line with other units. Cool. Scroll down. Barracks. Okay. Barracks, decrease build time from 67 to 65 seconds. Okay, so it is now faster to build. Now requires a depot instead of a CC to be built. Interesting. In line with our goal of nerfing... the verbiage continues.
Say it.
In line.
Say it.
In line. In line with our goal of nerfing degenerate rushes this patch. Not rushes, by the way. We like rushes, but degenerate rushes specifically. What qualifies as a degenerate rush, by the way? Correct. What qualifies? What's the difference between a rush and a degenerate rush?
We have to ask the author of this article because
what makes it degenerate? What makes it degenerate, Kuro? Tell me.
When it's at 4 a.m. That's degenerate.
True. Yes, the degen rushes happen at 4 a.m. Max packs. God damn. That is the correct answer. That's the correct answer. We are examining the infamous proxy racks depot BBS build or BBS build. This change, obviously, this makes it so you have to make winding it back. Specifically, this is a pretty big change as well. Specifically, to be able to proxy racks, now you need a depot first. You need a depot first to be able to make a racks, which is going to specifically nerf proxy racks from the Brood War side of things. Interesting. This change is a bit different since this prerequisite is not present in the original Brood War tech tree. However, we see adding an additional prerequisite as less problematic than removing one originally present in Brood War. Moreover, in SC Evo Complete, the only build that builds a Rax before depot is BBBS, so we see this as a targeted nerf. With the strength of this build brought in line with other cheeses, we can fully match the Rack's build time to that of the SC2 counterpart. I see. So what he's saying here is that this turns the proxy 3-Rex build from a degenerate rush into a regular rush. Okay. Okay. I see. Let's go. Up next, the Academy. Decrease build costs from 150 minerals to 125. Decrease build time from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. That is crazy. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, it all comes together. So
remember that it's that the 60 seconds is in normal speed.
Yeah, well, they have the regular speed next to it, 42 to 21. They have the regular speed next to it. So specifically what we're about to get into, if you recall, I brought it up a couple of times already in regards to going over this overview and this patch. 3-Rack Stim is still a very prevalent build in the Sarkar Evolution meta. In, I want to say, all three matchups. I will say that players have gotten better at defending and shutting it down in recent times, but it seems like this is going to be their next and new approach regarding that build. So the Academy, less build time, cheaper as well, but the Marine increased stim pack research time from 75 to 120. So they have increased the build time of specifically research, and they've also increased the U-23H shells research time as well from 100 to 110 in SC2 times. That is from 53.6 seconds for stim pack to 85.7 seconds, and 71.4 to 78.6. Okay, so they've increased the build time or research time for the Marine upgrades. Firebats increased stim pack research time. It's the same thing. It just also affects the Firebat. Okay, so the same change. It's stim change. Scrolling down, the Comstat station is a set true. Okay, yes, true. Okay. I like this. So. Sorry, what did you say?
No, wasn't there a match where Spirit would refuse to beat the Comstat stations?
Yes, we're buffing Spirit right now. Let's go. So for those that are curious, and they're about to get into it, to be able to scan in Brood War, you need a Comstat station, which is an add-on on the CC. You need this add-on to be able to scan. The problem is that to make that add-on, you need an Academy. And specifically for mech players, we have seen instances where they never get the Academy, they never get scans, and specifically undetectable units can mess them up because they have no ability to scan. We've seen instances where DT just end the game, where Dark Templar just end the game, or other borrowed units can be a really big factor as well, specifically their DT, Dark Templar. Because you need an Academy to make the Comstat station, and mech players are forgetting to build the Academy. Now, I say that, I give credit where credit is due. There are players that are more adept at Sarkar Evolution, like Kiwian, for example, that don't forget this, that they get the Academy ahead of time, and they are good to go with their scans. But there have been instances with players that are maybe a little bit unfamiliar, or maybe not as, just a little bit unfamiliar with Sarkar Evolution, which don't think about that ahead of time, and which do forget their Academy, don't get Comstat stations, and they can die to things like Dark Templar. So that is why they are specifically looking to decrease the time it takes to make an Academy and the cost as well. But so that will help out mech players, but they're specifically to try to hurt, of course, the stim timing and the stim all-in that is prevalent right now. They're targeting the upgrades themselves instead of the Academy, which I think is a good compromise. I think it's a good change. The Comstat going over what they've written. The Comstat station is central to Terran information gathering, but it is locked behind the Academy. In the last patch, we tried to give the Academy a longer build time, closer to its build time in Brood War, without considering the negative effects on scouting. Oh, there you go. So it was unintended to hurt them in such a way. This new build time is not just shorter than before in patch 1.15, but also tends to align better with the SCV production cycle, wasting less worker production time. Slight build cost reduction on the Academy will help mech players afford it without strengthening stim pack timings too much. Yeah, they even mentioned mech players here. So again, that this will help mech players in Brood War. Now, in Brood War, Terran playing CC first interacts and expect to have their first scan available by 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and less economic openers such as triple rack stim pack timings can have it as soon as 2:05. For comparison, 2:25 is a typical timing for a Reaper to reach the opponent's main base of a Reaper fast expand for SC2 Terran. The increased research time of stim and U238 shells compensate for the combined effects of faster barracks and academy build time, as well as delay buyers problematic power spikes in the early and mid game. Okay, cool. Overall, I like this. It's good. It's going down. Ghost. Increased lockdown cast range from 9 to 9.5. We are big fans of lockdown here on this channel. Increased lockdown cooldown from 0 to 2 or 0 to 1.3 seconds. Okay, so you can't spam it anymore. Previously, mate, you just go ham. Decrease lockdown energy costs from 100 to 75. Lockdown can now target heroic units. Okay. Wait, what's a heroic unit? Is that, in my mind, the mothership?
Yeah, the mothership.
Question mark? Is that the only one? Like, is that the only heroic unit in the game? The mothership? Is that... Maybe. I'm sure they'll get into it.
What do we have here?
It's just the mothership, right?
Yeah, from the multiplayer units, it's just the mothership.
Yeah. This is consistent with the Raven Interference Matrix. Cool. Increased Tac Nuke Strike cast range from 12 to 13. Okay. This restores the 75 NG lockdown cost that made late game bio play against S2 Protoss possible. Okay. Cool. In exchange to prevent scenarios where Brutal Terran could spam lockdown on Stalkers with impunity, especially when they're defending with an abundance of lockdown charges, they've added a cooldown to the ability. I think that's probably a good thing. I think that's fine. Especially if, basically, they nerfed the Ghost previously because of how powerful it was, and they're trying to find a balance here by trying to buff it once again, but still trying to deal with the issue that it posed previously. So it looks like their response and their solution to the issue of mass Ghost and mass lockdown is to give it a cooldown. Okay, cool. I appreciate that compromise. Brutal Terran players will need to decide carefully what they wish to lock down first, and opponents should have an easier time casting EMP / feedback on the Ghost quickly enough despite the large number of targets. We've also, basically, it provides for counterplay as well, which is good, which is a good thing. We have increased the cast range of Tac Nuke Strike. Unlike SC2 Terran, Brutal Terran does not want to mass Ghost against SC2 Zerg. True. And acquiring Ghost Tech requires an additional science facility on top of a covert ops. Since the first science facility needs to remain attached to a physics lab in end game scenarios against SC2 Zerg, when both players are contesting the last few bases on the map, very little supply can be spared for Ghosts, so losing one that is launching a Tac Nuke is a massive loss in tempo. Interesting. Considering these downsides, we think Brutal Ghosts can use some help in maintaining a safe distance from their targets. Note that we are not increasing the Ghost sight radiance or the sight radiance bonus from ocular implants, so Ghosts must rely on scanner sweeps or air units to provide the needed vision. Okay, interesting. I don't know if I have as much to say or as much to say in regards to the validity of the statement of regarding like how many Ghosts you want against late game Zerg in TVZ. I mentioned before that in general, like, we just haven't seen much late game regarding StarCraft Evolution. So I would say, at least for me personally, what I have to say on that is very limited when it comes to the amount of games that we've seen actually in that situation, in that scenario. So I'll take them at their word for that. Meanwhile, Armory decreased build time from 50 to 35. Okay, so it's faster to build. Decreased vehicle plating research cost from 175 to 175 to 150 150, and decreased vehicle plating level 2 research cost from 250 to 250 to 200 200. Okay, so decreased build time for the Armory, and of course, and also cheaper upgrades as well for mech upgrades. A reduction in Armory build time hastens the timing in which Goliaths can be produced. True, this is also another prerequisite. We have seen, once again though, for certain players that have a really hard time, or that maybe miss a scout, trying to reactively make Goliaths against Mutaplay, for example, can be really difficult for a Brood War Terran player, because they need, especially if they're playing mech, because they need the Armory to make Goliaths. Not just, it's mainly against Muta, is what I will say. What I will say though is that players like we have casted players that will blindly actually get the armory ahead of time and make a couple of Goliaths a little bit earlier if that scenario were to occur if they fail to scout. So we have seen players already kind of adjust to this, but I do understand that this is still like an issue, and you probably and it's quite it's still quite unforgiving. So they're still going to allow Terran players to more reactively and just more reactively try to get the armory and try to get into Goliaths if they fail to scout the Spire. In my mind, that's what this is for. But let's go through it. All right, or so I say mute play for Stargate pressure as well. Sure. A typical Stargate opener in SC Protoss versus Brutal Terran will finish the Stargate at 2:55. The Oracle will finish by 3:22, arriving at the enemy base by 3:40. Depending on the size of the map, with Scanner Script now able to determine the threat of oracles over a minute before they arrive, there's now plenty of time to respond. A typical mech opener off of CC first can finish its first factory by 2:45. Assuming an academy and compensation were built immediately after barracks completion, this is just after a Stargate would be scouted. From there, a second factory can finish by the time an armory completes at 3:10, and one Goliath will emerge from each factory by 3:32 to defend the main and natural expansions. We're also reducing the cost of research vehicle plating levels 2 and 3. Until now, mech players could succeed by only researching vehicle weapons and vehicle plating upgrades. Since we are nerfing mechs substantially this patch, mech players will now need a more varied army composition. This means they will need Wraiths and Valkyries instead of just Goliaths to deal with air units. We are mitigating the cost of also needing to research ship weapons and ship plating with this change. Okay. Cool. Scrolling down. God, there are so many changes. The Vulture. Increase ion thrusters research time. By 5 seconds. From 75 to 80, or 53.6 to 57.1. Decrease ion thrusters movement speed bonus from 50% to 40%. Decrease movement speed after ion thrusters as well, from 5.625 to 5.25. Increase Spider-Man research time from 75 to 100. Okay. I would imagine this is specifically targeting the Vulture's strength against Protoss. I would imagine, but we'll get into it. Spider-Mine, increase Spider-Mine activation range from 2.75 to 3. That is interesting. So they're going to be increasing, or they're going to be buffing the activation range. Decrease Spider-Mine AoE damage radius. Okay, so they're going to be decreasing its effective radius from 1.5 to 1.25, 2.3 to 1.8, and 3.1 to 2.5. Okay, in regards to 100% zone, 50%, 25%. Vultures have 3 main problems. They are much too fast. Catching them is impossible. It's impossible. And they rotate around the map very quickly in general. True. They deal too much damage to armored units, making them effective against units like Cyclones and Stalkers when they should not be. We did reference that earlier in the patch in regards to Vulture damage against armored units, like the concussive / explosive damage that was referenced earlier. Spider mines are a little tricky to kill and are very punishing to get hit by. You've already addressed one of these with the universal reduction. Yep, there we go, as we did mention. Early in SC Evo's complete lifespan, Spider-Man seemed ineffective, so the activation range was decreased to allow enemy units to get closer to the Spider-Mine before it activated. We are averting this change as well as shrinking the damage zones of the Spider-Mine as it becomes apparent they are too rewarding in StarCraft 2's engine. The increase in ion thrusters and Spider-Mine's research time inhibit the over-centralizing 2-factory Vulture opener. Okay. So they want to get rid of, or they want to de-incentivize double factory Vulture. Moreover, we have decreased the movement speed bonus from ion thrusters. While Vultures remain the fastest ground unit in the game of Creep, this change should prevent their sheer rotation and reinforcement speed from being too oppressive. Siege tank. Decreased Mjolnir. I didn't even know that was the name of the upgrade.
Me neither, but now I'm very happy that it's there.
Yeah, it's nice. It's Mjolnir. Mjolnir, 120mm shot cannon attack period. I don't know why they felt the need. Okay. It's like they just full name dropped you. Oh my god, it's crazy. Light _ VIP. It's like, oh, okay, I'm at attention. Oh my god. Attack period from 3.78 to 3.975. So it's going to take longer for, again, decreased attack period. Cool. Decreased siege mode research time from 55 to 50. Maxed out mech armies are practically unassailable, and the gracious strength of the siege tank is largely responsible for this. Moreover, its power level affects both bio and mech play. In order to create enough room to give other units utility while overall reducing the late game dominance of Terran, the siege tank attack period needs to be increased. It needs to be. It does. Yes. Okay. Siege mode research time has been decreased slightly to prevent this from overly harming Terran's early game defensive posture. Cool. So down Goliath. Decrease HP and decrease Charon boost range from +3 to 2.5. Mech armies often straight up take too long to kill. Straight up! Takes too long. God. We think the Goliath's health pool is largely to blame for this. Even Immortals and Marauders are ineffective against them. This is especially noticeable when Goliaths engage mixed Skytos Immortal Zealot armies, where the Goliath seemingly kill everything and do not die. This change reaffirms the Goliath's role as an acceptable but not overwhelming generalist. In combination with a nerf to the cannon booster's range bonus, it also forces Terran to transition to the other anti-air solutions in late game. This was mentioned earlier how they do want to try to nerf the Goliath to force out Wraiths, to force out Valkyries, to force out a more dynamic composition from Terran. This is an issue that was prevalent previously, if you remember. Hey, we all remember Spirit going mass Goliath and just rolling over everyone. This was back in December, of course. But again, they're just once again reiterating the strength of the Goliath and trying to hinder that in some way. So going down the science facility, decrease build costs from 100, 150 to 100, 125. Decrease build time from 54 to 40. Science facility locks 3 key units behind it: Vessel, Battlecruiser, and Ghost. A slight build time gas cost reduction align the science facility's build and cost time, along with those of its add-ons, with those of the S2 Ghost Academy and Fusion Core. They also make it easier for Terran to acquire level 2 and level 3 upgrades. Cool. So faster tech, faster upgrades. As a result of this, slightly. Wraith, increase burst lasers attack damage from 10 to 14, decreased range from 5 to 4.5, interesting, increase cloaking field research time to 80, from 80 to 110. Okay. Increase cloak build time or research time, decrease range, increase damage. Mech play is currently one-dimensional. Defend until you max your army, then attack. Opportunities for counter-harass are available, but now limited by weakened vulture play and the lacking anti-ground firepower of Wraiths. 1-on-1 openers are rarely seen due to the impracticality of the Wraith. Moreover, Mech lacks the equivalent of the Banshee or the S2 Battlecruiser, which is quite mobile, to address Swarmhost play by hunting down Swarmhosts and Nidus Worms. As such, we are buffing the Wraith to better fill the harassment role. Okay, so the burst lasers is this anti-grab attack, I would assume. So it can now 3-shot drones and probes. Hey, now it's in line with the Scout. Scout also does 3-shot. The Wraith will now partially fill the Geist role as a first response against a Skytos transition. Lastly, the Wraith will serve as a way to repel Swarm hosts. A mech player can now open with Wraiths for worker harass and retain them in the event of a Swarm host response. To prevent Wraith from being too strong offensively, Burst Lasers has decreased range. Again, that's the anti-ground attack. Cloaking Field has an increased build time. This new time value matches that of the Banshee Cloak Field upgrade, and happens to be roughly how long it takes to produce 3 Wraiths. This gives opponents a clear indication. If there are 2 Wraiths attacking your mineral line, consider building detectors immediately. Okay. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, I can definitely get behind that. Again, overall, as I mentioned before, they want to try to incentivize a more diverse army. Wraiths, Valkyries. I think we're going to get into Valkyrie eventually as well. Increasing its damage means that I can harass with it as well. If you recall, they did something very similar to the Scout. Like, they did buff the Scout in a similar fashion to make Stargate openers more viable against Protoss, making Wraith openers and Starport openers more viable in general. I would say probably a good thing from the side of Terran. Dropship. HP increased from 150 to 200. The dropship accelerates slowly, lacks an equivalent to the Medivac Ignite Afterburners or the shuttle's gravitic drive. Has no secondary utility besides being transports. The giving rationale, sure, I can get behind it. More HP, less mobile, all good. Valkyrie, increase attack arc slope from 11.25 degrees to 45 degrees. I need to know what this means.
I mean, if you recall, the Valkyrie attacks with like these two rockets that like go from sides, so I guess that's the angle of the rockets.
Okay. Increase movement deceleration from 1.5 to 1.75. Okay, so it decelerates faster, so it's more microable. Adjusted weapon behavior to decelerate before entering firing range, preventing it from drifting into enemy units. So as I mentioned, it's just more microable at this point. Fix an issue where operating a move command while Valkyrie was firing would cause it to reapproach its target. Okay, cool. It just makes it more microable. Science Vessel. Added massive attribute. Oh, it's massive now. Let's go.
They buffed it up. It's massive.
It's big. Decreased EMP shockwave research costs from 200 to 150 to 150. Cool. Now EMP is more accessible. Apparently it was meant to happen, but it never did previously. Decrease EMP shockwave research time. Oh, sorry. They decrease the cost and they decrease the time as well. Cool. Increase EMP shockwave effective radius. Oh my god. Okay, so increase the effective radius from 1.8 to 2.25. Decrease irradiate research time from 83 seconds to 80 seconds, and adjusted the irradiate effective radius from 1.8 plus 0.625. Okay, so we just got buffs across the board, except for the massive tag, which technically is a nerf. Cool. Oh my god, we got a whole wall of text for this one. I mean, okay. We have reduced the research time and because of EMP Shockwave Radiance has also received a major buff in the form of a core data correction, while better access to spellcaster tech will benefit late game in all matchups. We expect this to have an outsized effect against SC2 Protoss. We hope that the combined effect of these Ghost and Science Vessel changes will facilitate the return of late game bioplay against SC2 Protoss to prevalence. Okay. Irradiate has been reworked. We recently discovered our implementation was fundamentally unlike the one in Brood War. With this change, the radius of Irradiate's damage cloud is always a fixed amount larger than the size of the... Okay. Oh, so previously there was a set radius, but now it adjusts depending on the size of the unit. Oh. Okay. The radius of the Irradiate's damage cloud is always a fixed amount larger than the size of the targeted units. The practical consequence of this is that the Irradiate will only damage one layer of units immediately surrounding the target. This works out to be a big nerf in virtually all cases. For example, Irradiate... Okay. For example, Irradiate in the center of a tightly packed roach formation will damage only 7 roaches at a time, including the target, instead of 21. However, this does help Brood War Marines somewhat against SG Ultras, since Irradiated Ultras will only hurt the first layer of Marines instead of 2 layers. Irradiate should not feel too much smaller when cast on a large aircraft, and it will even be slightly bigger when cast on a mothership. Since Irradiate retains its damage stacking capabilities, the Science Vessel are frequently accompanied by Valkyries and battlecruisers against SC2 Zerg. We think the potential power of late-game Brood War Terran in this matchup is still too great. To further help SC2 Zerg contend with the Science Vessel, we have once again given it a massive attribute. This should help Corruptors deal with the Science Vessel easily enough. As I mentioned, like the massive tab is technically a nerf to the unit, or is a nerf. It should also give SC2 Protoss counterplay opportunities against the buffed EMP Shockwave. Will. Overall, this should eliminate the issues created by Irradiate in the S2 Zerg versus Brood War matchup. Late game, turning it into ability saved for eliminating key targets and smaller groups of units rather than one capable of crippling large armies outright. This will also increase the relative favorability of Science Vessel Eraser tactics, since the Science Vessel itself has a larger radius than many potential enemy targets. Cool. Okay. But yeah, I didn't realize that's how the Irradiate was in Brood War, and how it was different in Evolution. So they're changing that. Cool. But overall, big buffs to the Science Vessel. BC, once again, we have balanced this BC and patched it so often. It's covered in band-aids. It's covered in patches. Oh my god. Increase build time by 10 seconds. Decrease HP by 50. Increase ATS laser battery attack period. Okay, from 1.6 to 1.7. Increased ATA laser battery attack period. Once again. Cool. Wait, what? Am I missing something? Is that the same thing just listed twice?
ATS and ATA. I assume that maybe the anti-air and anti-ground question mark?
Yes, yeah. There you go. It is. I missed that one letter. As part of our efforts to nerf the overbuffed late game units, the battlecruiser's build time and HP are reverted to match those of the S2 counterpart. Also slightly lowering its attack rate, as its damage output seems a little high against ultras. We have left its damage per hit unchanged, so the battlecruiser maintains the same hits to kill / critical mass against enemy units. Cool. Nuclear silo. Oh, the nukes. Decrease build cost, decrease build time. Okay, it was needlessly expensive. And that is the end of the Terran changes.
Yeah, I just want to say, good job, lad. We got through 1/3 of the changes.
We did. Jesus. I will say that I do feel like definitely for a lot of these changes, there's like some unnecessary in-depth explanation as to why it is they want to implement the change, or even examples of the change taking effect, or if it wouldn't take effect. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of rationale, or at times otherwise needless rationale for some of these things. But overall, interesting changes here. Again, I think I'm all for like the changes to the Academy, to the Marine, to the Firebat, to like STIM, to making the Academy more accessible. Likewise, to making the Army more accessible. Likewise, adjusting lockdown. I do agree. Like, I'm very fond of seeing Ghost and late game bio against Protoss. I do look forward to seeing more of that again. Yeah, overall, I think a lot of these changes are positive. I think so far the biggest change that's crazy in my mind is still, remember, we just went through a wall of text. Remember, before all of this, they want to trick you by swarming you with all of this. What did we start with? If you recall, attacks that kill their targets no longer notify you. Like, that is still the biggest change out of all of this. It's bigger than all of this. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's still crazy. Aye. And I guess the 50-50 like ping as well. Like, that's also huge. Scrolling down, Zerg changes. Increase HP. So Hatchery now has more HP. Cool. Spawning Pool, increase HP. Lair, increase HP. Ultra Cavern, increase HP. Oh, yo, everything's just buffed up with health. We have observed that Brood War Zerg structures are quite fragile overall, especially to execute bio drops. There are many games where Marine drop eviscerates the spawning pool or other central tech structures. To make this more difficult, we are increasing the HP of these structures to match their execute counterparts. This is basically a way to, I mean, we speak about this all the time. StarCraft 2 races are just in general a little more mobile. So what I would say, my explanation to this would be, because they're so mobile, because they are outmaneuvering Zerg armies, now it's going to be a little bit less punishing. Now you have more time to react and to respond, to save some of these units, save some of these buildings, to preserve them against drop play, whether it's against bio drops, whether against War Prism, Zealot Harass, for example, or other forms of aggression. Now you have more time to respond, to protect, and to buy time to preserve this. Cool. Scrolling down, Creep Colony. Decrease build costs from 50 to 50. Increase build time and increase armor as well. I'm sure there's going to be an addressment here regarding the colony rush. I'm sure. I mean, that's part of it, is increased build time. Like the build time is huge. in regards to that. Spore Coney, increased morph cost for a spore, decreased morph time. I think this is also like a good way to try not to punish players that are trying to reactively make spores to defend against harassment. So decreased build time, I'm all for. Increased armor, just like previously. Adjusted attack damage from 20 to 15 plus 5 versus mechanical. So this is going to be a nerf versus biological, a nerf for mutaplay, I would assume, for ZVZ, and I guess other situations. Increased attack range from 8 to 8.5. Sunken Colony, increased morph cost, probably a good thing. Increased HP by 25, decreased attack period from 2.1 to 2. Okay. These changes rework the Creep Colony and its morphs to be more useful. They also revert earlier nerfs that weaken Zerg's early and mid-game defense, especially against SC2 Terran. The armor increases on the Creep, and Spore Colonies maintain consistency with other structures. Cool. They add on. Particularly helpful against Marines. Like this is what I mean. Like they just add stuff here. Interesting. The cheaper Creep Colony will give Zerg more opportunities to spread creep. However, it also takes longer to finish. So this is to front load the morph time of the Spore Colony so that reactive morphs into it are faster. Yeah, as you mentioned, like this is probably a good thing. Like reactively morphing in spores, I mean, is something that we probably want to incentivize or just not punish. The more expensive Spore and Sunken Colonies morphs from the Creep Colony offset the lower Creep Colony cost. Note that we are not decreasing the morph time of the Sunken Colony from the Creep Colony. This is deliberate as part of our efforts to nerf the Sunken Rush. Yes, as we mentioned. Players who morph their colonies in a timely manner should still benefit from the Sunken Colony's improved combat stats. Spore Colony is now less effective against biologic flyers, giving SC2 mutas more opportunities to find economic damage. It's interesting that they want to buff that. I think we've mentioned this before, but SC2 Muta is less viable in ZVZ and StarCraft Evolution because of the Scourge. So this does assist that, and it does make it a little bit more accessible. So it does, I mean, true, right? Like Mutas now, they can harass and do more damage, but yeah, I feel like in general, you're still like de-incentivized from trying to go into Muta in ZVZ in this kind of matchup. But regardless, I guess it's nice. Overlord. Decreased pneumatized carapace movement speed bonus. Okay, so now they're going to be slower. Decreased movement speed after pneumatized carapace as well. Decrease research cost to compensate, making it cheaper. Decrease research time. Increase ventral sacs research time, and increase ventral sacs research time as well. Sorry, research cost and research time. Cool. Okay. With the changes to the Spire and Lurker Tech this patch, we haven't gone there yet, but sure. These two branches will be mutually exclusive in the early mid-game, so it is more important than ever for Brood War Zerg to know which option they should choose. Ordinarily, this would be done with pneumatized carapace researched. However, since Brood War Zerg cannot research this before morphing to lair, unlike SC2 Zerg, they must sacrifice more economic development in the early game to do so. To lessen this burden and make pneumatized carapace a viable scouting option, we are reducing its research cost. Cool. The Ventral Sax timing is one of the more low-key power spikes of Brood War Zerg, but it is a powerful one nonetheless, since Brood War Zerg does not have the APM overhead of Inject Larva that SC2 Zerg has. Brood War Zerg players are free to focus solely on controlling their army and setting up drops all over the map. Moreover, since Brood War Overlords do not need to be individually morphed in, there is no visual distinction between Overlords containing units and those without. When used with Defilers, this leads to frustrating guessing games where a group of Overlords is approaching, and the defending SC2 player must spend the DPS killing Overlords. Yeah, we get it. To delay the timing at which Brood War Zerg can exert pressure from many different directions, Vengeful Sax research is now more expensive. Moreover, can now give more leeway to SC2 players when defending against the Fire Lords. Pneumatized carapace movement speed bonus has also been reduced. Cool. I do agree. We've seen this as well when it comes to just drop lord play in general. Like, it is a really strong power spike for Brood War Zerg, and I guess one that needs to be addressed. Okay. Zergling, increase attack period to 0.57 to 0.6. Cool. Now there's more time in between attacks. Increase attack period after adrenal glands as well. I feel like we addressed this last patch. Since it is the first combative unit produced by Brood War Zerg against S2 Zerg, the overbuffed Brood War Zergling made the matchup extremely unfavored for S2 Zerg. No amount of careful control and drone pulling could allow S2 Zerg to defend with acceptable losses. Restoring balance to this matchup requires a Zergling nerf to give S2 Zerg breathing room in the early game. Rather than fully reverting the nerf to Adrenal Glands to maintain attack period partially after Adrenal Glands, we are nerfing the post-Adrenal Glands attack period. We have observed that Brutal Zerglings are too strong in the late game in all matchups and would like to create opportunities to buff other Brutal Zerg late game units. Cool. So just they're nerfing the Zergling. They're nerfing the Zergling and buffing everything else. Increase movement speed of the Hydra. Decrease Muscular Augments movement speed bonus from 50% to 51. Cool. And increase Groove Spine research costs. Okay. I'm not... Lurker. Adjust morph cost from 5100 to 7575. Adjust Lurker total cost from 125 to 150 decrease HP by 5. Interesting. Increase Subterranean Spine splash damage radius from 0.6 to 0.68. And increase Lurker aspect research cost from 150 to 200. Okay. Spire. Yeah, we got to move on. Okay, I get the gist. Spire. Increase build costs to the Spire. Okay, to 200. Increase HP. We saw that previously to the other buildings. Decrease flyer carapace level research. So cheaper upgrades for +2 and +3 for the Spire. Mutilus. Adjusted cost. Okay, now it's going to cost a little bit less gas, a little bit more minerals. Increase attack arc slope from 45 degrees to 90 degrees. Decrease attack damage from 10 to 9. Increase Mutilus bounce splash distance from 3 to 3.3. This I want to read. Mutilus can find decent damage with their initial timings, but their usefulness quickly falls off in the late game. I don't know if that's a bad thing. We'd like for them to feel better as a reinforcement and tech switch option in longer games as they are in Brood War. This cost adjustment helps to achieve that. In my mind, I don't know if this is necessary just because I feel like in the late game you usually want to just get rid of mutas and morph them into either Defilers or Guardians, depending on like the situation. But I guess they just want to make them a little bit more viable just to have them around. Up next, Scourge. Oh god. The Scourge. They're going to be weaker. They have less HP by 5. Decrease sight radius from 10 to 9. Adjusted attack damage from 110 to 95 plus 15 versus mechanical. So they are going to be nerfing them against biological. If you recall earlier, I was talking about how in ZVZ for SE2, you don't want to make, or you're de-incentivized from making mutas because of the Scourge. And this is, it looks like they're addressing that specifically for ZVZ. Increased attack damage bonus per upgrade. Made it stronger with the upgrades. Increased attack scan range while attack moving from 5 to 10. And yeah, the specifically, this is almost exclusively like a ZVZ. Well, they're addressing a lot in ZVZ here. They're talking about how like typically you'd make Corruptors against Scourge, but Scourge are still just really efficient even against Corruptors. So this is going to make Corruptors more of a viable option against Scourge, specifically for ZVZ. Okay, cool. HP reduction also has positive effects in the SE2 Protoss matchup. Colossi have been rendered obsolete. This is also true. But I think they still count as mechanical, by the way. But they're pointing out that because of this, Storm and Stalkers are now more viable when it comes to protecting your Colossus against Scourge. I don't know if that's going to be enough to incentivize players to make Colossus against Brutal Zerg. Like, yes, now you can shut down Scourge a little bit more effectively, but like their power against the Colossus is still there. So I don't know if we're going to see an upswing in Colossus in that matchup, but sure. Up next, Guardian. They have adjusted the morph costs to be more gas intensive. For the Devour, they also made it more gas intensive as well, less mineral. Oh, more changes to the Devour though. Increase Devour attack damage from 22.5 to 24. Damage versus armored 30 to 32. Damage versus light 18.7 to 20. Okay, so just increased damage all around. Increased Devour attack damage bonus per upgrade +3 to +4. Increased Devour attack range from 7 to 7.5, and increased acid spore splash radius from 1.5 to 2.25. Interesting. What I heard about the Devour, I heard some conflicting things, speaking to some other people behind the scenes. The Devour, from my understanding, a lot of people weren't really using it too effectively. From my understanding, I think a lot of people were massing Devour when typically you're meant to keep it on a lower number instead. So a lot of Zerg players weren't using it as effectively as they otherwise could, just because Devours, they do more damage over time. They're unique units, definitely. And I guess they're just going to be buffing it to try to compensate. The Devour is clearly intended to fill a supportive role. And of course, its most distinguishing trait is its ability to apply acidic spores, which does increase. Basically, from my understanding, acidic spore is like a debuff that it applies to the target that makes it so it takes increased damage over time. From my understanding. However, a limited number of units in the Zerg arsenal have a weapon capable of targeting air units: spore colonies, hydras, mutas, scourge, devours. However, spore colonies are immobile, and all the rest except for the Devour melt into splash damage. Acid Spores also slows the attack period of its targets, but trying to apply these to Interceptors is tricky, as the center of mass cannot be directly targeted. And applying acidic spores directly to carriers does not affect their damage output since Interceptors are already released. Overall, it seems that an expensive and exclusively air-to-air unit like the Devour that cannot be morphed into a different unit or attack structures like the Disruptor can has some difficulty finding practical use solely as a debuffer. True. So they're addressing that. It's going down. Oh, the infested CC. Let's go. Increase HP. And now it's biological. Okay. Sure. Queen. Decreased infest command center channeling time from 8 to 3.75. Oh my god. It's crazy. Queen now enters the target command center during the infest. Oh. The Queen now enters the target command center during the infest command center channeling period. Okay. Decreased parasite cost range from 12 to 10. Parasite is pretty good, so they're going to be nerfing Parasite. Parasite no longer displays a visual indicator on the unit model. Instead, the Parasite debuff is displayed when selecting the units. Oh wait, no, sorry, I was thinking of the other one. Sorry, I was thinking of Spawn Brooding. Spawn Brooding research costs from 100, 100, 150, 150, so now more expensive. Increased Spawn Brooding research time as well. Spawn Brooding now channeled if the Queen dies. Is now channeled, cancelled if the Queen dies before the projectile reaches the target. Okay, cool. For those who are curious, Parasite is like the Oracle Revelation. It's about scouting. It's like giving vision. But once again, they want to try to like incentivize infesting command centers. I think we've seen it once recently on Abyssal Reef. Oh god, during a Kung Fu Cup, but it didn't finish. Like the infested command center did not complete, unfortunately. But we almost saw it. During a Kung Fu Cup.
I have a question though. Is that something that happens in like Brood War Pro matches?
I'm sure it has, but I can't imagine it's common. I don't watch enough Brood War to comment on that. I'm sure it's one of those things where whenever it happens, it's hype as hell. But I'm sure it's also a rare sight. Defiler. Oh my god. Decrease consume range from 0.5 to 0.1. Cool. Decrease consume cast time as well. Decrease consume cast outro time. Consume no longer stuns its targets. Consume no longer targets lava eggs. Decrease dark swarm effective radius from 3.7 to 2.8. Okay, so they're going to be reducing the radius of Dark Swarm. Increase plague research time, decrease plague research time. Oh, wait, sorry. Increase plague research costs and then decreases time. Increase plague damage per tick from 0.9 to 3.95. Increase plague tick period from 0.1 to 0.5. Increase HP threshold for plague from 1 to 3.9. Plague total damage from 281 to 295. Okay, sorry, 96. Interesting. A lot of the text here is in regards to consume, less so about plague. But it does feel like they increased plague quite a bit, which is crazy. They didn't really comment too much on it. Okay. Ultra. Adjusts its cost. Now more mineral heavy. Interesting. Ultra still feel like inefficient units. We think they can be good in large numbers, so rather than change their identity of being weaker, but faster than the SC Ultra, we are lowering their recipe and gas cost. Whew, we're done with the Zerg changes. Protoss changes. Let's go. Let's go. We're almost done. We're almost done. Zealots. Increased build time. Oh, okay. From 33 to 37. Decrease plasma shields from 60 to 50. Decrease attack period from 1.25 to 1.2. And leg enhancements movement speed bonus from 1.4 to 1.5. Okay. This I want to read. In patch 1.7, the Zealot build time was reduced to strengthen early game Protoss aggression. This was clearly a mistake. It was clearly a mistake, by the way. Since it was enabled, degenerate rush. Why are we back? Why are we back to why did I decide to start reading again? And this is the first thing I read. God damn it.
You thought you were safe at the moment you're back to reading.
Oh my god. God, it's just so degenerate. It's just so degenerate. I can't believe it. Can't believe it, mate. Oh my god. As a part of our stance to weaken similar rushes overall, the Zealot build time has been reverted to its old value. Moreover, its plasma shields have been reduced to 50. This means its total vitals are now low enough they can be one-shot by Widowmines, giving SSU Terrans an easy time at taking frontal engagements in a matchup where they struggle to do so. To ensure the Zealot's overall power is not badly hurt against S2 Zerg or S2 Protoss, we have increased attack speed to match the S2 Zealot and increase the movement speed bonus from leg enhancements as well. Due to the combination of Widowmines and Guns of Shell and kiting, ideally this is going to be less of an impact against SC2 Terran and more so against Zerg and Protoss. Cool. Dragoon. Decrease cargo size from 4 to 2. That's a big change, actually. That's huge. Why did we get a wall of text for the Zealot and we didn't get a wall of text for the Dragoon? That's huge. Okay. Dragoons, historically, you could only fit 2 within the shuttle, but now you can fit more. You can fit 4. It's crazy. Dragoons, they slim up when they're inside the shuttle. They suck it in.
They fold.
They fold. Yes, they're like Transformers. Yes, they collapse into themselves and they turn into a little cube. That's crazy. Cybercore. Increase HP, increase shields. Shield battery, increase restoration range. This is good just because in general the shield battery in Brood War is a little bit is weaker. Does give it more capabilities. Scrolling down. They pull their legs in. Maybe it's just cold in the shuttles. yes, they pull it in, baby. They pull it in. Rover facility. Decrease build costs 150, 100 to 125 to 70. Okay. So it's going to be cheaper. Rovers are cheaper. Decreased build time as well. Damn. Bay has been increased to compensate. So faster robos. I would imagine this is to also help give you access to the observatory. Yep, and there you go. There you see it. This is actually within line to the change to the academy and the army earlier, and to the spore as well. Like in general, reacting to harassment, reacting to indivisible units. It feels like they've buffed that, and they've allowed you to not be punished as much for harassment and invisible units. This goes in line with that as well. In regards to the Robo and in regards to the Observatory as well. So cheap Observatory and decreased build time. Right, of course, the Bay, though, is increased. I believe that will be nerfing Reaver drops. Observer, increased build time, though. So I guess they compensate with that, I guess. Brutal Protoss has been sorely lacking in scouting options. Yes, if you recall, we mentioned that at the very beginning, actually. We spoke about how Brutal Protoss have been having a much harder time when it comes to scouting all-ins. The first step is to make Observer Tech more accessible and affordable. I feel like that's all I needed to know. I feel like it's... Yes, I agree. These changes offload some of the build costs and time of the Robo facility onto the support bay. I feel like that's self-explanatory. This makes Robo facilities cheap enough to use alongside Temple Archives and Stargate-based openers, for sure. Alright, moving on. Shuttle. Decrease build time of the shuttle. Oh my god. Increase HP as well. Increase plasma shields. Increase movement acceleration. Increase movement deceleration. Decrease load range from 2.5 to 1. Okay, so we are buffing the hell out of the shuttle. Gonna be faster, more microable, more HP, more shields. Let's go. Optimal Protoss play is highly dependent on the shuttle, especially with Reavers. True. The loss of a shuttle, especially carrying Reavers, can spoil the end of the game. Also true. At the same time, we think that the current pickup range creates a low skill ceiling, and we do not think the shuttle should be a clone of the Warp Prism. You know what? I don't think I agree with that for the most part. As in, for those that are curious, there was a change done a couple of months ago at the start of the year. Where they increased the shuttle pickup range. It is not as large as the Prism. Nowhere near. It's not as large as the Prism, but they did decide to increase the pickup range of the shuttle to allow for more micro, more control, and to allow you to actually, maneuver around a little bit better, a little bit easier. It looks like they're reverting that change. They're reverting it down to 1, which is going to make pickup micro a lot more tighter, a lot more unforgiving. I don't know if that's a good thing, but that's what they're doing. And I guess to compensate, now the shuttle's going to be faster and more robust. Sure. So they're going to be changing their approach to the shuttle. To remedy, they're mentioning it here. To remedy this, we are reverting the pickup range of the shuttle to 1. The same as other transports. We are also increasing its vitals and acceleration. Skilled players should still be able to get good value out of the new shuttle and use the extra HP to pull off risky maneuvers not possible before. Interesting. I would say it's interesting just because I don't know if I can say as strong of a statement as saying that the skill ceiling was too low because of the pickup range. I don't know if I can say that with confidence, but sure. Okay. I'll take your word for it. The Reaver. Increased plasma shields from 70 to 90. Increased armor from 0 to 1. Increased movement speed. Yo, Jesus. That Reaver's going to be zooming from 1 to 1.4. So increase shields, armor, and speed for the Reaver. Increase attack damage bonus from 55 to 60 versus shields. Decrease Scarab movement speed from 8 to 6.5. Okay, sure. Allows for more microability against it. Increase Scarab damage attack damage bonus plus 30 versus shields, plus 25 versus shields. Okay, sorry, they've changed it. It says increase at the beginning, but okay, cool. They've changed it. Added the massive attribute to Scarabs. Okay. I'm not too certain what that changes about the Scarab, but okay. Scarabs now chase Adept Stalkers and Dark Templar after Sonic Transfer, Blink, and Shadow Stride if they are complete within weapon range of the attacking Reaver original position. This behavior is cancelled if the Reaver is destroyed, the Reaver is picked up by a transport, or by the player owning the Reaver loses vision of the target. That's crazy. So basically they're saying, if you try to blink away from a Scarab shot, it will still chase the Blink Stalker, as long as it's still within range. That's crazy. whether it's blink or or shade. The Reaver has received numerous changes, many of which target the SG Protoss matchup. Force fields are deadly for brutal Protoss. It is. Immortal Sentry pushes can arrive as soon as 4:30, and even 1 to 2 Dragoons plus 2 force fields cripple the defense. Also true. While Reavers are massive and could be used to break them, dropping them on the front lines is dangerous. So the addition of the massive attribute to Scarabs now give Reaver openers the utility to fend off Immortal Sentry pushes. Oh! Right! That's what it's for. They break force fields. They should have just led with that. I was thinking, I was like, what does massive do to Scarabs? It breaks force shields. That's crazy. Now they have a way to do that. That's huge. That is huge. That's, yeah. I mean, now it's going to be a must to get Reavers in PvP. Scarabs also chase units. Yep, cool. Okay, that's all I need to know. It's going down. Templar Archives, decreased build time from 50 to 40. High Templar, decreased hallucination research time. I mean, it's almost never used. I'll be honest, hallucination is almost never used. So they're going to be buffing it. They decrease its cost. They decrease its research time. Hallucinations will now be cloaked. Cool. Increase Sonic Storm research costs from 150 to 200. And decrease the effective radius from 1.8 to 1.6. Ooh. Okay, that's huge. That's a little bit. I enjoyed how powerful the storm was. Oh, good. Archon, increase attack period. And increase attack range as well. Dark Templar, decrease build cost. To make it a little bit cheaper, gas-wise. Increase attack damage bonus versus shield. So, specifically for PvP. Increase attack damage bonus increase per upgrade to +2 versus shield. So once again, this is specifically a PvP buff for Dark Templar. Dark Archons, decrease starting energy from 75 to 50. Decrease feedback cooldown. Okay, so now you can feedback more regularly, faster. But they made it a little bit weaker. Now it does less damage from 1 to 0.5. They made it cheaper to use. Increase Maelstrom research cost, and they decrease its cost range. So they nerfed Maelstrom. I guess understandable. I mean, it's a pretty powerful spell, I suppose. And they decrease its effective radius as well. Cool. Okay. So they had some pretty, I would say, substantial nerfs here to the Dark Archon. They're trying to incentivize more hallucinations with the High Templar. Scrolling down. Templar Archives tech suffers from numerous issues. Hallucination tech is pointless. It's pointless. I mean, I think I would agree with that. It's phrased in a kind of very weird way, but sure. Archons are awkward. They're just awkward. Yo, feels Archons.
Look, they're just shy, okay? They're trying their best.
Dark Templar cannot be warped in. They can't. Nothing can be warped in. Cannot use Shadow Stride. No, they can't. Yeah, or retreat. And cannot merge into Archons instead of Dark Archons. So they are weak for both early game harassments and late game run-bys. Sure. Okay. I mean, if you're comparing DTs, sure. Outside of being a Dark Archon fodder, they are rarely used. They're just Dark Archon fodder. Ah. That's all they are. True. I mean, we've seen them used to harass, but sure. Dark Archons do not fill their anti-air spellcaster role well because 200 gas is simply too much to spend on 1 to 2 uses of feedback. These changes revitalize Dark Templar Archives tech, giving it a couple of exciting new roles and making it viable as an opener. The true. Oh my god! We got like 2 pages. What are we talking about here? What are we bringing up? It's crazy. The true enabler of the Templar Archives as an opening tech choice is the Dark Templar. The Dark Templar now costs only 125 to 75 instead of 1. Okay, yes. Combination with a reduction in Templar Archives build time, standard 2 gates or gate Nexus core openers can afford several Dark Templar by 345. we mentioned this earlier. For whatever reason, every now and then we go like into the nitty gritty in regards to timings and tech. Okay. Dark Templar now fills role as a fast option to blindly defend many different aggressive builds because Brutal Protoss simply cannot scout them in advance and react accordingly. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting that that's their approach they're taking. Like the idea here being that scouting is difficult, so they want to help at least some blind responses to certain forms of aggression. Okay. This has earth-shaking, it's earth-shattering implications for S2 Zerg and S2 Protoss matchups. It's crazy. Can you believe it, Kuro? Can you believe it?
It's earth-shaking, do you understand?
Oh, God. Let's go. As mentioned previously, the earliest Baleen bust and Ravager bust can arrive at the Brutal Protoss natural wall by 340, so Dark Tempo will arrive by 345, allowing a blind defense while still giving the opponent a fair window of opportunity to try to breach the wall. One-way 4-gate Blink builds, which invests all their credit boosts into Blink research, typically cut the Robo facility and finish Blink research at 420. Nice. Builds like this, which outright cut detection, are no longer possible. Immortal Sentry pushes must now wait for an additional observer production cycle before they can move out. Even then, there are big opportunities for Dark Temple to find game-ending economic damage. Dark Temple provide... Okay. Slow down. Dark Archon is now 250, 150, thanks to the cheaper Dark Templar. And this will make Maelstrom and feedback more accessible. To offset this, Maelstrom research cost has been increased, Maelstrom duration and cast range has been reduced, and Dark Archon start with only 50 energy, the same as all the other spellcasters. In particular, the old cast range of 10 didn't allow for the opponent to respond with their own EMP or feedback. Over the cooldown and energy cost of feedback have been halved. We think this is a fair trade-off considering the supply and efficiency of Dark Templar and their size, making them more vulnerable to EMP/feedback, and they still have to wait an entire cooldown to feedback to 2 targets, unlike a pair of SC2 High Templar. Okay. Cool. Lastly, the High Templar now has a real use for hallucination. The new hallucination research costs now only 50/50 and complete in 30 seconds or 21 seconds. If one researches hallucination and queues one High Templar and Dark Templar simultaneously, both Templar and hallucination complete at the same time. The High Templar can hallucinate the Dark Templar. What? Okay. These hallucinations can be cloaked like the real Dark Templar, giving them unparalleled utility as scouts or pseudo force fields. That's interesting. That's cool. So you can hallucinate a DT and it'll be invisible. So you can have invisible scouts early on. Okay. Reduction in radius of Maelstrom and Sonic Aftermath. Sorry, Sonic Storm. Match our core
Sonic
values.
Aftermath, that's a callback.
That's a callback. If you know, you know. We're done. Moving on. Stargate, increased build cost. Okay, cool. Fleet Beacon, increased build costs as well. Increased build time. I think they made reference to nerfing late game Protoss. I believe this is kind of in line with that. Scouts! Oh my god, they did a lot to the Scouts. Increased build cost from 200 100 to 275 125. Decreased build time. Decreased movement speed. Decreased antimatter missiles attack period from 1.3 to 1.3. Let's go. 1.37 to 1.31. Adjusted dual photon blasters attack damage from 10 plus 1 to 9 plus 1 times 2. Oh my god. Wait, what? It's crazy. Adjusted dual photon blasters attack damage bonus plus 5 versus light to plus 3 versus armor. Okay. Decreased dual photon blasters attack range from 5 to 4.5. Increase gravitic thrusters research cost. Increase research time. Increase movement speed bonus. Okay, that's quite a lot. This rework of the Scout started with us going back to the drawing board and examining its Brood War stats. The build cost of 275, 125 is not all that bad. Void Ray has a very similar cost, and in a previous patch, when it had a faster build time, the Void Ray used to have a much more prominent role in the Protoss arsenal, especially against Zerg. However, the Scout's original 50 seconds build time is completely unusable. Unusable. I mean, we have seen an uptick in Scout openers, but sure. It's unusable, though. It's crazy. We have chosen to instead adjust the current build time to 49/35 seconds. Scout returns to its pre-patch 1.7 speed, which is the same speed as the worker. At this speed, it is no longer capable of chasing cyclones or fleeing from Stimpack Marines on open ground. These changes enable us to give the Scout a much more powerful anti-ground weapon. This weapon two-shots Zerglings and Banelings and can kill a Ravager in 8 shots, since a Gate Nexus core into Stargate build can now complete one Scout by 3.25 or 3 minutes and 25 seconds. And Baneling Ravager all-ins tend to arrive at 3:40. Okay, so this is pretty important. So there's a lot of text here. When it comes to Scout openers and Stargate openers, they're quite weak. They're very weak against all-ins. That's the biggest downside of them. And they've been trying to address this in regards to making it more viable, making it more safe. What they're referencing here is that they have had a lot of nerfs here to the Scout in terms of its mobility, but they are increasing its anti-ground attack quite heavily here. So now it is more viable to open up Stargate, open up Scout, and defend against these all-ins with a Scout opener. It's something they've been trying to address over time, and looks like they're taking a stronger stance here, which I think is a good thing. Just to add more variety, I would say one of the big issues when it comes to Brutal Protoss in SC Evo is its limited builds and limited openers. It does feel like there are only 2. You can open up Charge or you can open up Reaver. It does feel still very difficult to open up Stargate, so it looks like this is going to be addressing that, to try to make Stargate openers more viable, to have just more options early on for Protoss, which again is I think is a good thing, just because it feels quite limited right now when it comes to Brutal Protoss openers. Cool. That's all we need to know. Jesus. The Scout's weapon remains strong enough to harass workers, and +1 air weapons even creates a critical breakpoint where 2 Scouts will one-shot a drone. Okay. That's with +1. Cool. Scrolling down. Corsair. Added always a threat to attackers flag. Okay. I think that probably increases its priority. Decreased starting energy. That's going to help when it comes to Disruption Web. Decreased attack range. Decreased attack damage. Jesus. Increased Disruption Web research costs. Increased Disruption Web energy costs. And decreased Disruption Web energy field. It's just a wall of nerfs. Oh my god. So now it does less damage. Now it's got less range, less starting energy. It's more expensive to research its spell, and it's also the spell is less effective as well. I mean, this makes sense. The Corsair is a pretty solid unit. For those who are curious, Corsair shuts down air units or air armies pretty hard with its attack. It does AoE splash damage, anti-air, so it just shuts down units. On top of that, Disruption Web is like Blinding Cloud. It's a really powerful spell, and Corsair does provide or does make for a really solid supportive unit for carriers in that kind of like late game Skytos army. So it's pretty good. Looks like they are taking a big stance against it, and they're going to be nerfing it in every which way. I mean, it is an issue, but okay, cool. I think we understand it. Moving on to Carrier. Increase build time of the Carrier from 80 to 90. Decrease plasma shields from 175 to 150. Ooh, okay. And increase interceptor launch delay from 0.25 to 0.3. So 0.375. Okay. These carrier changes align with our objective of nerfing the overbuffed late game units. Overbuffed, baby. Crazy. But yes, they're going to be nerfing the carrier, nerfing the Corsair. They're going to be nerfing late game Skytos. Arbiter. I would be okay with buffing the Arbiter, but we'll see. Decrease recoil effective radius. Oh, never mind. Decrease stasis field effective radius, and stasis field can now affect heroic units. Okay, so also nerfing the Arbiter. When I said I wouldn't mind seeing the Arbiter being buffed, we don't really get to see a lot of Arbiter play, but whenever we do see it, it's pretty effective. It's just rare. But I mean, I'm also looking at this in the perspective that we just see a lot of all-ins. And so we see very little late game in regards to Brutal Protoss, but because of all of these changes, the goal is that we see more late game now, and because we're going to be seeing more late game, it's something that has to be that they feel like needs to be nerfed. Again, I'll I'll rely on their data for that for sure. That is the correct call to make. Previously, it was not possible for stasis fields to affect the mothership. However, we realized that this was unfair. Interior Matrix and now Lockdown can target the mothership. Mothership is vulnerable if the friendly units around it are placed into stasis, so the Arbiter user should be forced to at least aim the ability correctly. Cool. And then we got a bunch of bug fixes. Okay. I don't think we have to go into there's a lot of fixes. A lot of bug fixes. As well.
Oh, the soundtrack has been adjusted.
Okay, that's great. That's cool. Oh, they added some Wings of Liberty soundtracks. And they reverted some Heart of the Swarm soundtracks to Wings of Liberty, okay. For some reason.
Added Nation Wars soundtrack. Added a bunch of music. That's nice.
Yeah, let's go. Cool. Oh my god. Okay. So it's quite hefty. It's quite lengthy, is what I will say. Again, when it comes to the patch itself, it was written in kind of a weird way. As I mentioned before, like they go into like some nitty-gritty detail, to give explanation to some changes, not to others. I think to an excessive amount. I think some of the verbiage used and the way that it was written is kind of weird and off-putting. But overall, when it comes to change themselves, I do think they're a positive thing. There's a lot of them, so it's a lot to take in, and it's hard to contextualize just because it's going to change so much. As I was saying previously, like they're nerfing a lot when it comes to certain late game brutal units, but the reasoning for this is because they're expecting to see a lot more late game, and apparently late game was too heavily favored on the side of Brood War. So that's why they're nerfing one side, but they're also buffing and increasing the early game, and they're trying to make a lot of things more accessible, which I think is a positive thing. How this will change and how this will impact the balance of the game. Again, it's hard to say because there are so many changes, so many small changes and some big changes as well. So again, it's hard to say just because so much is going to be happening at once. I do think that this is going to give a lot more importance to the upcoming SCL StarCraft Evolution Masters tournaments. Basically, they're going to be hosting a PTR tournament that's going to have all these changes. The one thing that I hope is that we're able to see as much of the game as possible. Like, I hope that we're able to get a lot of mid game, a lot of late game, to actually be able to experience a lot of these changes, to compare them. That's always my biggest concern when it comes to some of these PTR tournaments, is that players cheese, they rush, and you don't see anything. So I hope that we get to actually experience and see a lot of what these changes entail. That is my hope. But it's just so much. it's so much. So it's going to be a lot to take in. Overall, I think a lot of positive changes for sure. There are some changes that are kind of crazy. Again, like I'm still thinking about the no alert. Like that's what I'm still thinking about right now. Just because I feel like it has the biggest ramifications in regards to harassment, in regards to being notified, and minimizing early game damage. Just because I feel like that's one of the big complaints about StarCraft 2 is how high-paced it is and how unforgiving it can be. Like, you look away from your mineral line, and then bam, like a DT comes in and kills everything, or an Oracle comes in and kills everything, or a Widowmine Drill comes in and kills everything, or a Hellion run by, or a Vulture run by, or something like that, right? So I feel like you do want those notifications to allow for counterplay, right? To allow for counterplay, to allow the defending player to go to their bases, to react, to pull away, to micro against you. So it's interesting to see that they're going against that they want to try to punish that and punish how inattentive you can be. But at the same time, as they want to punish that, they also want to make other things more accessible, right? And other things a little bit easier. So there's a bit of a back and forth there. And I mean, we'll see what it means. We'll see what it leads to. It's definitely an interesting change for sure. And I feel like it's like a bigger deal than than is being like given attention to. The other interesting one is, of course, the pings. We'll see how that kind of affects things. But I look forward to it. I do look forward to it. I hope that Blizzard are able to make the arcade, patched in some way. I hope they're able to make it accessible again, where community mod makers can actually implement a bunch of changes and make a bunch of changes as well. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Hi. God. Kira, how long did we spend on this?
On this specifically, I don't know, but the show is reaching 4 hours.
No, already?
Yes. That's why I DM'd
think-
you if you want a break, maybe, because you've been talking for 4 hours now.
Oh, did we spend like 2 hours on just this? No shot.
At least like an
No,
hour and a
sure.
half, at least.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody, good job tonight. Thanks, Light, in the chat.
I mean, we even skipped a bunch of. Like,
Yeah, we
honestly, there were
skipped a bunch of
periods
text
here
as well.
where a bunch of text was unnecessary as well. Where you just cut it out. It's like we had to write an essay, and it's like, yo, minimum 2,000 words, and you just padded it out. Jesus. Okay, but yeah, yeah, definitely a lot of interesting changes. I look forward to seeing how they all come together, how they all come to pass. As I said, this is like a PTR. This is like testing phase. They are more than willing to make more adjustments, to revert things, to adjust things, to go further in some ways, to pull back in other ways as well. I hope that they are, when they say that, they actually mean that, of course, and we'll see what happens when it comes to the PTR tournament as well. No. See, the saddest part, if he died while doing it, wouldn't even get notified. True. That's crazy, baby. That's crazy. Oh my god. Anyway, I guess, yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. At least 5 minutes. At least 5 minute break. We're going to break. This is us just now finishing up the topics of the week, by the way. And up next, we have all the tournament results.
This is just
all
the news
results.
section, guys. Okay.
This was just the news, mate. Aye. Yeah, we got a cast in like 10 hours. Okay. So we'll see you soon after the break. We'll see you soon. Bra. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the PondCast episode 52. Whew, it's been, again, a very, very intense week in regards to news. We are 4 hours into the PondCast, and we are only past the first section out of, 5. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be... We made it through the topics. We made it through the initial topics, through all the interviews, Stars Agora interviews, Fear Dragon interview, Jumi interview, Basilisk and Rebellion interview, alongside FEL and the Stark Evolution latest PTR patch as well. If you're just now tuning in, if you missed out on some of the things I just listed, then do check it out. We did have quite a lengthy discussion and quite a lot to go through, and definitely worth checking out. And again, checking out the original content as well in regards to the interviews, in regards to the upcoming tournaments as well. So again, it's just a very, very intense week in regards to news. But now it's time to smooch. It's time to degen rush. I'm googling degen rush as we speak.
It's gonna be the phrase of the week, huh?
Let's go. I like what you said. What's a degen rush? It's when you rush at 4 a.m. I like it. Let's go.
You don't understand. It's a certain type of just, state of mind where it's like 4 a.m. You've been awake all night and you've been playing StarCraft. Preferably on ladder, not even on tournament, on ladder, and that's when the degen rushes come.
Is degen rush when it's like 2 a.m. in the morning and you're rushing to finish up the PondCast topic list before you go to bed the night before?
They didn't have to know that.
Is that what a degen rush is?
I finished it at 3:30. Thank you very much.
I see. I understand. But with that, we are now getting into our set of tournaments. Now it's time for tournament results for the week. First things first, we are jumping into our modded tournaments. And hey, speaking of StarCraft Evolution, which we just went over the upcoming PTR patch, we have the Kung Fu Cup at 2025 weekly number 11 StarCraft Evolution edition. This is the last Kung Fu Cup before the upcoming season. I believe if I recall correctly, Kung Fu Cup will not return until post EWC, or maybe even until post Blizzard does updates and allow for updates to go through the arcade. Whichever comes first, we'll see what happens. Regardless, Kung Fu Cup 11, we did have quite a plethora of players here. We had Spirit, we had Kiwi, and we had Scarlet, Rebellion, and 3 Point. If you recall, this is actually Scarlet's her first time, I should say, one of her first times competing in StarCraft Evolution. If you recall, Scarlet did have a show match against Björn on the Shopify channel. That was back in December, quite some time ago, during the previous, I believe it was post DreamHack Dallas, if I recall correctly. So it was quite some time ago where Scarlet did compete, and likewise, Scarlet now showing up in this tournament as well. This coincides with Scarlet's recent uptake in performance in competing in tournaments. Again, Scarlet, in the lead up to DreamHack Dallas, did actually start competing again and start playing in tournaments. We spoke about this at the start of the broadcast, actually, in regards to the NA scene and the NA region. Scarlet is part-time. Nowadays, she is part-time. She did take a massive break from the game. She was not competing or playing for months, but recently came back to playing in War TV Mondays, in Pegasus Cups, in online tournaments, in invitationals, and even in Kung Fu Cup as well. So great to see Scarlet make her return and playing for the first time in this tournament. Did have a shaky performance and didn't quite make a deep run in this tournament, but again, she is not as well versed in StarCraft Evolution, so there is a bit of a learning curve to it. Rebellion did claim the series, but really cool to see Scarlet competing, and hopefully not for the last time. Hopefully we get to see Scarlet again in another StarCraft Evolution event in the future. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. She did play against Rebellion on Near Isles of Siren, and she was very upset. But it was honestly, it was a really good game. It was a really sick series, and I hope to see more of Scarlet in the future. Meanwhile, we did see Rebellion take down Scarlet. 3 Point took down Rebellion. Kiwian took down Spirit. That was the intense series, might I add. Kiwian, of course, I rate him quite highly in recent times because in recent times he has been competing. Historically, Kiwian, aka Top, has been a caster, streamer, content creator, but recently has been devoting more time to improving at the game, improving at StarCraft Evolution, and has been looking very impressive as of late. Did take down Spirit, impressive performance. Did go down to 3-1 in the finals, so congratulations to 3 Point, but a shout out to Kiwian for making the finals, for making a series of it, and for taking down Spirit as well. GG. GG well played. Shout out to 3 for becoming our last Kung Fu Cup champion. And again, Kung Fu Cup will return soon in the future. Will return. Until then, is on hiatus. That leads us into the Enki Epic Series number 3. This shout out to Enki El Hermoso, Papi El Hermoso. Of course, he is one of our own. He is now a recently added CranKy Duckling. And Enki, he has been hosting these show matches on a monthly basis. And we had Enki hosting a StarCraft Evolution show match between Classic and Shin, a best of 7. It did go the distance here, sorry, best of 9, I should say. Did go the distance, did not go all 9 games, but it was close. And we had Classic coming out on top. Again, I would say that Shin and Classic, they are... Alright, so I would say Shin is the current strongest direct player in StarCraft Evolution. Classic is top 2 Protoss, top 2 alongside Hero. Hero is also well versed in StarCraft Evolution and is a terrifying player in his own right. In the end, Classic and Shin, they did go back and forth. It was honestly a really, really fun series, but Classic did prevail, did take down Shin 5-3. GG. GG, well played. Did claim the series. Congratulations there to Classic, and shout to Enki for hosting the event. And again, we should be hosting the event once again in the future as well. Is a regular monthly alongside the Enki Pro Series, which we'll get into next time. Meanwhile, we do have StarCraft Evolution League number 14. This is our most recent tournament, and this is one of the last chances that players have to qualify for the SEL Championship. Meanwhile, for the event itself, we did have 3 Point. We had some heavy hitters. We had 3 Point. We have Wayne. We had the STC, Geralt, Tasia, the Tasia from Asia, Papi. He made his return after 5 years of retirement. There was a lot of hype here around this tournament. Tasia, he has been, of course, retired for 5 years. I was checking when we were casting him. The last time Tasia competed was back in 2020. I believe it was the end of 2020. So it's been just over 5 years at this point that he has been retired. So it's been a long time since Tasia has competed in StarCraft, and he is back. He is back specifically for StarCraft Evolution. So it's great to see him after so many years. You know, you're never really gone. Like, how many times did Tasia retire before finally stepping away in 2020? So it's been a long time. Of course, Tasia, he came back after military, if you recall. He went to the military service, came back, and he never really found the success that he had pre-military service. He was competing, he played in some GSLs, he was looking okay, but again, he retired at the end of 2020. 5 years ago. Now he's back for StarCraft Evolution, and he was looking pretty good. And to be honest, he was looking pretty damn good. He was looking very impressive against Prome. Prome is a difficult opponent, though. Like, Prome, he's very well versed. Prome, he is a StarCraft Evolution Code A champion. He's a champion. He is one of the best Protoss players in StarCraft Evolution. So really a difficult opponent for Tasia. And hey, we had a back and forth. What I was most impressed by seeing Tasia is that Tasia, he clearly was looking practiced. Like, even though this was his first time competing in a tournament, clearly he knew what he was doing. Like, he had some very specialized builds, and he had some very well thought out play when he was playing Brood War and SE2 as well. So even though this is the first time that we saw him, Tasia, it seems like he has been gearing up for this. He's been getting ready for this. So it's great to see that he has been spending and devoting time to StarCraft Evolution, and he has interest in competing in this format as well. And this won't be the last that we're seeing of Tasia. Will not be the last. We're seeing more of him. For the event itself, we did see Prome take down Tasia. Bratok took down Prome. Wayne took down the SCC. The SCC did compete as Protoss. He has been playing around a little bit with race switching. His main race is Terran, but he did play around with Protoss, at least a little bit. Specifically with Brood War. So he's still playing Terran for SE2, but for Brood War, he is picking Protoss. And has been having some mixed success, is what I will say. Mixed success there for the STC. Meanwhile, 3 Point versus Wayne was very close, very intense, very clutch, very back and forth. It was a very, very aggressive and very cheesy series. A lot of degen rushes, if you will. There was
Oh, no.
So those a lot of them were rushing them degens over in the semifinals. So very intense, very fun series there between 3 Point and Wayne. 3 Point did advance onto the finals, but I took down Prome 3-2. Again, non-stop ace matches in the semifinals, the grand finals as well. What I loved about this tournament was how close the semis and the finals were. It could have gone either way. Could have been Prome, could have been 3 Point, could have been Wayne, could have been Bratok. Anyone could have taken it. It was very close, very clutch. In the end, 3-point did barely win over Bratok. But again, shout out to Bratok because I was looking at the time. This is the furthest he has gone in this tournament in a StarCraft Evolution League. Bratok, he's never made it to the finals. He's never made it this far, but he has been devoting a lot more time to the game. He's been practicing, he's been improving, he's been spending a lot of time playing customs and playing CIS tournaments as well. And this is the best he's ever performed, best he's ever looked, and he's been looking damn good. So GG. GG will play shout out to Bratok for having a deep run, for having a solid performance. Did go down in the finals, but did well for himself nonetheless. GG. GG well played, and congratulations to 3-point for becoming this week's StarCraft Evolution League champion, and I look forward to seeing the next one as well. It's going to be, of course, in another 2 weeks' time for SCL 15. That leads us into the Initiate Amateur tournaments. Let's go. So we're done with SC Evo. Now we're jumping into some regular SC2, but amateur tournaments. This is a weekly event for Bronze to Platinum players. And we did have some of our regulars even in our chats here. We have Ragnar. Ragnar, he was able to have a deep run himself through the lower brackets. He was able to take down John Rix. Interesting. We had John Rix, but went down to Rabid Blue Jay, as Red Blue Jay was able to make it all the way to the finals here against Flesh. We did have a back and forth one all the way to the ace match. Flesh took down Rabid Blue Jay 3-2 in the finals. So very close, very intense finals there. And I also want to say it's good to see some more fresher faces. There are some players here that I've never seen before, and definitely some more interest here in this tournament. If you're out there, if you happen to be within the leagues of Bronze, Silver, or Platinum, then this event is for you. There's no money on the line, bear that in mind. There's no money, but there are points. Basically, the way this works is that a season begins, and this event runs on a weekly basis. You accumulate points, and at the end of the season, the top placing players with the most amount of points get invited to a tournament that does have a prize pool, that does provide prize money. So you can be a part of that if you place highly, if you place well in the weeklies. So with that, congratulations to Flesh as he takes down Rabid Blue Jay 3-2. That leads us into the Veteran Edition. This is for those between Diamond 3 and Diamond 2. And here we did have also some names I'm not so familiar with. Okay, we had Split. We had Split taking down Lauren. Split did take down M the Great 2-1. A bunch of ace matches and went up against Lauren in the finals in a rematch. Actually, Lauren did fight his way through the lower brackets, and in the end 3-2 in favor of Lauren. TVT finals does get his revenge, but again, really great to see more ace matches, more back and forth, some close and competitive play between our top players here. Congratulations to Lauren. Does claim the win for the Veteran Edition. That leads us into Prestige, which is Diamond 1 to Masters 2. Oh my god, once again a bigger bracket. I know what it is, but we've been getting some more signups here for these tournaments. Really cool to see. And because of that, I do have some names that I'm not too familiar with. Dizzy Dwarf and Beast are some of our regulars, but no, they went down. We had Hidi took down Dizzy Dwarf 2-0, took down Beast 2-0, took down Distan 2-0, but did actually go down to Beast in the rematch in the finals. Oh my god, Beast did work his way through that lower bracket, taking down Set, taking down Wiseman, taking down Distan, and claiming the win 3-0 in those finals. Big win there for Beast. Congratulations as it does win in that rematch. That leads us into the Elite tournament. Now this is where unfortunately there is less participation, which is interesting because it's all the amateur league tournaments that have more signups. You know, Bronze to Platinum, Diamond 3 to Diamond 2, Diamond 1 to Masters. This is for pro players. This is for, I say pro players, this is more for more higher league players. But the reality is, I would say that these players have less incentive to compete in this because they can just play in tournaments that actually give money. They can compete in those other bigger events. So because of that, I feel like there's just a little bit less representation here. This is for Masters 1 and GM. We did have two players, SW Pro and Cobblestone. Cobblestone does win 3-0. So congratulations here to Cobblestone. My condolences to SW Pro. As that does wrap up our Amateur League Weeklies. That leads us into the Passioncraft Emerging Stars, number 21. This is a regular event here for players below the MMR of 5.5k. It is a weekly tournament, and we often see a lot of up-and-comers face off here. Speaking of, oh my god, a player that I don't think has won before, Moonbeam. A player that I am not familiar with. Takes down Meowridoom 2-1, takes down Maverick 2-1, takes down Gref, the Cannon Rusher, 3-1 as well, becoming our champion, and I believe winning a Passioncraft Emerging Stars tournament for the first time. Congratulations. Congratulations here. Shout out to Moonbeam. Again, when I think of players from Romania, I think of Cuckoo, right? Like Cuckoo, who I don't think competes anymore. Actually, feels bad, man. I think Cuckoo did silently retire. But yeah, that's what I think of when I think of Romanian players. So yeah, it's really cool to see someone else from Romania stepping up and he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, right? Like he's an unknown. He's a ladder hero, but does claim the win over Gref. Really well done. Really well done. And I hope to see more of Moonbeam in the future. So congratulations. Does claim the win, and just double checking, yes, it's his first time winning and his first time even in the finals as well. There's very little information out there. Sorry, my apologies. Not the first time. He made it to the finals previously, actually. Quite some time ago though. It was back in March. Sorry, back in February. Jesus. So it's been a while, but he does win his first finals. Congratulations. With that leads us into the Nation League Season 6. Oh boy, I feel like we just wrapped up Season 5, by the way. So we do. Yeah, it's interesting to see how we have had a decent amount of the league just continues. It just keeps on going. We have our teams here. We have Team Bolivia. We have Charlie Cox, the caster himself. We have Havertz, Facebooka, Galahad, Deadpool, Render, Aido, Elijuro, and Crossstroke as well. We have Team Brazil. We have Arez, Purple, Eliezer, Adonan, Elevolts, and Mantega as well. Bearing in mind, for some of these teams, you might notice a GM player. You can be a part of the team as a GM, as a coach, or as a captain, but not compete. Just as a heads up. So sometimes we do have some pros as a part of the team rosters, but they don't actually compete. They're there to lead their team and to help them improve. For Team Costa Rica, a lot of players we're familiar with. We have Neo, Yedmi, Neo Shine. We have Andurild. We have Ivor, Fenrir, Shadex, Darkness, and Archangel as well. For Team Czechia, we have Noxman, Freyr, Majdi, Zero, Amber Drake, Twin, Byri, Kokowich, and Math as well. Scrolling down, we have Team France and Team Germany. We have Legend K, the team captain for France, caster as well. We have Hidic, Starlight, Soothsayer, players that we know. MXG, Furious, Bullock Jr., another player that we know, who plays in our tournaments. So we have Hobo, and Zephyr as well. For Team Germany, we have Mac as a captain. We have Regal, Main, Mad Max, Enuma, Christu, Luthrax, Grana, and Beatflix. Let's go. There's so many teams. We have Team Guatemala. Oh, let's go. We have Borel. We know him, of course. You have Secret Ire. We have Electric, Doom, Eral, and Ska. We have Team Hungry, Aztecs, who also we know and love, who used to be a more regular competitor. Nowadays, I think has taken a step back from competing. We have Panda, Order GG, Milka, Ibra, Bali, and Cheese.
I will say on that note, because you mentioned Aztecs, I believe he's currently organizing a tournament for Hungarian players.
Shout to Aztecs. Near and dear to our hearts. Much love to Aztecs. Much love. Used to be a competitor in pro tournaments, but did take a step back from competing. That leads us into Team Italy. We have Loviuf. We have Galuka. We have Nafon. We have Taro. We have Lori Magic. Purs. We have Escanor. We have Nash and Sunturian as well. That leads us into Team Kazakhstan. Rainmaker. Hey, we know him. We have Rainmaker. We have Tim Rainer instead of Jim Rainer. I like it. It's Tim. It's his brother. Let's go. We have Talanda, we have Ditya, we have Fuxas, we have Ifrit Vacuum, the vacuum. We have Criss-Across, Overload, and Zeratul. All the puns. Am I crazy? This is Criss-Across. Did we have Crisscross earlier? Am I crazy?
I think you might be getting crazy. It's
no, yeah, Team Bolivia.
Yeah.
So we have Criss-Across in Team Kazakhstan. We have Cross-Stroke in Team Bolivia. That's
slightly different.
Yeah. But that's what stood out in my mind. Okay. Yeah, we're not crazy. We have Team Poland. We have Inu. We have Matrix. We have Dizzy Dwarf. We have Zohan, Kasparos, Killaby, Sika Striker, or Drago, Grubson, and Lesker as well. We had Team Peru, but looks like Team Peru did withdraw from competing. We had Team Sweden with Chicano. We have Demont, Clade, Winus, Zistem, Glidrist, Cost Phoenix. Oh, it's called. Yeah, remember. Does rep Sweden. Let's go. Gargoyle, Sedon, and Kiman. Got Team Taiwan, Undertaker, Kamikaze, Ming, Brights, Floppy Cat, Crush, Andy. It's Andy. Rice, Player, Papa Panda, and Blink. Yo, Papa Panda's back. Was he there last time? I can't quite recall. But great to see him back. Big shout out to Papa Panda.
I mean, it depends what you mean by last time, because this tournament has been going on for a while. They are currently in the playoffs.
Oh, did we miss it?
No, we talked about the group stage before, but there was like 1 or 2 matches missing in the group stage last time we talked about it, because the groups are uneven.
Why are you letting me go through this? I thought this was a new season.
If you want to read the players, I won't stop you.
Okay. Nah, we're done. I thought this was the new season. I thought we were done.
I wrote on the spreadsheet quarterfinals. That's why I put it there.
You should have stopped me. Oh my god. Okay. I thought this was a new season. I was like, okay, we're going to new season. Let's go. Didn't you hear me at the beginning? I was like, I thought we just wrapped one up. I guess we could just keep on going. So I started with that. I started saying that. Okay, you know what? We know who the teams are. We're scrolling down. Playoffs, quarterfinals have now concluded. Okay, so yes, as you mentioned, we already went through the group stage. I'll be honest, I just thought we wrapped it up. I thought it was over. I thought it was done. Never mind.
I think
playoffs,
they
Taiwan.
Oh. I mean, firstly, because the groups were uneven, there were a few more rounds, but I think they also took a little bit of a break before playoffs. So it's just that like the tournament started a while ago.
Yeah, you can see, well, there was a month break. You can see the last time we updated the groups was May 18th, and the playoffs are June 22nd. So it's literally a month break, or over a month since dividing them, I should say. So over a month in between group stage and playoffs. So that's why I just assumed it was just over. My apologies. My apologies. Okay, so we do have the results for the playoffs. We have Taiwan. They take down Italy 6-0. Oh my god. We have Blink. Blink takes down Escanor 2-0. We have Ming. Ming takes down Centurion 2-0 as well. And we had a walkover in Division 1. So strong showing there from Team Taiwan. GG. GG, well played. Brazil versus USA. They do face off in 3 days, so we'll have an update next week. Hungary versus Poland versus Bologna. We had Ibra. Ibra takes down Draco 2-0. We have Cheese going tied 1-1 with Sickest 1-1. It does tie up against his opponents. Meanwhile, Matrix does take down OrderGG 2-0, and we have Cheese taking down Sickest in the end. Did he cheese? Did he degen rush? That is the question.
Oh no, that's the sickest line you could drop there.
Up next, Kazakhstan versus Germany. We had Zeratul take down Mad Max 2-0. We had Mac taking down Wefuxus 2-0. We had Talendar taking down Maine 2-0 as well. So big wins there for Kazakhstan. Again, we're just waiting for Brazil and USA to wrap up their matches in a couple of days, and we have next week with the semifinals as well. So we'll be catching up with all these results in the coming weeks. And now we know that there has not been a new season of the Nation League. They just took over a month off. But now we're caught up. Up next. Up next, we do have our regional events and our show matches. Oh, of course, we had a big event here. We saw the post, by the way, regarding our own player doing well here. Of course, he did pop off to do well. We had the Brazilian star. We had the Circuito Brasileiro, the Brazilian Soccer Circuit. This is a big offline event. Of course, we did cast every single stage. We casted Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, and we covered all the playoffs as well. If you missed out on this event, all the VODs are available on YouTube. This was a big event. It was online for the most part, but it had a offline portion. The playoffs, the final couple of matches were made offline. Shout out to the Brazilian soccer scene for coming together as a community, for organizing, for funding to have the players paid their travel costs to actually go to Sao Paulo. The event was a gaming bar in Sao Paulo as well. It was a beautiful venue. Shout out to Cosmos, he was there. Icegar was there. A bunch of the community was there as well, organizing the event. We had player cams. We had like like shaky spy cam as well, of like some guy behind the scenes. We had the trophy cam, the bar cam as well. So it was a great event. Great to see everyone coming together here. And of course, who did compete in that finals? We had Eric, Inexorable, Shakti, and Kamikaze. We had our top 4 players competing at that offline finals. And in the end, I would say we had some surprising results. Coming into this, I think everyone was expecting Inexorable versus Eric. Like, Inexorable took down Master 3-0 previously, and Master got cheesed out of the tournament. So for Inexorable to go down to Shakti, that was a bit of a shock. That was a bit of a shock here. That was surprising. Shakti was popping off, and we had a best-of-7 finals between Eric and Shakti. And it was a back and forth. We had Shakti adept the hell out of Eric at some points, but Eric, he was able to come out on top. And of course, Eric, he's one of our own. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. The F in Eric stands for fear. And he's also a CranKy Duckling. He's one of our own. He was repping the CranKy Duckling jersey, the CranKy Duckling logo, and he had a beautiful speech at the end when he received the trophy. He was brought onto the Brazilian stream. He was interviewed, and he even gave us a shout out. He had some nice, kind words about us, about the CranKy Ducklings. Again, we've done our best to support Eric over the years, and we do what we can to support our players as well. Nowadays, we don't really have as much monetary support that we can give our players as much as we used to, unfortunately. But regardless, like, we're always there for our boys, and we were cheering hard for him, and he did come out as the champion, the best player in all of Brazil. GG, well played, and I look forward to seeing more of this in the future as well. We spoke about it previously at the start of the broadcast 5 hours ago about how important it is for the community and the scene to come together for these local events. We spoke about how that has been lacking in the North Americas in regards to Cheeseadelphia, how they do need to band together to fund, to support, and to promote and to push events like Cheeseadelphia to make that a reality. We spoke about that regarding Oddscraft as well, regarding the Australian or the Oceanic region. We spoke about that regarding Home Story Cup, which has been successful in doing so. But also, speaking of success, this event as well. The Brazilian scene, even though it's considered to be a smaller scene, is actually quite big. It's quite unified, and for them to make this event a reality, to make it this big, and to have this much hype around it, to have this much audience, and to have this much like just flair around the event itself was hype, was successful, was big, was huge. And this is a good example of what we do need elsewhere in the region or in the scene in StarCraft as well. GG well played. Congratulations to Eric. Again, massive event with so many players, with so many players involved, so many participants with, again, Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, playoffs as well. We had players from all around Brazil competing. GG well played. Congratulations. So much love here to Eric, to one of our own. Now, speaking of the Latin American region, we had the LATAM StarCraft 2 League as well. This was also, we had our finals. Again, week by week, we have had some updates regarding this. We had the group stage, we had the playoff bracket as well. Of course, this is an event for the rest of Latin America, from players from Peru, from Bolivia, from Costa Rica, from Chile, from all around. We did have our finals, which was not updated on Wikipedia.
Fresh, I just did it.
Why was it not updated on Wikipedia?
Why was it like, huh? It was, you casted the tournament.
That is a good question. I did cast it.
Yeah, you could have just like edited it.
With that, we had Mute. So we had Mute taking down Sagan 4-0. Big win there for Sagan. For Mute. Again, Mute did not drop a single map here. Mute, he has been rising through the ranks as the best player in all of Latino America, or at least the best Protoss player. And I still have to see him against Master, I'll be honest. Like, I still rate Master quite highly, but Mute has been improving so much. And again, was looking dominant in this tournament. We have seen Mute go back and forth or fall to other Latin American players, but typical players like Cham, players like Special, players like Juanito, they are still the stronger forces in the scene in the region, but here in this tournament they were nowhere to be found, and in the end Mute comes out on top without dropping a single map in the playoffs. GG well played. Sagan had a lot of cheeses, he had a lot of all-ins, he had a lot of cheeky degenerate rushes, if you will, and and unfortunately, he was not quite. I mean, there were some close games. There were some intense matches, but alas, he could not quite break the back of Mute. Mute, he proved to be a little bit too strong defensively. And GG. In the end, Mute did claim the win. But I look forward to seeing more of these. Shout out to Infinalis, shout out to Infinalis Esports, to Enki, to Crown as well for organizing the event. And I hope that we get to see more of these in the future. Fingers crossed. Hope to see more. With that, here we go. We're getting into our next tournament. So we're getting into the Legacy Weekly Japan 460. Speaking of regionals, this is for the Japanese region, of course. We had a Crimson. Crimson went down to Battlefield 2-1. We had our Japanese player. God, I feel like we looked them up previously. What do they translate to? We looked it up last time. Hold on. We got this. Translate. Tapioca, that's it. Bubble Tea. Bubble Tea did take down Sayar 2-0 and took down Battlefield 2-0 as well. So Tapioca, just a little bit too strong. I mean, I think Kuro would agree. It's pretty good. It's Tapioca. It's pretty good. It's pretty strong.
Can confirm, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. GG. So again, this is not the first time Tapioca has won one of these regional weeklies from the Japanese region. So really impressive play there, taking down Sayark and potentially becoming one of the new forces in the region to be a contender, to be one to take seriously, to be the best in Japan. Yet to be confirmed. But regardless, GG will play. Shout out to Tapioca for claiming the win. That leads us into the Sunrise Cup number 204, a regular weekly tournament for the Chinese region. We did have who? This time, no Oriana. Oriana has been making a regular of it, or has been regularly making it to the finals. No, this time there is no Oriana. We instead had Nanami. Nanami Chiaki takes down Night Stalker 2-1, takes down Latte 2-0, and takes down Migi 3-0 as well. Big win here for Nanami. Does take it. Nanami is a regular when it comes to winning these tournaments, when it comes to claiming these wins, and this week, same can be said. Congratulations. That leads us into the Lily Cup number 40. We actually already covered this match previously, but this, look at the graphic. That's amazing. I love it. Yo, we got that comic kind of look. I appreciate the graphic made here. We had Scarlet versus Hero. We casted this here on our channel, of course, but this was something different, something special. This was an off-race show match. Scarlet versus Hero, not a ZVP. This was a TVP instead. Hero playing Terran, Scarlet playing Protoss. But this did feel a little bit lopsided just because Hero, his Terran is 6k. Like, he's pretty damn good with his Terran, and Hero did claim the series 4-1. Scarlet was able to hold her own at a time, did take the first game, did have a cheeky build in game 1, but unfortunately was overwhelmed, and Hero claims the win 4-1. GG. GG, Hero showcasing his off-race, showcasing his Terran. Again, we've casted Hero's Terran in the past, and now we see it again. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty impressive. GG. GG, well played with that. Hero does claim the win, and I hope to see more of it Lily in the future in regards to some of these events. Again, they do love to host like sometimes round robin tournaments, sometimes a GSL group, sometimes a player bracket, 4-player bracket, double elimination, or just a straight up show match. They get creative. So much love to Lily, much love to Saber. That leads us into the Super 747. This is a best of one regular show match. No off racing here between Cure and Zeon. Oh, did I? Oh, yes. We also had some Kanoya show matches as well. Kanoya, of course, a big shout out to Kanoya, is a French caster and a near and dear friend to the channel. We did feature some show matches featuring Juanito. It was actually, first things first, we had Bjorn versus Creator. We had Juanito versus Bjorn and Juanito versus Solar as well. So there were 3 show matches in total. And yeah, there was nothing when it comes to like any kind of weird format or anything like that. There were just 3 best of 5s. And it was great to see Juanito once again. Special. He has been, like I mentioned with Scarlet, was also very inactive at the start of the year. Very inactive. Only recently came back to competitive play for HSL. That was like maybe 2 months ago, I want to say. Like around 2 months ago. So recently returned and has been playing a little bit more StarCraft. Even earlier today, Special was actually coaching Dave Tessa on stream. Coaching Dave Tessa on stream, and Christopher Fistel on stream as well. So again, Special recently came back, recently has been improving, and was shown off in the show matches. In the end, Solar and Bjorn both took down Special 3-0 respectively. A little bit more one-sided there, and again, Bjorn also took down Percival as well. But overall, we had some fun matches overall. Solid games, and hope to see more of all of them in the future. And again, a big shout out to Kanoya for hosting those show matches. Big shout out. As that leads us into Super 7's number 47. That leads into our best of 7 1v1 format between Cure and Zound. In the end, Cure takes down Zound 4-2. Again, this is a Cure that is a recent GSL finalist. Despite that, Zound has also been improving as well. Like, Zound is also very much so informed. This could have gone either way. It does go the way of Cure, just barely 4-2. Big win there for Cure. My condolences to Zound, and I'm curious to see how Zound does look coming into Home Story Cup. We'll get into it, but Home Story Cup is in a couple of days, and Zound is going to be a part of it. He is going to be a part of Home Story Cup. We'll be going over the entirety of the groups and the matchups and the players momentarily. Another GG. GG well played. Kiri does take down Zound. Leads us into the Super StarCraft Global number 22, featuring some international players here. We had 4 players. We had Future, Mana, Hearthstone, and Sham. We had best of 5s leading into a best of 7. We had a 4-player invitational. We had Mana taking down Future 3-0. Again, Mana has been looking like a beast as of late. Like, I would say that Mana currently, I want to say is top 4 Protoss in Europe. I want to say that 1, we have MaxFax, 2, we have Showtime, 3, we have Skillus, 4, we have Mana, and like Mana's just been looking insane. I don't know what it is, like, but the resurgence of Mana, like, he just came out of retirement and he's just knocking all these kids around. It's crazy. It's wild. Sham takes on Hearthstone 3-0. Again, Sham has been looking likewise very in form, especially in certain matchups, especially in ZVZ. Like, give him a Zerg player, he'll pop off. Here, it takes on Hearthstone 3-0, which was more expected, and Sham does go down to Mana 4-1. Again, big win there for Mana. Again, Mana has been looking just really in form as of late. Really in form, really on top of things. Crazy performance there from Mana. And a shout out to Cham for making it to the finals. GG. GG well played. Mana does claim the win. That leads us into the Water TV !TR Invitational. This was a sponsored tournament from Tempest Rising. Tempest Rising, they recently came out with an RTS, a very well-polished RTS, might I add, and apparently there was a big update, a big multiplayer update, and a way to promote the update was to sponsor a Water TV tournament. Honestly, a really good way to get RTS lovers to actually have a look at Tempest Rising. And actually take notice of the changes that are being made and the update to Tempest Rising as well. I'm not too familiar with the exact details of those changes, just that there have been, or that there was a big balance change. So, yeah, look forward to it. Look forward to do check out Tempest Rising. I'm sure it is worth it. Again, if you're an RTS lover, do check it out. Good things have been heard regarding Tempest Rising. This is a 4-player invitational double elimination. We had Björn, Raynor, Clem, and MaxPax. Björn takes down Raynor 2-1. Oh, best of 3s. Well, yeah, that's crazy. But purely best of 3s here. So Björn takes on Raynor 2-1. Clem takes on MaxX 2-1. Meanwhile, Clem takes on Björn 2-0. And Clem takes on Raynor in the finals 3-0. Strong showing there from Clem in that best of 5 finals. Raynor takes on MaxPax, and Raynor gets his revenge over Björn 2-1 as well. I know that some people have been, there's been a bit of a back and forth between Clem and MaxFax as of late, especially in regards to the Pegasus Cup. We'll get there, but MaxFax has been getting the better of Clem as of late. But here, Clem gets the better of MaxFax. GG. GG well played. Congratulations here as Clem does claim the win. As Clem does take the invitational. That leads us into our next set of tournaments. That leads us into the OC events for the week. That leads us into the OC Elite Rising Star number 15. Do we have a list of updates for this event?
We do, in the notes channel, actually.
Oh, so we do have some updates here. We have Moja versus Inexorable did wrap up.
Lower bracket.
Okay. So Moja does take down Inexorable, does advance on to face off against Pappy, and likewise takes on Pappy 2-1 as well. Big win there for Moja. Does claim those 2 wins. Meanwhile, we have a Shameless. Shameless does take down Fire as well. Big win there for Shameless. Mentioned earlier that it was a bit of an upset, I would say, that Shameless got taken down so early. So Shameless, he's got a long way to go as he takes down Fire. Likewise, Shameless also takes down a Chance as well to make it further in the tournament. Meanwhile, we had Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix takes down UD Soldier takes down Night Phoenix. That's a big win. UD Soldier takes down Night Phoenix 2-1. Big win there for UD Soldier. And likewise, we also had Jimmy versus Milky Cow as well. Jimmy does take down Milky Cow 3-2, went all the way to the ace match. Let's go. The cow himself goes all the way to the ace match against Jimmy. Jimmy does claim the win, just barely. A lot of ace matches. Look at the bracket here. Jimmy took down Night Phoenix, went to the ace match. Jimmy took down Percival, also went to the ace match. Jimmy takes down Milky Cow, also went to the ace match as well. So we'll see if anyone can stop Jimmy. They've gotten close, but who can bring him down? We'll see if Milky Cow can have his next chance at the Yumi. He has some downtime though. Like Milky Cow, he has at least a month before his next match. At least a month, maybe 2 months. Curry, how long do you think it will take?
Yeah, like 4 weeks. And I'm saying that because Passioncraft Emerging Stars is already qualifying for the 16th edition.
They've been doing that for a while.
Yeah, they've been at it. We're getting players.
We're getting close to qualifying for number 17. Getting close. So best of luck. Best of luck to all those competing here in the OC Elite. And again, we'll get some updates eventually over the next couple of weeks. Up next, we have the OC Elite OC King of the Hill weekly number 214. Again, this was covered by the CranKy Ducklings. Yeah, it was covered by us. It was covered, of course, by the CranKy Ducklings. We stepped in where otherwise, I think Steadfast has been covering this for the past couple of months, but we have stepped in for the past couple of weeks, and we had some crazy performances here. We had a Gigi Machine. Machine takes down Moja 1-0. Geralt then goes on a win streak here. A bit of a win streak, takes down Gigi Machine, takes down Percival, and then Skillus went to town, taking down Geralt, Mana, Young Yakov, Baby Marine, Mixu, Sebestes as well. A big run there for Skillus before eventually falling to Christunanner. And Christunanner, he popped off. He did not stop. He kept going. Took down Skillus, Shameless, Jimmy, Creator, Pappy, and Nicaract as well. GG, well played with that. Cristiano, he does claim all of it and does become our OC King of the Hill champion. Let's go. Did we hold on.
Did we what?
Okay, we're good. Sorry.
Did we what? Panic.
We're good. No, we're good. We're good. I got scared for a moment. I'll be honest. I was second guessing this because I'll be honest. A lot of I do not remember casting Cristiano versus Nicaract. I don't remember that, but so I was second guessing myself. Did we cast this?
All blending together.
It all blends together. It all blends together. It all blends together. But yes. GG all played in the end. Cristiano, he popped off, papi. Oh my god, Cristiano, papi, getting ready for the event in Krakow or Krakow. Which one?
Krakow.
Yeah,
there's a U in there.
Yeah. As that leads us into the OSC Elite, the OSC 2025 Mid-Season Playoffs number 1. Oh, we do have some updates. Shout out to...
Hold on. We also have King of the Hill 215.
Oh.
We had 2. Because the last one was right after PondCast, so we got 2 in the same week.
Yeah. See, that's why I was confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure we didn't cast the recent one. Okay. That's where the confusion came in. As we do have our next OSC King of the Hill. This was covered by Steadfast, and we had Cristiano, the returning King of the Hill, takes down Moja, takes down Shin. Oh my, takes down Shin as well. Takes down Mixu, and then Cristiano. It was Sparkling Tuna Cup time. He had to leave. Something else came up here. So unfortunately, he could not continue his run, so he had to forfeit. Undefeated, by the way. Technically undefeated. Cristiano going on a crazy performance here. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix takes down Demi 1-0. Takes down Art before falling to Skillus. A very short reign there for Skillus because he goes down immediately to Percival. Percival takes down... Skillus takes down Geralt, forced to Rebellion. Big win there for Rebellion. And then Bjorn, he cleans house. Takes out Rebellion. Shameless. Geralt once again, as it was a revive. Nicaract, Ghosty User, and Art as well. Not to be confused with the previous Art in the same tournament. Not to be confused. GG well played. Beyond does claim it. For those that are curious, Ghost User, is that the old school NA player? That is yes, that's true. Ghost User, he actually came back, I want to say, at the start of the year, if not last year, to compete for a brief stint. Then he left again, then now he came back. So Ghost User, he's been back and forth in recent times in regards to competing in StarCraft. Great to see him here once again, and we'll see if he is able to get back into form for the next Cheeseadelphia. I would hope so. But congratulations to Beyond for being our latest King of the Hill. GG. GG will play. That leads us into the OSC 2025 mid-season playoffs number 1, where we do have some more updates to get a massive bracket, a massive tournament, and once again, someone who can any Zerg player stop El Chamaco, papi? Ay. Actually, I believe we already covered that, but yes, Chamaco, he did take down Solo 2-1 up against Mana in the next round. We had Mana take down Spirit. We spoke about it, Mana, I was giving him praise, talking about how I want to say that Mana's 4th best Protoss in Europe right now, just under Skillus. And you can see Mana takes down Trigger, Mana takes down Piotr, Mana takes down Spirit 2-0. Big wins here for Mana. Again, Mana has been looking like a beast, and I would not be surprised if Mana can go further because, hey, remember, Mana, he already took down Chem in the previous Soup Global Invitational. So Chem having a great run here, taking down Solar, but Mana, he is looking like the favorite player there. Best of luck. Likewise, we also had Skillus. Skillus takes down Beyond. We have seen them go back and forth. If you remember, Skillus, he actually won a Sparkling Tunic Cup over Beyond as well, so they have traded back and forth. Skillus does take down Beyond 2-1. Big win there for Skillus. Meanwhile, Shin versus Bunny is still ongoing. Other updates from the lower bracket, though, we had Chance. We had Chance versus Art just wrapped up. Art did take down Chance in that series. Meanwhile, we do have Mixu. We have Mixu versus Hon Mono. That was also wrapping up. Mixu does take down Hon Mono and falls to Cristiano. Cristiano there waiting in the next round. Did bring him down. We had Yuri Soldier. Oh. Hold on. I have to open the bracket. Did you see what happened in the notes?
I know. And I still don't understand, but look, that's what it was on TL. I just screenshotted it.
So Luna C takes down Yuri Soldier 2-1 and falls to Yang Yakov 3-0. So Yang Yakov does take one over Luna C. Meanwhile, we have Sebestis versus GG Machine. GG Machine takes down Sebestis 2-1. Showtime takes down GG Machine 3-0. Strong showing there by Showtime. Does bring him down. Likewise, we have Big Green versus Moja. Moja takes down Big Green 2-0 and is up against Geralt in the next round as well. So we still have a lot of updates to really get into. Up next, Babi versus Jumi. Still ongoing. Geralt versus Moja still ongoing as well. And there's still many more matches to go. Again, this is a big online tournament. This is kind of like the IM Katowice. This is like the World Finals, but for online tournaments, or at least the mid-season finals. And a lot of matches are still ongoing. It's hard to really pinpoint who's going to be the favorite player here. I feel like a lot of people are looking at Solar. People looking at Björn. Solar and Björn, they're knocked down. They're no longer in the upper bracket. We got the European scene and the Latino American scene popping off instead. Meanwhile, Shin versus Bunny, you could argue that whoever wins there will have the edge over their next opponent. But at the same time, against Skillus, Mana, Cham, they are no slouches here. They're in form. They're looking in peak condition. And it won't be easy for Shin or Bunny to make it further. So best of luck. Best of luck to all the players involved. Again, some crazy results already, and I expect more crazy results to come. That leads us into our online weekly tournaments. Our regular weeklies are upon us. But next, we have the Sparkling Tunic Cup. That is, of course, our own regular weekly tournaments. That is, of course, our Sparkling Tunic Cup number 95. Funded by the people for the people. If you want to support our tournaments, if you want to support us here on the CranKy Ducklings, then Sparkling Tunic Cup is the place to be. Then Patreon is the place to be. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat if you want to support our tournaments and support the CranKy Ducklings. Heading on over here, the bracket was huge. The bracket was big. And we had Björn. Björn, he was able to pop off, takes down Ateshi, takes down Eva 2-1. Did go to the ace match, though. Did go all the way to game 3. But Bjorn does take Iba down. Bjorn takes down Geralt 2-0. Geralt did take down Cristiano. Not bad. I feel like Cristiano has recently had the better of Geralt, but this time Geralt, he does get the better of Cristiano. So big win there for Geralt. Bjorn takes down Geralt 2-0. Bjorn takes down Creator 3-1 in the grand finals. It was a very intense PvP. I remember we were a little bit strapped for time just because I think we had Sparkling Tunic up into another tournament. Right, into the EWC, into the EWC. Into the EWC qualifiers. I remember we were strapped for time, but honestly, some pretty fast games, some pretty fast matches there. Thankfully, so we could cast everything. But when it comes to the other big results here, we had Sig. Sig takes down Lunacy 2-1. Big win there for Sig. Did fall to Iba in the end, and of course, Bjorn did take it from there. Meanwhile, we did have Creator. Creator takes down Mocha, but Creator takes down Art 2-1. Did go to the ace match. Takes down Skills also 2-1. Also went to the ace match as well. Skills, he recently beat Bjorn, but Skills, he was not able to get his chance at another opportunity to bring Bjorn down, as we had Bjorn versus Creator in all Korean finals, which did barely go the way, or which did go the way of Bjorn. GG. Congratulations to Bjorn for becoming this week's champion. That leads us into our next tournament. That leads us into the World TV Monday number 41. This was the next day. So, Sparkling Tunic Cups are the first weekly. We come in on Sunday. World TV Monday is going to be on Monday instead. Here we had some more European representation. I say that Estrella once again popped off. We spoke about how Estrella, he was training with Lambo. He was training with Bjorn. He was training in the Shopify HQ not too long ago. And with that training, with that perseverance, with that skill, Estrella, he takes down Maxpax. He 2-0s Maxpax again. This is a regular occurrence. We have seen Estrella multiple times recently defeat Maxpax time and time again. So he takes down Maxpax 2-0, takes down Bjorn 2-1. Once again, showcasing his late game prowess, some very long games there. And he goes to the ace match against Clem, also a clutch series. Clem was very salty. Clem, he was very salty. He was very sad, very upset, as Estrella was forcing 45-minute long games, hyper late game PvT, slowing the end of the game to a crawl. And Clem did have a really solid game on Tokamak. I do recommend it if you're out there. If you got an hour, if you got like 2 hours, if you got 3 hours of free time, check out the VODs of Clem versus Estrella. Game 1 on Tokamak was impressive. Like, I was very impressed by Clem's late game. Clem, he took it to late game against Estrella, took it to that 45-minute long game, and Clem, he was just going for non-stop nukes, and the nukes weren't killing anything, but the nukes were zoning, and the nukes allowed Clem to deny bases. That's what was important in that late game situation, where the nukes were just non-stop, just continuing to zone away the main army, and he was just knocking down base after base after base after base, crippling the economy and ensuring that Estrella could not accumulate a bank that he needed to take it to the late game instead. It was a really cool showing of late game prowess there by Clem. Did claim it in the end. GG. GG well played, as Clem does take that series over Estrella. Bearing in mind, this is an Estrella that beat Bjorn, he beat Gumiho, he beat Bunny, like he beat Ryung, Ryung and Gumiho and Bjorn. Like Estrella, he's been having his way with some of the Korean, or with most of the Korean Terran scene, and even with Clem, went to the ace match. So some really clutch play there in Estrella. He arguably has the best late game PvT out there. You can make the argument for that. Scrolling down, we had Classic. Classic takes down Creator 2-1, Percival 2-1, and Solar 2-1 as well. Non-stop ace matches there at a Classic, but in the end, it does fall to Clem. GG. GG well played. When it comes to what we were casting at the time, because we also did Castus, of course, as always, we were covering Skillus, and Skillus versus Rogue was hype. Skillus versus Rogue was very close, very intense. Skillus does claim that series, but did fall to Solar in the end. That led into semis, into the finals. GG. Whew. GG well played. Also, a quick shout to Goblin. Goblin did take a map off of Bjorn, and also Showtime took down Cure. So again, there were just so many good results here. So many plethora of good results here in the event itself. So I do recommend the VODs. And that leads us into the Monday Night Weeklies number 19. This is, again, more of an irregular tournament. It all depends on the support they get via Ko-Fi. So not the most regular of weekly tournaments. But this did take place right after the previous event. And what did we have here? Clem takes down Mana 2-0, takes down Classic 2-1. Went to the ace match. Shout out to Classic for making a series out of that. So Clem does take down Maxpax 2-0 in the upper bracket finals. And Rainer, oh my god, for the first time, we have a Zerg champion as Rainer takes down Clem 2-0 and then 2-0 once again. GG, well played. I could be mistaken, but I believe, Hold on. I think Solar may have won previously. I need to double check. Hold on. Yes. See, we know. We remember. Solar, he was the first champion. He won back in March. This is the second Monday Night Weekly champion of 19. So 2 of 19 going the way of Zerg. Big win there for Raynor as he does claim the win, as he does take down his opponent. And it looks like we have announced a hiatus for the Monday Night Weekly. Looking at Wikipedia, Monday Night Weekly number 20 is going to take place in September. So it looks like they're going to be taking a break and coming back for the off season. I don't know what's official word there is regarding this or why they're coming back in September specifically. But it looks like they are going on an extended break, extended hiatus until season 2, which marks September instead. So GG well played. It's going to be taking a break. This also could just be to accumulate some earnings as well to be able to like ensure that they can run things regularly. I'm not too certain as to the announcements regarding Monday Night Weekly. But you know what? Maybe maybe it's because Raynor won. Maybe they're like, our job is done. We got a Zerg champion. That's it. That's all we wanted. GG. Then they're gone. So they'll be back in September. They'll be back in September while they fix the game and make sure that Raynor never wins again. As Max Pax, of course, did have a good run himself to take down Gabe, to take down Solar, but did go down to Raynor in the end. So impressive result there by Raynor. Raynor originally went down to Solar. Went down in the ZVZ, but got his revenge in the SL1. Did get his revenge. As that leads us into the Big Zerg Cup. Big Zerg Cup number 37. This does take place on the Wednesday. A couple of days later here, as we did have a Clem, and Clem takes down Lunacy 2-0, takes down Percival 3-1, and does fall to Max Pax. We did allude to this earlier, how Max Pax has been kind of getting the better of Clem as of late. I say that, if you remember, Clem did defeat Max Pax this week in the Wardy TV Tempest Rising Invitational, and Clem also beat Max Pax in the Monday Night Weekly as well. So they've been going back and forth. But I want to give attention to Akedon. Akedon had a crazy performance. Akedon took down Estrella. Estrella was off racing, but did take down Estrella 2-1, did take down Dolan 2-1, and took a map off of Max Pax as well. Like the most unlikeliest of players, of heroes. The most unlikeliest of Akedon to go that far, to have a deep run, to go to the semis was impressive. Really impressive play there by Akedon. GG well played. Does go down in the end, but he went farther than any other thought possible. That Cheesedelphia buff. That Cheesedelphia buff is in the end. We do have Max Pax claiming the win, and that leads us into some of our bigger events here. That leads us into the EWC Global Qualifier. With this, we posted a couple of days ago regarding the finalized listing of players. We had Björn. Björn takes down Lemon 3-0. Björn takes down Ryung 4-1, and Björn qualifies for EWC. Lambo takes down Estrella 3-0, takes down the Goblin 4-0. Lambo popping off in Zerg versus Protoss matchup, also qualifies for EWC as well. Big win there for Lambo. Considering Lambo, he was the replacement man. Remember, Lambo, he wasn't meant to be a part of this. The only reason why he's here is because Showtime qualified from Stars Agora. Because Showtime had a good performance in Stars Agora, that meant that Lambo was allowed to take part in this event as well. Scrolling down, we had Gabe. Gabe takes down Lemon 3-0. Meanwhile, Gabe gets his revenge over Goblin 4-2. That was a close back and forth. A shout to Goblin for again having a crazy performance. I glossed over it. Goblin took down Gumiho. He had a crazy run there. He has some killer PvT. He even made Gabe work for it as well, but Gabe did win in the end. Did take the 4-2. And then we had Estrella. I was praising him earlier. I guess we maybe should have talked about this initially. But we saw that Estrella took down Björn in the World TV Monday. We saw that Estrella went to the Ace match against Clem, and here Estrella takes down Gumiho and Ryung, and Estrella qualifies for EWC. The training, the practice in the Shopify HQ does pay off, and Estrella is looking in form, specifically in Protoss versus Terran. As I mentioned, I might go as far as to say that Estrella has the best late game PvT in the world right now. It's been looking intense, been looking terrifying, been looking very impressive, and Estrella has been popping off. GG. GG, well played. I would say that Australia's weakest matchup is PVZ, which is why I struggled against Lambo. I would say I think there were some people being like, yo, Lambo's playing Australia's playing so much better today. I was like, Australia, he's just struggling against Zerg right now, but excelling against Terran. I think it's more of a matchup thing more than anything from the side of Australia. But with that, GG, well played. Australia, Hero Marine, Lambo, and beyond qualify. My condolences to Ryang, to Goblin, to Gumiho, to Lemon, and all those that did not make it into the main event, because now we have our final listing of players. Let's head on over here to the main event, to the Esports World Cup 2025. We have the final lineup of players. From the top, we have Clem. Clem is seeded in from last year as the current reigning world champion. We have Zan and Kior from the Korean qualifiers. We have Raynor and Cero from the European qualifiers. We have Trigger from the Americas qualifiers. We have Lancer from the Asia qualifiers. We have Hero and Rogue from GSL. We have Classic, Maru, Shin, and Solar from GMAC Dallas. We have Showtime from Star Zagora. And we have Estrella, Björn, Gabe, and Lambo from the global qualifier. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our final listing of players, and the Esports World Cup begins when it begins. July 22nd, end of the month. End of July is going to be that main event. We're going to be all over it here on the CranKy Ducklings, of course, as always. So look forward to it. That's going to be the big tournament that we're all working towards. Of course, there's still a lot to get into before that, like our next tournaments, like RSL and Home Story Cup. So here we go. Up next is going to be the RSL, the Revival StarCraft League Season 1. This has been ongoing. We did just wrap up the group stage, and I want to say that last time we actually went over most of the groups. Let me just double check here.
Last time we had the PondCast, the Group C was underway.
Yes, so we wrapped up with Group A and Group E. Group C, we have El Chamaco. As we mentioned, Sham, his ZVZ has been on point. Sham takes down Solar, Sham takes down Shin, and Sham does advance on to the next round via his ZVZ. Meanwhile, we had Shin. Shin takes down Hearthstone. Shin takes down Solar. Takes down Solar in that decider match. In the end, Sham and Shin make it through into the playoffs. Congratulations. My condolences to Solar and Hearthstone. Group D, we have Classic, Raynor, Showtime, and Scarlet. We have Classic popping off. Classic, he does take down Showtime 2-1, takes down Raynor 2-0, and Classic does advance on to first place. Again, our recent GSL champion, Classic, he does pop off. Raynor, in the meanwhile, does take down Scarlet 2-1, takes down Showtime 2-0 to make it through in second place. So Classic and Raynor, and again Showtime. I mean, he even recently had a clutch series in the European qualifier against Raynor. So here was the rematch, and we have our final listing of players here. We have the playoffs, and this begins next week. It's going to be Classic versus Björn in the upper bracket quarterfinals. We have Chan versus Clem. We have Hero versus Shin, and we have Cure versus Raynor. Let's go. We have our top 8 players here for the playoffs of EWC, and by the time we get the next PondCast, this will still be ongoing. So we'll have some updates. We'll have some updates for the next PondCast. This early on, though, Kupa, what are your predictions?
My predictions. Oh. I'm like, okay, so here's some bold predictions. Cham is taking down Clem, and Cham is going at least to the semifinals.
Okay.
For no reason whatsoever.
Okay. It's just like Yaku's here.
I'm glad I could fulfill that role for you.
Yes, you're just like Yaku. Uncanny.
Thanks. I don't know whether to take it as a compliment or an insult, but sure, thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
On a serious note, I think Raynor can do very well. I mean, Clem is a bit of an obvious choice, but I don't know if Clem would win this, actually, because, you know, Clem has been there for a while, but, like, he's not invincible. I don't know, something tells me Raynor will do well in this one. There you have it. Of course, Hero has to go far, but, you know. Yes, that's my pick right now.
Okay, so what's your pick?
Raynor wins this.
Raynor. Yeah, I can definitely see an argument for Raynor. I think the strongest recent results that gives credence to that, if you recall, is this week's Monday Night Weekly result. who was the winner? Raynor. How did he win? He 4'd Clem. He 2'd Clem and then he 2'd Clem again, right? Like Raynor, he recently showed us that he can take it to Clem. You could argue, oh, it's an online tournament, but I mean, Clem, he's always like playing his heart out in the online tournaments. Like he's a regular in them for a reason. Like he does compete and does fight hard, and there's a reason why he typically wins them because he is, in form. But yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made that Raynor, he can bring him down. I would agree. I actually really like Raynor's ZVT against Clem more than Cyril's. In my mind, Raynor, he's like the Clem sniper for Basilisk. I even mentioned that during their interview as well. So I do think that he has a good chance against Clem. I think I might favor Raynor versus Clem more than any other player here versus Clem. Even Hera. Like Hera's beaten Clem as well, but I think I like Raynor's versus Clem more. But that's only if they play. Like, again, if they play, I want to favor Raynor. But like Hera can totally knock down Raynor. And Raynor might never play Clem. Like they might never play, depending on how things go. But I do think that the biggest threats to Clem are both Hera and Raynor. I think Hera and Raynor, they're the two that can pose the biggest threat to Clem. More so than Classic, more so than Beyond, more so than Cham, more so than Shin, more so than Cure. So yeah, we'll see who plays against him. We'll see if I think they can make him bleed, but can they stop Clem? Tune into RSL to find out. Best of luck. Best of luck here. As again, this is an event that is of course crowdfunded by the community for the community. !RSL in the chat to get a link to the Patreon. !RSL to get a link to the Patreon of the Revival StarCraft leagues to do support them. Again, grassroots tournaments is where it's at right now for the future of StarCraft. So do support them when you can, where you can as well. GG. So best of luck to State, to Tasteless, to Ziggy, and to Gemini, and all those working behind the scenes.
Yeah, basically RSL is like trying to continue the legacy of GSL, except being a bit more online for obvious reasons.
Yeah, with potentially offline finals. There you go. With that leads us into the Home Story Cup, the final event of the broadcast. Home Story Cup number 27. Or sorry, 20... Yeah, 27. Here we go. Again, it took a while for them to finalize and to announce the groups, I will say that, but now the groups are all final, and we have our listing of players. We got 12 Protoss, we got 12 Protoss, 7 Terran, and 5 Zerg. They've listed Euthermal as random, but Euthermal nowadays, he does fixate as Terran, by the way. But we'll see if he dabbles in the random at some point. But yes, we have a final listing of players here. Going over the groups, so we have Group A. We have Lambo, Ryung, Mana, DNS, Fiant, and Optimist. Optimist C. Optimist? Let's go, as they're going to be facing off in Group A. Now, bearing in mind what is brutal about these groups, they're massive groups, round robin, but what else? Top 2. Out of all these players, out of 6 players, only top 2 make it through. That is a brutal format. So best of luck to all those competing, to all those taking part in the group stage, of course. So best of luck. Meanwhile, we have Group B. We have Showtime, Spirit, Jimmy, Baby Marine, Mixu, and Luna C. Luna C traveling to Home Story Cup for the first time. For the first time, he's going to be there. Of course, not the first time he's traveling for an event, because he was at DreamHack Dallas, of course, but now also traveling to Home Story Cup as well. So great to see Lunacy traveling. This is, of course, Ryung's second Home Story Cup, as he was there last time with all the Vitality boys, with Maru and with Zaun. Speaking of, Zaun also going to be there as well. I think they did announce that Maru's not going to be traveling because, again, traveling does hurt his shoulder, so he's going to be traveling as little as possible in the lead up to EWC. So Zaun will not be a part of this. Maru, I'm going to say, is not going to be a part of this. But we have Zaun, Alazer, Geralt, Thermal, Moja, and Hydra, all in Group C. Group D, Gabe, Harstem, SOS, Kellizer, Diego, Sebestis, and Shino. Oh. There's no Eon Blue. Where is my Eon Blue? As they're going to be facing off in a Group
question.
D.
Where is the Eon Blue?
Where is Eon Blue? Gibbs. Oh, so quite a lineup here. Now, if you're looking at this, you might be wondering, hold up, we're missing some people. I would say yes, for good reason. I believe Raynor and Clem did announce that they're traveling to Korea, and they're going to be training, practicing, and laddering in Korea for the lead up for EWC. Likewise, Cyril also going to be hibernating and preparing for EWC as well. As we mentioned, Maru did say that he's not going to be traveling because of his shoulder injuries, and also in preparation for EWC. So because the Esports World Cup is looming on the horizon, because it is the tournament of the year, some of the top players are going to be focusing and fixating on preparing for EWC over traveling to Home Story Cup. So because of that, we are going to be missing some of the top players, but the competition here is still going to be very strong nonetheless. We still have some heavy hitters like your Showtimes, your Zounds, your Gabe, your Shinu, and maybe Ubu Thermal as well. The 2v2 is extraordinaire. True. So it's going to be a fun event nonetheless. Again, the skill level here is still quite high. Even if we're going to be missing some of the top players, it's going to make for an amazing tournament nonetheless, I am sure. So look forward to it. So do look forward to it. It is going to be an amazing tournament. And again, we're going to be there as the B stream. We have confirmation. We'll be there as the B stream to bring you as much StarCraft as we can. All over it, Pappy. All over it. Here we go. As we will get things soon. Soon, Pappy, soon. Graphics soon even, to get ready for that. But otherwise, with that, look forward to it. With that, we're going to be wrapping up for the time being. And we have a lot to get ready for. Again, our next cast is going to be in 9 hours' time. If you want some more CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be casting some StarCraft in 8.5 hours. We're going to be covering some more replays of Road to DreamHack Dallas and some STC show matches as well. So we have a lot to come here in the coming hours. Again, this podcast did last longer than it should have, or than I thought it would. So we'll be catching up. We'll be catching up with the rest of our tournaments. Sorry, it's been a long podcast. But I hope you'll enjoy it. Again, we went over so much. All the interviews at the beginning, the balance changes to StarCraft Evolution, and of course, all the other tournament updates as well. Again, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is a weekly talk show or weekly wrap-up show where we go over all the news of StarCraft in the week, and there's still more to come. We're still going to be covering there's still more Stars of Gore interviews to go through. We also have the Four Horsemen podcast that Kalaris was on. We're also going to go through that as well. So there's a lot to get into in the coming weeks in regards to tournaments, in regards to interviews, in regards to content. So we'll see you then. We'll see you then for some more podcasts. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you for the support. Again, we're going to be back in a couple of hours with the DreamHack Dallas replay cast. And also, we'll be back tomorrow with some Home Story Cup action as well. So again, a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft.
Also, for those looking to participate in tournaments, the sign-up list has been updated as I've been working on it. And there's a bunch of events that you can sign up for. So make sure to check it out.
There you go. We have a bunch of tournaments there available for you. So again, do check it out as there is a lot to get into. If you want to take part in these tournaments, sign up list is the place to be. Otherwise, you can help support us here in the CranKy Ducklings. ! Patreon in the chat to help support the Ducklings. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our players. It goes towards the players. It goes towards player earnings for tournaments. Does not go to us yet. So it's all 100% prize pool, basically. It's all prize pool, all to grow Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. When it comes to us, our next goal, the next goal after this one is when we can start paying admins and casters as well via Patreon. For the time being, prize pool. So you can help us grow these events and help us facilitate for the players and help out the scene and help out the community and help out StarCraft via Patreon, if you wish. So thank you so much. Otherwise, if you can't watch this live, if you are tuning in and if you want to watch some of our VOD content, then YouTube is a place to be. ! Socials in the chat, but you do have a link to our YouTube, Discord, Facebook, Instagram, all things CranKy Ducklings, all things StarCraft. So check us out on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. A shout out to Kura as well. Kura, of course, was handling the production side of things, was making sure that everything was running smoothly and making sure that we're able to have everything up to date. We have our topics. We have our non-stop StarCraft to get into. And, of course, don't forget to DJ Rush. See you next time.